Chapter 1034. While the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were frightened into silence by Supremacy Day's atrocities in Calmheart City, the army of the Shizo dynasty attacking Great Wu was trudging through the mountains. Originally, the Shizo dynasty and Great Wu were connected by a thoroughfare. But after the Shizo dynasty swept away the Ling dynasty, the thoroughfare had turned into countless mountains overnight. No one knew what means some almighty expert had used to move these mountains here overnight to block the road. Above the Shizo dynasty, countless fiend gods were flying noisily with them. Under the control of the leaders of the fiend gods who had joined the Buddhist League, these fiend gods did not attack the Shizo dynasty's army and eat them as rations. But, as they were filthy and uncouth, they could not help but defecate and spit in the sky. There were so many of them that they looked like a dark cloud hovering over the Shizo dynasty's army. Whenever they defecated, their excretions would fill the sky, causing the Shizo dynasty's army to suffer greatly. Some of the fiend gods were strong and tens of thousands of feet tall. Their solid excretions smashed down like hills, while their liquid excretions often caused small flash floods in the valleys. Some of the Shizo dynasty's soldiers were crushed to death by the hills, or pushed far away from the army by the flash floods. All kinds of miserable situations emerged one after another. The Shizo dynasty's soldiers were filled with indignation as they marched on the narrow paths in the mountains. If it were not for the suppression of their generals, they would have rebelled long ago. Originally, the Shizo dynasty also had flying ships that could travel in the sky. But those domineering fiend gods from the outer domains said that the sky was their exclusive territory and forbade the soldiers of the Shizo dynasty from flying as equals. Therefore, the Shizo dynasty's army could only travel on the ground, trekking through the mountains against the sky full of feces and stinking saliva. The resentment in the hearts of the Shizo dynasty's army had turned into a dense dark cloud over their heads, which looked very eye-catching from a distance. On the peak of a distant mountain, Lord Xianxia was wearing a crane cloak and holding a horsetail whisk. He was smiling as he looked at the Shizo dynasty army that was flooding the mountain ridge like a black tide. He chuckled in a low voice and said, "First, I'll let you suffer a little. Then, I'll let you bleed a little and let some people die. TSK, the world is not something you bald donkeys can monopolize. I've been planning for so long. How can Great Wu let you destroy it so easily?" Supremacy 3 Flame and a group of formidable immortals from underhand sects stood in a straight line behind Wuxia. When they heard Wuxia's words, they all laughed. The dozens of immortals were shrouded in pure energy, and their eyes shone with an unfathomable divine light. In their eyes, the hundreds of millions of Shizo soldiers were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. Apart from the leaders of the demon gods, who were difficult to deal with, they could easily destroy the others. However, with Reverend Xianxia taking care of the Tao-breaking leaders among the fiend gods, it was not difficult for them to deal with the ordinary soldiers of the Shizo dynasty. The army of the Shizo dynasty stretched for thousands of miles, looking mighty and mighty. They moved forward for some distance, and a majestic mountain, tens of thousands of miles high, came into sight. The demon gods flew across the mountainside on chilly winds and evil auras. When the Shizo dynasty army saw the mountain, which stood tens of thousands of miles high and had a base of hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference, they could not help but groan. How long could it take them to walk across such a huge mountain with just 2 legs? Lord Xianxia watched from a distance. When he saw the mountain blocking the way, he could not help but narrow his eyes and smile. This place was originally a plain, and he had worked hard to move the mountain here from the primitive continent in the southernmost part of Panga continent a few days ago. He had deliberately chosen a mountain that contained a very strong magnetic force, which was comparable to the strongest force that a top-tier gold immortal could exert when using a divine ability similar to innate magnetic force. But Lord Xianxia deliberately made things difficult for them. He had used a restrictive magic to bind the mountain's magnetic force to its surface instead of releasing it completely. When the army of fiend gods and the Shizo dynasty army approached the mountain, He grinned and pointed a finger at it. The mountain emitted a five-colored light, and a great magnetic force swept across tens of thousands of miles around. All the soldiers of the Xianxia dynasty cried out as they were sucked into the mountain along with their weapons and armors, filling the foot of the mountain. The great magnetic force pulled on their armors, which quickly deformed and crushed their bodies, rendering them unable to move. The lofty demon gods cried out in shock as well. They fell from the sky like bees beaten by a storm. Apart from the hundreds of Tao reasoning and Tao breaking demon gods, the rest were all panting as the mountain sucked them in. They could not move at all. The mighty army of the Xianxia dynasty collapsed in an instant. The soldiers cried out in pain, and the fiend gods were struggling and twisting on the mountain. From a distance, half of the mountain was covered with a thick layer of flesh, which made it look extremely bizarre. "Who are you, evildoers?" A fiend god with 4 heads and 8 arms, who looked hideous and ugly, growled furiously. Lord Shou Zhuo waved his horsetail whisk, and a breeze rolled up a thin cloud to cover the crowd. The fiend god's eyes flickered with a gleam as he glanced over, but he could not find Lord Shou Zhuo and the others. Lord Shou Zhuo chuckled and said in a low voice, "These evildoers are real demons and ghosts themselves. Do they think they are righteous experts just because they put on the skin of a bald donkey?" The immortals laughed mockingly, shaking their heads and criticizing the patriarchs of the Buddhist League for their move. The fiend god roared, but when he found that no one answered him, he snorted coldly and shook his body. His body, which was already tens of thousands of feet tall, suddenly grew to a height of 10,000 miles, just as tall as the huge mountain. He waved his 8 thick hands, and the body of the fiend celestial, which was originally pitch black and densely covered with crimson stripes, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Beams of Buddhist light fell from the sky, and the fiend celestial revealed the golden body of Buddhism. His skin turned into a bright golden color, and there were countless lotus patterns on his skin. With 8 arms around the mountain, the fiend god cried out, "Rise!" As the Buddhist light rolled out, the strong geomagnetic force on the mountain was suppressed, and the bedraggled Xianxia dynasty soldiers and fiend gods slid down from the mountain. With a great force, the fiend god uprooted the mountain with brute force. The wind and clouds rolled in the surroundings, and when the mountain left the ground, a strong gust of wind blew away countless Xianxia dynasty soldiers with low cultivation bases. Reverend Shou Zhuo looked up and saw hundreds of Xianxia dynasty soldiers flying over their heads, howling miserably. Reverend Shou Zhuo shook his head and said with a smile, "Fools from outer domains only have brute force. These fellows with 4 heads and 8 arms. Their ancestor was an acquaintance of mine in my previous life, but he had fallen many years ago, hadn't he? Instead, he left behind so many vile creatures to cause trouble today." Recalling some things that happened in the chaos, and what the Wahuang clan had told him, Reverend Shou Zhuo sighed softly and gently waved his horsetail whisk again. Suddenly, the mountain lifted by the fiend god with a great force vanished without a trace, and a despairing geomagnetic force transformed into invisible magnetic flying swords that swept across all directions. This was the result of Reverend Shou Zhuo destroying a huge mountain in an instant, transforming it into geomagnetic force and blasting it in all directions. The fiend god, who had grown to a height of 10,000 miles by using a divine ability, howled miserably as black gold blood sprayed out of countless huge wounds all over his body. The countless invisible magnetic flying swords cut him to pieces, and his huge body collapsed with a boom, turning into a huge pool of blood that filled the valley tens of thousands of miles around. Countless fiend gods and Xianxia dynasty soldiers were torn to pieces by the invisible flying swords. Only the fiend gods and the Xianxia dynasty generals, who had broken through the realm of Tao reasoning primordial, barely managed to escape from the overwhelming but traceless sword energy, crying and wailing as they fled in the direction of Calmheart City. Although some of them managed to escape death, They were either missing arms or legs, or had their eyes blinded by the sword energy. Nearly 1,000 of them, who had escaped by relying on their formidable strength, staggered all the way out of the mountainous region. Just as they were less than 1,000 miles away, a white cloud rushed out of the valley. Reverend Xianxia stood on the cloud, smiling and fiddling with the horsetail whisk in his hand, and stopped in front of the crowd. A black-robed high oracle of the Xianxia dynasty pointed a trembling finger at Reverend Xianxia and cried out, "Evil Taoist, what do you want?" Reverend Xianxia just smiled and nodded. He glanced at the faces of these lucky fellows, then said in a faint voice, "Among you, there are fiend gods from outer domains and ministers of the Xianxia dynasty. In short, either these vile creatures from outer domains go back, or the ministers of the Xianxia dynasty go back. Kill half of them, leave the other half alive. It's up to you." A beam of spiritual light rushed out from the top of Reverend Xianxia's head. The grand pure nature star-fixing pagoda flew up slowly, and the starlight as clear as water shone in all directions. A suffocating and despairing aura was released from the starlight. The high oracle murmured in a low voice, "A supreme treasure of primal chaos." The fiend gods from outer domains and the people of the Xianxia dynasty, who were itching to join forces to kill Reverend Xianxia, were struck dumb. How could they fight Reverend Xianxia when he was protected by a supreme treasure of primal chaos? All of a sudden, the high oracle, who had just spoken, struck 1,000 feet tall fiend god from outer domains behind him with a backhand. A stream of green smoke shaped like a poisonous scorpion went into the fiend god's body, quickly corroding it and turning it into a pool of pus and blood. Before the simple-minded fiend gods from outer domains could react, the civil and military officials of the Xianxia dynasty who had come with the army struck out, killing and wounding these fiend gods. Apart from a few of the strongest fiend gods who managed to resist the attack with their formidable cultivation bases, the others were killed almost without being able to fight back. Looking at the dog-eat-dog scene, Reverend Xianxia sneered, then transformed into a beam of starlight and flew away at top speed. Remember, if you dare to invade Great Wu's territory again, you will all die. Great Wu is the territory of the Tao League, and any Buddhist league who dares to take a step here will be turned into ashes immediately. A few fiend gods with formidable cultivation bases roared furiously, then transformed into gusts of wind and sped away. The civil and military officials of the Xianxia dynasty were struck dumb. From afar, the mad roars of the fiend gods could be heard. "You have killed our people, and we will never let this go." Reverend Xianxia's laughter rang through the void, and only the ministers of the Xianxia dynasty wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 1035. Above the 33 heavens, the supreme Daoyu Ocean. In the primordial Tao Palace, a beam of golden light shone down with countless clouds flashing past. The first to bear the brunt was the scene of supremacy, killing 7 Buddhas with a few punches and kicks and annihilating billions of fiend celestials from the foreign domains. When supremacy killed Amitabha Buddha with a punch and devoured his natal relic, countless Tao sects experts in the primordial Tao Palace exclaimed in shock. Especially since he was a Buddhist cultivator, it was really shocking that he could deal such a heavy blow to a Buddhist sex Buddha. Then, they watched as Master Yi barged into Calm Heart City alone, single-handedly suppressed all the civil and military officials under Emperor Wugo, and even did something so humiliating to Emperor Wugo. The Taoist immortals in the Great Hall smiled and shook their heads. The long-browed Taoist laughed and said, "The Buddhist sect has produced a freak." How did he cultivate? Did he really cultivate the Prajna Diamond Heart Sutra? At this moment, the heavenly secrets were in chaos. Even Tao integration realm experts could not calculate someone's origin. In particular, Supremacy he had reached the half-step Tao integration level. Even when the heavenly secrets were quiet, the few Daozu might not be able to capture his aura in the vast heavenly secrets. The 9 Daozu were only curious about Supremacy Yi's origin. If such a powerful person joined the Buddhist sect, it would not be good news for the Taoist sect. After watching for a while, it was the scene of Supremacy de E and the Buddhas talking to each other. Hearing Supremacy de E mention 1,000 heads, the expressions of the 9 Daozu and Chi-Chi changed. They looked at each other, and the red-browed Taoist said coldly, "This little bald thief's ability to comprehend in silence is not bad. His Buddhist sect is indeed much better than our Taoist sect disciples in terms of self-preservation." The long-browed Taoist waved his hand disapprovingly. "Let's wait and see what methods they have to deal with 1,000 heads. In the end, they will come to us for help. With Qinshuo's interference, the Huahuang clan and the 7 Buddhas' plans will be completely destroyed. They're almost the same as us. At that time, we can just start all over again." The 9 Daozu's faces were filled with complacency. With all the tricks they had set up in the human world, even if the Ling dynasty was destroyed and Zhang Tingyun was killed, they still had other tricks up their sleeves. After so many years of operation, how could they have only set up a chess piece like Zhang Tingyun? When they saw Da Yi beat Emperor Wugo right in front of countless ministers of the Shizhou dynasty, and looted all the treasures belonging to Emperor Wugo and the few imperial advisors of the Shizhou dynasty. Finally, some of the powerful beings in the Palace of Dao Origin could not help but laugh out loud. The laughter immediately turned into a roar of laughter. Even the Daozus were grinning from ear to ear. They were very happy. A Buddhist cultivator robbing Emperor Wugo. It was an interesting sight, no matter how they looked at it. This Dai Venerable is a poor monk. He doesn't even have a single Buddhist artifact on him. The red-browed Taoist squinted his eyes and smiled. The Dai Venerable, who had been a pauper just a moment ago, was now covered in the glow of jewels. The countless jewels were dazzling enough to blind a person. 7 or 8 strings of extremely powerful prayer beads hung around his neck, and over a dozen strings of glowing Buddhist beads hung around his wrists. Almost 100 powerful Buddhist treasures hung around his body. Stepping on a white lotus, he flew back to the Dragon Mountains complacently. He left behind a few powerful Buddhist treasures for his own use, while the others were all given to Master Beiji and the other monks in the monastery. Chanting filled the air above the monastery. Dai Venerable began his homework with his people. Wails rang out in Calming Heart City. Emperor Wugo, who had his bones broken and tendons torn, had been stripped clean, leaving only his underwear, threw his head back and roared furiously. Furious, he could not wait to rush into the Dragon Mountains and fight Dai Venerable to the death. But how could the civil and military officials of the Shizhou dynasty be able to deal with a Dai Venerable who showed no fear even when facing Buddha? Perhaps, apart from the few prime disciples of Buddha, no one in the Buddhist League could deal with him. The few Daozus chuckled gloatingly. Clouds and smoke flickered rapidly in the golden light, and a huge mountain range was revealed. A fiend god, tens of thousands of miles tall, was clenching his teeth as he pulled the mountain out. Suddenly, the mountain range vanished, and the huge body turned into pure geomagnetic force that condensed into countless invisible geomagnetic flying swords that shot in all directions. In just a flash, countless Shizhou dynasty soldiers and fiend gods who had gone to Great Wu were killed, and their blood flowed like rivers. Except for nearly 1,000 of the strongest civil and military officials and fiend gods, all the others were killed. Smiling, Reverend Shou Zhuo appeared out of thin air and threatened the civil and military officials of the Shizhou dynasty to kill those foolish fiend gods. Except for the few strongest fiend god leaders, all the other fiend gods were killed. Judging from the oaths they swore when they fled, there would probably be a great grudge between the Shizhou dynasty and the fiend gods of the alien realms. It would not be easy for the Shizhou dynasty to command those fiend gods as if they were their own arms. Reverend Shou Zhuo shouted unceremoniously that Great Wu was his territory, the territory of the Orthodox Tao League, and that if anyone from the Shizhou dynasty dared to step into it, he would kill them all. The eyes of the few Daozu flickered, and they quickly communicated with each other with their divine sense. It was a pleasant surprise. The power displayed by the Reverend Keeper Zhua was of the Tao-breaking realm. Although it was rare for itinerant cultivators to break through to the Tao reasoning realm, there would always be such a freakish figure born after several apocalypses. The 9 Daozu had gone through countless apocalypses, and in the long river of time, they had seen countless such geniuses. They thought that Reverend Shozhua was just one of the geniuses born at the right time, and he was not a very amazing existence, especially when he revealed the supreme treasure of Primordial, the Grand Pure One. The 9 Daozu were even more certain about his origin. It was a great opportunity for a man with great fortune to stumble upon a supreme treasure of Primordial. The supreme treasure of Primordial contained its own supreme power of laws for one to comprehend, and if one could comprehend its profound principles, one could dominate the realm of Tao breaking. With Reverend Zhua's overall strength, he had completely mastered the supreme treasure of Primordial. In other words, no one below the realm of Tao fusing could defeat him. Such a figure was the real top fighting force at present, and no matter which camp he stood in, the opposing camp would have a great headache. Purple-browed Taoist nodded thoughtfully and said, "This young man should join our Tao League." The long-browed Taoist laughed and said, "You're right, senior brother. He is cultivating the cultivation technique of our Tao League, so of course he should join us. It's just that I'm afraid such an unruly Taoist has not comprehended the free and unfettered state of mind of our Tao League. His killing intent is still too strong." Just now, Reverend Zhua had turned the army of the Shizo dynasty into ashes. The cruel scene was really shocking. Not to mention the disciples of the Tao League and the Buddhist League. Even among the demons and ghosts, there were very few who could kill so many living beings at once. Reverend Zhua looked indifferent. Clearly, he had no psychological burden about killing. Anyone who provoked him would be dealt the most merciless blow. The red-browed Taoist nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Now is the time of the calamity, and what our Tao League needs is someone with such a murderous nature." Purple-browed Taoist clapped his hands and said, "Promise him enough benefits and make him the chief Taoist supervisor of our Tao League on Panga Continent. Tell him that in the future, he will have the right to supervise all the immortals, and cultivators on Panga Continent. Ask him to go to Panga Continent and rescue those immortals who have been captured. Now, they're being raised by those evil creatures from outer heavenly realms. It's outrageous." The long-browed Taoist frowned and said, "I'm afraid the title of Chief Taoist Supervisor won't be able to convince him. Anyway, we have to give him some real benefits. I still have a square spike that I've collected in the past, but I haven't refined it yet. Why don't I give it to him as a treasure to control fiends? His pagoda looks amazing, but its offensive power is not as good as this chaotic spirit treasure that specializes in killing." The other few Daozu Taoists also offered up their personal belongings, a total of 6 chaotic spirit treasures, countless immortal pills, and various other treasures. The other almighty experts of the Tao League in the Palace of Tao Origin could not help but breathe heavily as they looked at the countless glowing treasures hovering in the middle of the Great Hall. Although they were all men of high moral standing, the treasures in front of them were so many that they could not help but be tempted almost instinctively. After collecting so many treasures, Purple-browed Taoist wrote a decree with a piece of purple satin and handed it to his disciple, Reverend Xianxia. Reverend Xianxia took the decree, rolled up all the treasures with his sleeve, and immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the Palace of Tao Origin. Countless fiend gods tried to stop the Palace of Tao Origin, and the huge fiend god formation had begun to operate. But this time, Purple-browed Taoist had used 36 spirit talismans crafted by Daozu Taoists in a row, forcibly splitting open a broad road in the void and bringing them to Panga Continent in an instant. Inside the Palace of Tao Origin, a golden light flickered again, and the scene of the East Sea City appeared amidst the clouds and smoke. Red-browed Taoist looked puzzledly at the East Sea City, which had changed its flag, and said in a low voice, "It's a good thing that the Emperor of Yin Huang has established his own nation. Why did he suddenly hand over the vast East Sea to Dayu? Are there any mysteries in it? Is there anything we haven't calculated? The few Daozu Taoists looked at each other and smiled, and even red-browed Taoist shook his head with a smile. Purple-browed Taoist said with a smile, "After all, this matter has something to do with the Huahuang clan. Perhaps she has given that Wuxia some benefits, so he has swallowed the East Sea out of thin air." Wuxia started in the wilderness, and in just a few years, he has built such a foundation. He is indeed a talent. But it's a pity that he is just like an ant, and is being played by the Huahuang clan. Chuckling, purple-browed Taoist said lightly, "This Wuxia is just a lowly man, and we don't need to worry too much about him. The East Sea has now fallen into the hands of Dao League. Once the situation changes, Dao League will be able to rise again. In short, with the current strength of Pangu World, it is extremely difficult to suppress Thousand Heads. They will always come to us, and when that time comes..." The 9 Daozu Taoists glanced at the list of deification at the same time, and their faces turned a little ugly. If the list of deification, the core treasure of the great plan of deification, had not gone out of control, how could Dao League fall into such an embarrassing situation? However, fortunately, Dao League still had a trump card. Now, as long as Thousand Heads entered Pangu World and made a scene, things would still be under control. In about 2 or 3 years, with Thousand Heads cultivation base, he should be able to arrive. Chapter 1036. Reverend Xianxia paid a visit to Reverend Shou Zhuo without a hitch. The gift of 6 chaotic spirit treasures was simply shocking. If it were not from the private collection of the 9 Daozu, which power in Pangu World could give away 6 chaotic spirit treasures. Even if Reverend Shou Zhuo had an amazing cultivation base, the 6 gifts were too much. Reverend Shou Zhuo accepted the 6 chaotic spirit treasures, countless immortal pills, and other precious treasures, then bowed 3 times in the direction of the Dayu Ocean. Reverend Xianxia and Reverend Shou Zhuo had a secret talk for 2 hours, and then he rushed back to the Dayu Ocean while laughing loudly. Unlike when he came here, he had only used 36 spirit talismans crafted by Daozu himself. But when he went back to the Dayu Ocean, countless fiend gods were blocking his way, and the entire fiend god formation was activated to fight against Reverend Xianxia. It took him 144 spirit talismans to barely make it back to the Dayu Ocean. A month later, Reverend Shou Zhuo, who had spent a great deal of effort to refine all 6 chaotic spirit treasures, left the mountain with 12 primordial immortals from the underhand sect of the Great Wu Orthodoxy. Along the way, Reverend Shou Zhuo gathered the fleeing immortals and itinerant cultivators and put them into his sleeve to protect them. If a small group of fiend gods from an alien domain was touched by Reverend Shou Zhuo, they would end up dead. Reverend Shou Zhuo was a ruthless man with an amazing cultivation base. The 12 primordial immortals, led by Supremacy, 3 Flame, formed a heaven-covering, god-slaying formation. Once it was activated, it could cover an area of 10,000 miles and kill anyone who entered it, be it a mortal or an immortal. Once the heaven-covering, god-slaying formation was activated, even the 9 Dao ancestors in the Primal Dao Palace would find it difficult to use the water mirror technique to spy on the movements within the formation. Clearly, the profundity of the formation was beyond imagination. From the outside, once the formation was activated, it would look like thousands of clouds enveloping the entire area, and within the clouds, there would be countless huge figures faintly visible. They would let out loud, rumbling sounds, and the sky would be filled with starlight that rained down like rain. After that, the people who were trapped by the formation would be killed. When the 9 Daozu saw the miraculous formation, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Daozu beings were indeed top-grade beings in Pangu World, but they had been studying the Great Dao day and night. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to magic formation, magic pill concocting, tool crafting, and the like. Among the 9 direct disciples of Daozu, some were quite fond of the art of magic formation. Priest Wanji, a direct disciple of Priest Long Eyebrow, was known as the #1 magic formation master in Pangu world. However, Immortal Wanji felt a headache when he saw the heaven-covering god-slaying formation. He had racked his brains, but still couldn't see through the mysteries of this formation. It could only be said that esteemed Zhua's attainments and formations were unpredictable and far beyond Immortal Wanji's. After hearing Reverend Wanji's evaluation, the 9 Daozu had a higher opinion of esteemed Zhua, and at the same time, they were more assured about his background. Reverend Wanji was the #1 magic formation master in Pangu world, and the other Huahuang clan members, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, and even the 18 saints were not as good as the 9 Daozu in the art of magic formation. Clearly, esteemed Zhua's attainments in the art of magic formation were not taught by any Dao fusing expert. Leading the 12 primordial immortals, esteemed Zhua headed northeast, killing countless fiend gods from outer domains along the way. At last, they came to the farm of immortals built by the fiend gods from outer domains. It was a ring of mountains tens of thousands of miles high, steep like a screen, with countless restrictive spells both inside and outside. Even a primordial immortal would have a hard time escaping if trapped in it. The ring of mountains covered a vast area. More than 80% of the immortals and itinerant cultivators in the Ling dynasty had been captured and sent here. Imagine the celestial court sending tens of millions of outer heavenly realms back to Panga continent. Each outer heavenly realm governed more or less a number of galaxies. The larger ones governed thousands or tens of thousands of galaxies, while the smaller ones governed dozens, or even hundreds of galaxies. Every star region had tens of thousands of stellar systems, and the smaller ones had hundreds of stellar systems. In every star system, there were tens of thousands of planets with human habitation, and on average, there were immortal sects of all sizes established on every planet. These immortal sects had come to Panga continent with the outer heavenly realms, and after the rise of the Ling dynasty, almost 70% of them had submitted to the Ling dynasty. Now, 80% of the immortals and itinerant cultivators in these immortal sects have been captured and imprisoned in this farm, so one could imagine how many immortals and cultivators had gathered here. It was a number that made one's scalp go numb at the thought of it. More than 50% of the immortals and itinerant cultivators in the starry sky were gathered here, being raised like livestock. From a great distance, one could see countless dark caves on a mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles high. These caves were the lairs of fiend gods. Some lazy fiend gods were lying in the cave entrances, basking in the sun, while large groups of mortals were busying around them, wiping the long hair or scales of these gigantic fiend gods. There were also some mortals roasting huge fishes and huge beasts, which must be the food of the fiend gods. The status of the fiend gods could also be distinguished by the location of their nests. The fiend gods at the lowest level of the mountain range were still eating raw meat and drinking blood. The fiend gods at the middle level were beginning to pay attention to the mood, and they began to eat the prey roasted by the mortal servants. As for the fiend gods at the upper levels, they had shrunk to the size of an ordinary man, dressed in gorgeous robes provided by the Xianxia dynasty, and were sitting upright at long tables, learning how to use chopsticks and taste exquisite food. When Reverend Zhua's divine will swept across the dishes on the tables, he could not help but grimace. Countless immortals were tied to restrictive pillars shrouded in fiend aura, with chains piercing through their collarbones and ribs, making them unable to move, and fiend talismans locking their divine souls in place, preventing them from flying or transforming. Mortal chefs with sharp knives picked the fleshy parts of the immortals, cut them off, washed them, fried them, and cooked them into delicious and luxurious dishes. Some of the fiend gods had special tastes, and they specifically ordered certain parts of the immortal bodies. The mortal chefs obeyed their orders obediently, either removing the immortals' livers or hearts, or cutting off their genitals to use as raw materials to cook delicacies that were fragrant and appetizing. The immortals struggled and wailed. Some of them had their internal organs removed, some had their eyeballs dug out, some had their muscles cut off, and some had their brains taken away while they were still alive to be cooked. But these immortals were very strong, so they could not die just yet. They howled and screamed crazily on the restrictive pillars while golden immortal blood kept spraying out of their bodies. Even the golden immortal blood was carefully stored by the chefs in water vats. Every immortal's body was a treasure, and every part of them was an amalgamation of immortal spirit energy. Even their long hair could be processed with a special method and serve as a cold dish, which tasted crisper and more refreshing than the best kelp. Even a drop of immortal blood would be wasted on the ground, and any chefs who wasted even a little bit of material would be mercilessly killed. The immortals, who stood high above the masses and took care of the lives of mortals, were slaughtered and cooked like chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. It was a very miserable scene. The immortals who cultivated themselves from mortals were not so bad, but the demon immortals who cultivated themselves from birds and beasts were even more miserable. They were forced to reveal their true forms. Dragon's liver and phoenix marrow, scarlet lips and humps. Even blue wand's wings were roasted, and flood dragon's tendons were used as a cold dish. All kinds of bizarre recipes emerged one after another, and only mortal chefs could come up with so many cruel recipes. These chefs were all from outer heavenly realms, and their study of cooking methods had almost reached the realm of Tao. Usually they cooked chicken, duck, and fish, but now they could actually cook immortals. This gave some of the chefs with twisted moods a very strong sense of pleasure. These were immortals who stood high above the masses and could kill thousands of mortals with a single thought. Even if these chefs could not eat them, they were, after all, cooked by them. So they were extremely happy. Therefore, all kinds of cruel methods emerged one after another, which made these immortals cry and scream, but satisfied the fiend gods. These fiend gods suddenly realized that they used to eat people alive. There was nothing stupider in the world than eating living things. Why would they eat people alive when they could make such exquisite and delicious food? With a long roar, Guru Shoujua's eyes turned blood red, and 2 lines of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. "How dare you, evildoer! How dare you harm the disciples of the Tao League? All my disciples who have arrived, listen up. This humble Taoist has come to rescue all of you today. All of you, wait patiently and do not panic." His roar had stirred up a hornet's nest. Countless low-level fiend gods swarmed out of the caves, turning into dark clouds that stretched for tens of thousands of miles as they charged toward Guru Shoujua. Guru Shoujua grinned hideously. With a wave of his hand, one of the 6 chaotic spirit treasures given to him by Daozu flew out. It looked like an ordinary copper bell, but it was divided into 4 colors according to north, south, east, and west, emitting 4 strong beams of light that illuminated the void. When Guru Shoujua pointed a finger at the bell, a rumbling sound rang out, and a 4-colored ripple that could be seen with naked eyes smashed forward with a heart-rending rumble. Countless fiend gods trembled and suddenly froze in midair. The 4-colored ripple rushed forward, turning everything in its path into nothingness. Amidst the 4-colored ripple, a section of the mountain that stood tens of thousands of miles tall and 100 miles thick crumbled, and countless fiend gods, immortals, and mortals inside the mountain were all crushed to powder. Guru Shoujua brought 12 primordial immortals and rushed into the farm of these fiend gods. He raised one of the 6 chaotic spirit treasures, the blades of water and fire, a strange-shaped sword, and charged forward with a loud roar. Wherever he passed, the blades of water and fire shot out boundless black and red sword beams that swept across heaven and earth, tearing countless fiend gods to pieces before they could figure out what was going on. "Ha ha! Let me go all out today. Old Taoist, great Taoist, and little Taoist, listen up. Follow me, and you will live." Guru Shoujua's voice shook heaven and earth, shattering hundreds of fiend gods who were charging at him. All of a sudden, a dragon cry rang out from afar. "Ox noses, I made a great vow to protect all living beings, and those who believe in me will gain eternal life." "Ha ha ha! Demons, I've come to save you. Damn it. Why are there bald donkeys from the Xianxia dynasty here? Die now. A Buddhist light towered into the sky as Taoist supremacy charged forward like a mad tiger, carrying a dragon head spade. From afar, the Buddha and the Taoist glared at each other, then turned and charged toward the endless fiend gods. Chapter 1037. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Reverend Xianxia and Supremacy exchanged a glance. Their gazes collided in the void, and an invisible psychic shockwave exploded like a tsunami. The void between them shook violently, and countless fiend gods were reduced to dust. The sky was filled with the bloody light of the exploded fiend gods, and in just a blink of an eye, there was nothing left in the void of hundreds of thousands of miles between them. The air emitted scorching waves, and both Reverend Xianxia and Supremacy took a few steps back at the same time. They closed their eyes at the same time, and blood trickled down the corners of their eyes. Reverend Xianxia laughed wildly. Bald donkey, those imprisoned here are the disciples of my Tao League. What are you doing here? Supremacy struggled to open his sore and damaged eyes and shouted, Bullshit, bullshit. You stink. Your Tao League is so useless that it can't even protect its own disciples. I made a great vow to protect all living beings in the world. Anyone with intelligence will call me master, burn 3 incense sticks, and worship me. Naturally, you will be protected by my dharma. What are you doing here, you coward? 2 gigantic fiend celestial leaders roared as they pounced at Supremacy de. Supremacy waved his dragon head spade casually, beating the 2 fiend gods and sending them scurrying about in all directions. The spade unleashed dozens of blinding golden beams, which condensed into golden divine dragons that flew all over the sky, their claws, fangs, and tails never leaving the 2 fiend gods. The 2 6th-tier, Tao-breaking fiend celestial leaders were beaten into a sorry state, howling as they fled into the distance. But before they could get far, Supremacy waved his left hand, unleashing a golden Buddha's palm print that spanned hundreds of miles and struck the backs of the 2 fiend gods. Their miserable howls came to an abrupt end, and the 2 mighty fiend gods vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Reverend Xianxia burst into laughter, then shook his head and said, How dare you show off before me with such a petty trick? Throwing the blades of water and fire into the sky, he cried out, Treasure, spin. As he cried out, the blades of water and fire, which were no more than 3 feet long, transformed into 2 beams of light, one black and one red, and spun slowly along the trajectory of the Taiji diagram. Suddenly, a large patch of purple clouds condensed in the void, and countless black and red raindrops sprinkled down from the purple clouds. The rain gently sprinkled over the entire farm. Those cultivators and mortals who came into contact with the rain only felt waves of heat flowing into their bodies, giving them strength out of nowhere. But when the fiend gods touched the raindrops, they were pierced with countless holes. Countless fiend gods hovered stiffly in midair, staring in horror at the huge black and red Taiji diagram in the sky. Their bodies were riddled with holes by the seemingly weak raindrops, and their souls were completely destroyed by the rain. Except for the hundreds of Tao-breaking great fiend gods, all the others were killed by Reverend Xianxia with just one blow. I am Reverend Xianxia, the wanderer of the universe. I have attained the supreme great Tao after going through countless tribulations. Are any of you willing to be my disciple? Hovering in midair, Reverend Xianxia exercised the divine ability of Dharma idol of heaven and earth to raise his body to a height of about 1,000 miles. His whole body glowed with a dazzling golden light. No matter where he was, more than half of the people on Panga continent could see his avatar. The avatar was imprinted directly into the eyes of those immortals, cultivators, and mortals. No matter where they were or what they were doing, Reverend Xianxia's avatar appeared in their eyes, and they heard his call. Almost all the immortals and cultivators imprisoned in the barn fell to their knees, worshipping devoutly and calling out Reverend Xianxia's name. What an amazing ability it was to kill all the fiend gods with a single blow. It was said that the Ling dynasty had the help of a celestial lord from the celestial court. But no celestial lord could have such a heaven-defying divine ability to kill so many fiend gods with a single blow. Perhaps only the legendary saints of the Tao fusing realm could possess such a divine ability and power. Dei Supremacy's face was unsightly. Grinning coldly, he snapped at Reverend Xianxia. "You'll be punished by the heaven if you eat all the fiend gods for yourself." Reverend Xianxia stared coldly at Dei Supremacy and said coolly, "The countless immortals and cultivators here are all members of the Tao League. Even if I eat all the fiend gods for myself and take them all under my wing, it's the Tao League's business. What does it have to do with you, a bald thief?" After pondering for a moment, Reverend Xianxia shook his head and said, "My dharma has just been completed, and I lack believers to fill the Buddhist kingdom. There are countless immortals here, and I intend to send them into the Buddhist kingdom to enjoy the boundless peace and tranquility." Touching his bald head, Reverend Xianxia said bluntly, "The power of faith offered by a heaven immortal is greater than that offered by 100,000 mortals, and the power of faith offered by a gold immortal is greater than that offered by 100 million mortals. There are countless heaven immortals and gold immortals here. Give me half, and I'll owe you a favor." Before Reverend Xianxia could say anything, Reverend Xianxia said even more bluntly, "I see that you're from the south, and there's only one kingdom in the south called Great Wu. If you help Great Wu fight against the Xianxia dynasty, as long as you give me half of the immortals here today, I won't interfere in the war between the Xianxia dynasty and Great Wu in the future. If you insist on eating all the fiend gods for yourself, I'll have to add insult to injury." Reverend Xianxia looked at Reverend Xianxia and said with a cold grin, "You're a straightforward bald donkey, unlike the other hypocritical people of the Buddhist League. But if you want to benefit from this place, you'll have to at least let me know what tricks you have up your sleeves." Then, with a wave of his hand, the 12 primordial immortals behind him took out a flag painted with clouds and mist in which starlight could be vaguely seen. Then, they laid out a heaven-covering, God-slaying formation that even the 9 Tao patriarchs could not see through. A huge figure could be vaguely seen in the formation, and a deep, powerful roar could be vaguely heard coming out of it. Reverend Xianxia sneered. Glancing around, he pointed at the fiend gods of the outer domains who had emerged again from the distance and asked, "What do you think of these evildoers?" Reverend Xianxia pointed at the huge black and red Taiji diagram in the sky with great conceit and said, "If they dare to come close, I'll make sure they're all dead. Monk, you just have to fight me. You don't have to worry about anything else." The E-Supremacy pondered for a moment. He pulled off a string of 108 purple prayer beads from his neck and casually tossed them into the air. Instantly, 108 gigantic rings of purple light shot up into the sky like 108 moons hanging in the sky. In the distance, some fiend gods who had heard the news rushed over. But as soon as they got close to the huge farm, they were immediately killed by the Buddhist League's fiend subduing thunder that sprayed out of the purple lights. The hundreds of fiend gods who had luckily escaped from the shocking attack of the blades of water and fire were frightened out of their wits and fled into the distance. They roared hoarsely and stopped the fiend gods outside from rushing to their deaths. Today was a bad day for these fiend gods. All the powerful fiend gods had been transferred away by the Xianxia dynasty to fight against the Yu, leaving only a group of servants in the farm. Although there were many of them, they were useless. Both Reverend Xianxia and Reverend Xianxia were half-step into the realm of Tao fusing. Once they went all out to kill the fiend gods, it was like killing ants with a nuclear bomb. When the spell was completed, Reverend Xianxia laughed and transformed into a 36 feet tall golden body, revealing a bizarre golden body with 9 heads, 18 arms, and 4 legs. His body glowed brightly, and each of his 18 arms held a variety of divine weapons of the Buddhist League that he had plundered. Yelling, he rushed into the heaven-covering array of gods of slaying. The clouds emitted by the array of gods of slaying could cover an area of tens of thousands of miles, but as soon as one entered the formation, one would find that it was boundless. In the center of the formation was a colossal, ancient, mystifying centipede, and a huge Shun pearl hovered above its head, emitting boundless Shun qi to confuse others. The mystifying centipede was the manifestation of Reverend Shou, Zhuo's nascent divinity, and its cultivation base was astonishing. Even Tao-breaking experts could not see through the Shun qi it emitted, and even the divine sense of Tao-fusing saints could be disturbed by it. Inside the formation, countless huge longbowmen were running back and forth, holding all kinds of flags and streamers as they moved along the paths of the mountains and rivers conjured by the formation. Every time they changed their direction, the various auras in the formation would change hundreds of millions of times. The strange and ever-changing auras were the real reason why even Daozu, a Tao-fusing expert, could not see through the formation. From the outside, it seemed that the formation was only constructed by 12 primordial immortals, so it did not seem very complicated. But in fact, there were 36,000 longbowmen of the Gold Immortal Realm and 1,080,000 Heaven Immortal Realm who were responsible for the operation of the formation. They corresponded to the constellations and the earth veins in the universe, and the variations of the formation were even stronger than the fiend-slaying sword formation. As soon as he strode into the formation, Reverend Shou Zhuo reverted to his original form, throwing his head back and laughing wildly. Immediately, dozens of huge long bowmen donned heavy armors and began to fight each other in the formation with their huge fists, producing deafening booms. Outside the formation, Reverend Shou Zhuo gave a furious bellow, then transformed into a beam of bright light and plunged into the formation. Inside the formation, the dozens of longbowmen fighting each other became hundreds, and the deafening bangs of fists and armors rang out for tens of thousands of miles. The monk and the Taoist looked at each other and smiled, a treacherous smile that made one shudder. 3 days and 3 nights later, Reverend Shou Zhuo let out a furious roar as he flew backward out of the formation like a cannonball. There was a shockingly clear fist mark on his chest, 3 inches deep into his flesh. A strong arm shrouded in the divine flame of colored glass slowly shrank back into the clouds. Clearly, it was this arm that had given Reverend Shou Zhuo the final blow. The blow made Reverend Shou Zhuo cough up a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground in a sorry state, and it took him a while before he staggered to his feet, spun, and left without saying a word. Fellow Taoist Shou Zhuo, your cultivation base is really amazing. If it weren't for the fact that we stand on different sides, perhaps we could still have a chance to discuss the Tao. It's a pity, that even with your profound cultivation base, you are still slightly inferior to me. He coughed lightly, then slowly walked out of the heaven-covering formation of God's slaying. Countless divine will that were peeping at him from all directions had retracted, and some people had already made up their minds. With a faint smile on his face, Reverend Shou Zhuo clasped his hands behind his back. Looking at the immortals and cultivators who were kneeling across the mountains, he said with a smile, "Are you willing to join my sect?" The immortals and cultivators cried out excitedly and worshipped him with great enthusiasm. With a wave of his hand, Reverend Shou Zhuo cast out hundreds of beams of light, selecting a group of peak-level gold immortals with the most profound cultivation base and taking them as his in-name disciples. His behavior further stimulated these immortals, and they worshipped Reverend Shou Zhuo with even more enthusiasm. Chapter 1038. The troubles on Pangu continent had little to do with Wuxia. Both Lord Shou Zhuo and Supremacy were more than enough to deal with any troubles. In the void, more and more demon gods were surging out of the spatial door one after another. Wuxia found that these fiend gods were all out of their minds. They had no fear of death at all. As soon as they smelled the rich aroma of flesh and blood in this world, they rushed over without any regard for their own safety, rubbing their palms and getting ready to feast. As a result, they were all killed by the fiend-slaying sword formation, and no matter how many came, they would all die. An immeasurable amount of virtue poured into the cauldron. The 12,800 magical artifacts he had carefully refined were already covered with a faint layer of yellow energy, and they were beginning to take the shape of artifacts of virtue. About 10 times more virtues than he had already absorbed, and he would be able to turn all these magical artifacts into artifacts of virtue. While calculating the amount of virtues he needed, he casually threw a palm out and smashed 3 eyeball-shaped fiend gods who were roaring and rushing in front of him, turning them into a mass of goo and spraying them away. The dense and viscous liquid filled the sky, turning the countless fiend celestials that were charging over into sieves. It seemed that Prince Xianxia had made some adjustments to the outer realms that the mirror of Kunlun communicated with. The fiend gods who walked out of the portal were no longer the same as before, but had turned into other bizarre fiend gods with even stranger appearances. Therefore, the thousands of fiend gods controlled by the Buddhist League could no longer affect these fiend gods who had just entered Panga World. As the fiend gods controlled by the Buddhist League continued to be killed, the situation would return to its original chaotic state, and both the Tao League and the Buddhist League would be in trouble again. When Wuxia scanned the void with his divine sense, he found that Prince Xianxia had exerted all his strength to activate the Mirror of Kunlun. Now, hundreds of portals had appeared all over Panga World, and countless fiend gods were pouring out of them. And these portals were located in the bases of the Buddhist League and the Tao League, such as outside the 33 Heavens and Mount Gradrakada, as well as other important strongholds of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. Because of the thousands of fiend god leaders, the situation of the Buddhist League had turned around a little. But as Prince Xianxia replaced the fiend god races who had entered Panga World, the Buddhist League's favorable situation was bound to take a sharp turn, and they might even fall into an even uglier situation. At this critical moment, through his spirit power, Wuxia suddenly discovered 7 light spots rising from the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. The 7 Buddhas had left the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain together, quickly disappearing into the chaos outside Pangu World. Wuxi's curiosity was aroused. After pondering for a moment, he quickly gave a few instructions to Princess Zhang Lu and the others. Then he transformed into an inconspicuous starlight and blended into the starry sky, following the 7 Buddhas into the chaos. It took Wuxia and the 7 Buddhas a few months to enter the chaos. After that, the 7 Buddhas seemed to have a clear goal in mind, and they flew silently through the perilous chaos for more than 8 months, which took them a whole year. Suddenly, a loud rumble burst out of the chaos in the distance, followed by a shrill howl. Wuxia exercised his primal dharma eyes and looked ahead. Not far ahead, a mass of chaotic energy, about hundreds of feet in circumference, suddenly disintegrated, revealing a yellow-brown world of dust and sand that flashed and disappeared in a flash. A chaotic creature with the shape of a scorpion and the upper body of a beautiful woman rushed out of the world of dust and sand, crying and wailing, covered in green blood. But when she flew less than 10 miles away, dozens of long, thumb-thick, wriggling hair shot out of the disintegrating void like vipers and pierced deep in her body. Slowly, 1,000 Heads, the world breaker, walked out of the quickly disintegrating small world and came next to the struggling, chaotic creature, whose body was pierced by the long hair. He slowly walked to the creature, reached out his hand, and lifted her chin. He laughed in a deep and weird voice. Puff! 1,000 Heads' right index finger pierced deeply into the spot between her eyebrows. His long hair swallowed and wriggled quickly. Her body quickly withered and decayed, and before long, she was nothing but a thin skin bag. Xianxia sighed in satisfaction. Then, he slowly turned around and glanced coldly at the 7 patriarchs of the Buddhist sect, who were standing in a line in front of him. A gloomy, cold, and emotionless divine sense surged over. Wuxia carefully sent out a trace of his divine sense and touched it. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Wuxia's spiritual ocean. It was an ancient language with a complicated grammar. Every syllable seemed to be able to stir up some kind of natural original power in the chaos. It was filled with a magical power. Wuxia did not understand this language, but his soul felt familiar with it, as if he should understand it. Because of the direct contact between their divine senses, Wuxia could clearly understand what Thousand Heads was saying. "Why did you stop me? Are you offering yourselves to me?" Thousand Heads' eyes sparkled with a strange, evil light. He chuckled and said, "That's a strange way of cultivation. How many small worlds do you have inside your bodies? They overlap, and they are connected by some kind of spiritual power. In them, there are many beings that are between the physical body and the spirit body. What a magical way of cultivation." The head of the Buddhas, guarding Heart Buddha, put his palms together and said, "Thousand Heads, did you forget about us? Back in the day, when you were sealed, we helped you." Thousand Heads was surprised. He curiously looked at Guarding Heart, shook his head, and said, "I don't remember. I never wrote down what those pitiful sacrifices looked like. The battle when I was sealed?" He chuckled and said, "Even though I've been sealed for so many years, the power I have left is enough to destroy that world." Taking a deep breath, Thousand Heads narrowed his eyes and sighed darkly. A world full of vitality and endless possibilities like this should not exist. As for you, I sense some auras from you that should not exist. Together with all the strange existences in the small worlds in your bodies, you can all become my nourishment. After devouring the 7 of you, I should be able to recover 30% of my strength. Wuxia felt his scalp tingle. What kind of monster was Thousand Heads? Devouring the 7 Buddhas could only recover 30% of his strength? Didn't that mean he had to devour all the Tao fusing experts in Pangle World to recover all his strength? How could such a monster exist? His existence was beyond common sense. No wonder Pangu ended up in such a miserable state when he gathered tens of thousands of Chaos Fiend gods to attack Thousand Heads. Guarding Heart put his palms together and a faint green-golden Buddhist light shone out of his body. Staring at Thousand Heads, he growled in a low voice, "If that's the case, I'll fight with you today and see what you can do. But there's one thing I don't understand. May I ask, Thousand Heads, why do you exist?" Thousand Heads gave Guarding Heart a strange look and said with a low laugh, "Why do I exist? Why should I tell you? Ignorant ants, just die in ignorance. I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Back then, the guy named Pangu asked me the same question, but why should I answer you?" The wriggling hair slowly approached the 7 Buddha ancestors. Thousand Head said coldly, "Are you ready to die? I don't know who released me from the seal, and I don't know who woke me up from that damned eternal sleep. But now that I'm awakened back, it's time for you to die." The 7 Buddhas chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. Their bodies gradually expanded to 49,000 feet tall, and their golden bodies, which were adorned with jewels and pearls, appeared one by one. They were all golden bodies with 1,000 heads and 1,000 arms, and each of their arms was holding a dazzling connate treasure. The void of primordial chaos trembled as the 7 Buddha ancestors surrounded the 1,000-headed Buddha. Thousands of arms rained down on the 1,000-headed Buddha in a chaotic manner. Thousand Heads gave a strange laugh, and his hair quickly grew longer, turning into countless black arrows that stabbed at the 7 golden bodies. Chapter 1039. In the chaotic void, dozens of blazing streams of fire flew slowly like flood dragons. Drops of purple blood danced across the sky like pearls and relics, and the energy emanating from each of them was comparable to the full power of an ordinary peak-level gold immortal. The nameless streams of fire born in the chaos burned these purple blood beads, and a strong, refreshing aroma slowly spread out. Wherever the aroma went, the chaotic airflow was pushed away, and a spherical vacuum with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles was forced out of the void. Panting slightly, Qiantu looked at the 7 Buddhas in front of him. His body was surrounded by a 7-colored flame that had burned his clothes to ashes, revealing his thin, pale body. Judging from the structure of his bones, Qiantu should have a strong body, but now he looked like a malnourished bean sprout, with shriveled muscles attached to his strong skeleton, giving the illusion that he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Even with such a weak body, the Buddhist flame released by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs burned his body. It only made his skin crackle, and from time to time, a few strange bubbles of color rose from his skin. Apart from that, there was no other effect. The 7 Buddhas stood in the void. Their 49,000 feet tall golden bodies were densely covered with thumb-sized holes, from which drops of purple blood were constantly oozing out and drifting into the distance along with the ripples of invisible magic power. Purple gold light flickered rapidly on the damaged parts of the golden bodies. They were silently cultivating their dhyana skills to repair their golden bodies. However, their golden bodies were injured by the strange long hair of the 1,000 heads. There was a kind of extremely corrosive, evil power with a strong, devouring power attached to the wounds. It took them a full 10 minutes to heal the wounds. Wuxia was shocked. With the cultivation base of the Buddhas, any injury could be healed with a thought. For Qiantu to be able to make the 7 Buddhas so strenuously work, his lethality must be terrifying. If even the Buddhas needed 10 minutes to heal the wounds, one could imagine that ordinary immortals, even perfected golden immortals, would probably die if they were stabbed by Qiantu's long hair. A very heavy punch and very painful. Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with a strange color, as if thousands of colors had been mixed together. He stared blankly at the blood he had spat out and frowned. I've just woken up recently and have eaten too many strange things, causing the color of my blood to be so ugly. Originally, my blood was pitch black, a black without any impurities, a black that could destroy and devour everything. Ha! Shoshin snorted coldly. He shook his transcendent's golden body, and his 1,000 arms formed a lotus seal at the same time, pressing heavily toward the 1,000 heads tens of thousands of miles away. Inch by inch, the void shattered and emitted a blinding golden light, transforming into a tens of thousands of meters long golden lotus sword, hacking towards 1,000 heads. Within Shoshin's body, the sounds of chanting echoed out. Shoshin had refined 3,000 boundless worlds, and each boundless world contained 3,000 dimensional worlds, and each dimensional world contained 3,000 minor worlds. In these worlds lived the countless believers that Shoshin had accumulated over the years, and they were all fanatics that other bodhisattvas and Buddhas sought but could not get. Countless fanatics were summoned by the Guardian Heart mantra. They chanted the Guardian Heart Salvation mantra in unison, and a huge amount of willpower was added to the Vajra Lotus Sword. The Vajra Lotus Sword, which was already extremely dazzling and condensed from void fragments, emitted a strong light that was millions of times hotter than the sun and silently chopped down on 1,000 Heads' head. Qiantu raised his head and stared at the golden lotus sword with wide eyes. Behind him, his long hair fluttered like countless poisonous pythons and quickly wove into 100-mile-wide, round shield over his head. With a muffled boom, the golden lotus sword was destroyed, and the shield wriggled rapidly, hissing like a poisonous python that had just eaten its fill. A vast amount of light burst out of Qiantu's body, shooting out countless extremely thin beams of strong light through his pores. Shoshin's 1,000 heads and 1,000 faces sneered together. How dare you swallow the sword power released by me with all my strength? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Qianxia's eyes were wide open. His eyes were pale and emotionless, like those of a dead fish as he stared at Guarding Heart. 1,000 long hairs on his head suddenly darted tens of thousands of miles away and accurately pierced into 1,000 heads of Guarding Heart. The thumb-thick long hair penetrated Shoshin's 1,000 heads and penetrated Shoshin's golden body along with large streams of purple blood. 1,000 heads exploded, and the sword power devoured by Qiantu struck into Shoshin's golden body through his long hair. This was equal to Shoshin launching a full power attack on himself. The upper half of Shoshin's golden body exploded and turned into an ocean of blood, nearly filling up this ball-shaped space. Wuxia was frightened by what he saw. This was the chaotic void, which was not under the influence of the heavenly Tao of Panga World. If Shoshin was killed here, was it possible that he would die for real? Wuxia hadn't fused with Tao himself, so he didn't know what kind of level it was. Therefore, he didn't know what would happen if a fusing with Tao was killed outside Pangu World. While Wuxia was indulging in flights of fancy, a golden lotus slowly emerged from the purple ocean of blood, holding up half of Guarding Heart's golden body. A 7-layered Buddha statue, inlaid with countless pearls, flew out of Shoshin's golden body. Illuminated by the colorful light, Shoshin's golden body recovered quickly. In a quarter of an hour, Shoshin had fully recovered, but his face was slightly pale. Apparently, the strike launched by Qiantu just now had cost him a great deal of his life force. "Qiantu, you're not as strong as me now. You'd better leave." Shoshin vigilantly looked at Qiantu. The look in his eyes was strange, like a man who saw a poisonous snake that was about to be frozen but still wriggling slowly. Although the snake was not a threat to his life, it was a poisonous snake after all. One careless bite could be fatal. Qiantu stared at the 7-layered Buddha statue floating above Shoshin's head and murmured in a low voice, so annoying. Back then, when the holy world was destroyed, the spiritual projections of those powerful beings were born in this ruin. Not only did they give birth to useless things like you, but they also gave birth to the broken spirits of their weapons. Although their real power is less than 1/1,000,000th of their original power, I'm not the same as I was back then. Licking his nose with his faint black tongue, Qiantu frowned and said, "Back then, when the holy world was destroyed, who gave me a blow from behind? If it weren't for that, I would still have a little bit of my power, and killing you would be as easy as lifting a finger." Shoshin and the other 6 Buddhas vigilantly looked at Qiantu. Judging from their expressions, they were also very curious about what Qiantu had to say. They listened attentively to Qiantu's murmur without interrupting him. Qianxia squinted his eyes. When he squinted his eyes, his pupils shrank into a thin line, like the pupils of a cold-blooded animal. He stared at the 7-layered Buddha statue above Shoshin's head, shook his head slightly, and murmured, "I still have some impression of this thing. Although the appearance has changed a little, the aura is 90% similar. Its original owner was a very beautiful woman." Smiling strangely, Qiantu sighed and said, "I saw her being tortured to death with my own eyes." "Who did it?" "It's been too long, I've forgotten." "Was it an illusion tribulation?" "I was injured and had to stop all my actions to recover, but he killed that powerful woman right in front of me. A very delicate, very beautiful woman, and her bones were as beautiful as her. It was an illusion tribulation. He was a skeleton who liked to collect beautiful women." Qiantu's words made Wuxia shudder. The faces of the 7 Buddhas did not look right, but it was extremely rare to hear any news about the sacred realm from Qianxia, so both Wuxia and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs listened quietly. Thousand Head did not disappoint them. He told them about how he and the other Break World people killed the Holy World's creatures. They destroyed the big and small races of the Holy World. In the end, the entire Holy World collapsed. Thousand Head did not disappoint them. Just a 7-layered Buddha pagoda was enough to make Thousand Head sigh with emotion. Buddha Guarding will rolled his eyes, and a red cloud rose above his head, inside of which a uniquely shaped pyramid could be vaguely seen. When Wuxia saw the pyramid, he thought it was the Yu's sky tower. When he looked closer, the pyramid had 33 steps. The presence it released was very old. It was not something the Yu's sky tower could compare to. Qiantu cautiously took a step back. Looking at the pyramid, he sighed and said, "Such good luck. This is Underworld Tower, the strongest divine item made by Underworld Saint, one of the 7 strongest beings in the Holy World." Qiantu laughed strangely, shook his head, and said, "But what's the point? The Holy World is destroyed. It has become a ruin. You self-righteous almighty beings are just ghosts born from their spiritual projections. Xiantu grinned and looked at Panga World. I won't give you a chance. Don't ever think about restoring the holy world. Don't ever think about becoming a powerful being again. You can't kill me, but I can kill you one by one. The pagoda above Shi Buddha's head spun. A Buddha light silently flew out like a ghost. Thousand Head's body shuddered, and a stream of strange-colored blood shot out from his waist. Buddha Shi had taken out a primordial treasure which he had named the Nirvana Pagoda, and had chopped Thousand Head in half at the waist with a single blow. Xiantu lowered his head. Looking at his lower body gradually separating from his upper body, he laughed happily and said, "This is the feeling, this is the smell. Back then, I was hit by Underworld Tower with a full power strike." Amidst the strange laughter, countless black tendrils grew from the two halves of Thousand Head's body. These tendrils wriggled and pulled his body together again. His wounds healed quickly. Faintly, a Buddha light sparkled on his wounds, but soon the Buddha light died out. Proudly shaking his body, Xiantu laughed out loud and said, "It's useless. Unless you can destroy my immortal soul seal, you can never kill me. You can only suppress me, seal me, but you can't kill me." With a crazed look in his eyes, Xiantu lowered his voice and continued, "But where is my immortal soul seal? You can never find it." Speaking of immortal soul seal, Wuxi's pupils suddenly shrunk. A faint energy was released from Qiantu's body, resonating with something deep in the chaos. Chapter 1040. After cultivating the scroll of stealing, Wuxi was the first thief under the heaven, and the sensitivity of his divine sense was far greater than that of the 7 Dao fusing experts. As soon as Qianxiu mentioned his immortal soul seal, Wuxi immediately discovered some strange energy ripples emanating from him, as if he was resonating with something in the depths of chaos. It was as if a thief was best at finding treasures. Looking at Qianxiu, Wuxi spread his divine sense out with the first thread of innate thievery energy. As he sensed the energy ripples emanating from Qianxiu, an ancient, heavy, an oddly shaped palace suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The palace floated amidst the boundless chaos. It did not seem to have a corporeal body, but was built with bricks made of vague, chaotic energy. The shape of the palace seemed to be changing at any time, but in fact, it had never changed since the beginning of time. The feeling of moving but not moving made Wuxi feel so uncomfortable that he almost coughed up blood. In the middle of the palace, 13 black coffins were lined up neatly in front of Chi-Chi. There was a black lamp in the center of each coffin, and a flame the size of a human head was burning quietly on the wick. Vaguely, a figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the flame. These coffins, lamps, and the flame gave Wuxi a strange feeling. It was as if these things had existed since the beginning of time, and would exist forever, as if no power of time could destroy them. Outside the palace in the middle, a heavy and oppressive force enveloped the surroundings. This force was so powerful that it had already condensed into a solid, thick, square wall that wrapped around the palace. 36 huge runes were lined up on the dark wall that looked like it was made of black metal. They did not move at all, but when Wuxi saw them with his divine sense, he vaguely felt that they seemed to contain all the movements and changes of time. Using his spirit power, Wuxi memorized the shapes of these spell symbols. Instinctively, he activated his soul power to deduce the changes of the first spell symbol. As a result, his soul power was consumed rapidly. Within the span of 3 breaths, his soul power was nearly drained. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat, and his body twitched slightly, nearly revealing his true form. That palace was the place where Thousand Heads stored the so-called immortal soul seal. There was an unimaginable almighty being protecting this palace. Not to mention the magic power that had already materialized, just the 36 runes that were protruding from the wall were millions of times more powerful than the ancient runes that Wuxi knew of. With Wuxi's current cultivation, He did not even have the qualifications to comprehend the first rune. Slowly swallowing the blood in his mouth back into his stomach, Wuxia retracted his spiritual consciousness. Following the resonant aura between Thousand Heads and the Immortal Soul Seal, Wuxia had found the place where his Immortal Soul Seal was stored. This information was extremely important. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled. This Thousand Heads was too unscrupulous. When Wuxia found a way to get his Immortal Soul Seal, he would like to see what else he could do. Judging from this, there were 13 world breakers like Thousand Heads. 13 of them were able to destroy his sacred realm and create this boundless chaotic void. It was indeed incredible. Wuxia looked at Thousand Heads curiously. What was this weird guy's background? According to what he said just now, Pangu had created Pangu World. Did he have other intentions? Pangu continent was constantly devouring chaotic energy to create new continents. Did Pangu have the intention to rebuild the sacred realm with his own power? If Pangu succeeded, he would become the so-called supreme expert of the sacred realm. That would be a piece of cake. What a great ambition. Wuxia could not help but marvel. Pangu, who was sleeping somewhere in Pangu World, was indeed extraordinary. In the void, the 7 Buddhas raised 1,000 arms and turned them into different incantation gestures. As they chanted in a deep voice, they gathered the power of all the believers in the Buddhist realm in their bodies and turned it into a boundless light that gathered in their palms. The 7 Buddhas stood in a straight line with Guarding Heart as their leader. The Buddhas behind them all pressed their arms on the back of the Buddhas in front of them, injecting all the power they had gathered into the body of the one in front of them. A wheel with 99 layers inside and outside slowly emerged behind Buddha, Lord Guarding Heart's head. The wheel spun, with the true forms of billions of living beings between heaven and earth running and playing in it, as well as the true forms of countless holy Buddhas. The heart-guarding Buddha chanted the scriptures in a low voice, merging all the power injected by the 6 Buddhas behind him into his body, gradually compressing and transforming it into a terrifying power that almost blew his golden Buddha body into pieces. Wuxia looked at the 7 Buddhas with a smile on his face, gathering all the power of 7 Buddhas and releasing it all at once with a Buddhist mystic art. How amazing was this method! Even if Thousand Heads had the Immortal Soul Seal to ensure that he would not really turn into ashes, could his body withstand such a terrible blow? Wuxia, who had almost taken out his wine and pastries to watch from the sidelines, shook his head. How could ordinary people get to see the full power of the 7 Buddhas, especially the 6 Buddhist ancestors standing behind the heart-guarding Buddha? After channeling all their energy into the heart-guarding Buddha's body, they sat cross-legged in the void with pale faces. Each of them took out a grand mist treasure artifact to protect themselves. Only Guarding Heart's 1,000 hands rapidly changed into Buddhist incantation gestures, and his chanting became more and more rapid. The 99 layers of wheels behind his head emitted a deep rumble, gradually turning from shadow of light into a solid object that seemed to be forged from purple gold. Thousand Heads' long hair fluttered behind him as he looked at Guarding Heart and murmured, "If I hadn't been seriously injured when the sacred world collapsed, this power would be nothing. If I hadn't been severely injured and sealed by Pangu back then, I wouldn't have taken your power seriously. Damn it, if I had met more prey in the past few days and devoured them, I would have had the power to fight you now." With a cold snort, countless strands of hair transformed into black vipers and stabbed toward Guarding Heart. The 7-layered Buddhist banner emitted a blinding light that shone in all directions, filled with scorching power. Before the black hair could get close to Guarding Heart, Buddha Heart's body was set ablaze and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Without caring about anything else, Thousand Heads launched a fierce attack on Guarding Heart with his long hair. Meanwhile, he locked his fingers together and slowly waved them before his body. Thin wisps of black smoke rose from his fingertips and formed a human head-sized, weird spell symbol in front of him. Wuxia coldly looked at the spell symbol. It was one of the 36 spell symbols he found outside the palace. 1,000 Heads cast the spell symbol right in front of him, which gave Wuxia a chance to learn the function of the spell symbol. Clearly, it was quite strenuous for 1,000 Heads to activate the spell symbol. He trembled, and under his white skin, his withered muscles shrunk further. Soon, he was almost a bag of bones. Tremblingly waving his arms, a stream of blood spurted out from between his eyebrows and merged into the spell symbol. At the same time, Guarding Heart gave a deep growl. He reached out an arm and carelessly clawed at 1,000 Heads as he said in a deep voice, "1,000 Heads, no matter who you are, you can't make any trouble in Pangu world now. You'd better stay here and be suppressed." A beam of golden light shot out from the middle of Heart-guarding Buddha's palm and shone on Xianxia's body. The 99 wheels followed the golden light and flew forward, with the core of the wheel wrapped around the golden light. Along with a deep rumbling sound, the wheels spun and approached Xianxia. This wheel was a magical treasure found by the 7 Buddhas in the chaos. It didn't have any offensive or defensive power, but it had an extremely strong suppressive power. In the past, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had relied on the power of the treasure wheel to suppress countless chaos fiend gods who had opposed them, grinding away all their power before completely killing them. Today, the 7 Buddhas joined hands and fully activated the strongest power of the wheel, vowing to suppress 1,000 Heads in the boundless chaos. They couldn't let 1,000 Heads make any trouble in Pangu world. The 7 Buddhas were about to launch all kinds of plans. They were going to fight for the control of Pangu world against the 9 Daozu. How could they allow 1,000 Heads to ruin their plan? If Pangu world was destroyed, the 7 Buddhas themselves would be in danger of dying. All the efforts of their disciples and grand disciples would be wasted. What's worse, the 7 Buddhas weren't Pangu. They didn't have the determination to break the void and create a world of their own. The treasure will slowly press down on Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head, and his shriveled black lips moved rapidly. Interesting. In fact, you really do have the chance to suppress and seal me again. But I have something good for self-defense. As 1,000 Heads murmured, 9 talismans glowing with purple light floated out of his body. Wuxia was stunned, and the 7 Buddhas almost cursed out loud. These Tao talismans emitted strong waves of magic power. They were clearly Tao talismans made by the 9 Tao ancestors. Moreover, looking at the purity of the waves of magic power, these Tao talismans were even made with the blood of their lives. The 9 talismans broke, and 9 water tank-sized lotuses appeared around 1,000 Heads. Patriarch Guarding Heart snarled, "I knew it was them who let you out. Otherwise, how could you wake up after being sealed by Pangu?" The advancing speed of the treasure wheel was gradually slowed down because of the 9 lotuses. The treasure wheel emitted thousands of cold beams of light that clashed with the rapidly spinning lotuses. Petals fell down like rain, but new lotus petals kept growing. Although the treasure wheel had the absolute advantage, it would not be able to destroy the 9 lotuses in a short period of time. Just when the wheel and the lotuses reached a delicate balance, 1,000 Heads gently pushed the talisman condensed from black smoke in front of him forward. "Mirror." Xianxia smiled strangely. The talisman expanded and turned into an extremely thin, circular curtain of light. With a light flick, the huge wheel, which had gathered all the power of the 7 Buddhas, flew backward with a whistling sound. With a loud boom, the wheel smashed heavily into Guardian Heart. He howled in pain, and his body trembled. In an instant, he reverted to his usual Taoist form. A golden wheel spun rapidly between his brows, and his cultivation base was completely sealed. From a mighty Tao fusing expert, he became an ordinary old man in a Taoist robe. The other 6 Buddhas had just recovered some of their strength. Seeing Guardian Heart being hit by their own wheel, they all screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Daozu grabbed Guardian Heart, and the group transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through the void and flying toward Pangu world. All of 1,000 Heads' long hair was torn off. His body trembled, and his bones cracked. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. Laughing strangely, Thousand Heads murmured, "I told you, you can't seal me today." Before his voice faded, Wuxia had already changed his face and appeared behind Thousand Heads like a ghost. Thousand Heads' expression changed instantly. Chapter 1041. Before Thousand Heads could speak, Wuxia smiled and said, 108,000 pieces are not enough. How about 1,080,000,000 pieces? Or a little more? For example, I can cut your body into small cells. Believe me, I can do that. I can even separate your cytoplasm from your nucleus. Then, I can seal your pieces and throw them away. Even if you have an immortal soul seal, so what? We are born with the power to devour all energy and all things. When we were born in the holy world, we were very weak. We had to swallow everything to have the power to destroy the world. We killed the 7 strongest people in the holy world together. At the same time, we used all of our power to destroy the holy world. Without hesitation, he took everything out of the 3 rings. Wuxia used the Yuan Ling True Flame to burn the 3 rings. Perhaps some strange restrictive spell was attached to the ring with a strange shape, and Wuxia would not keep it with him to threaten him. He stared at Wuxia and suddenly shouted, "You do not have the power to find the Hall of the Undying. You are so weak. Even if you find the Hall of the Undying, you cannot break its restrictions. You are a fucking liar." He looked at Thousand Heads and coldly said, "Now, tell me about yourself. World Breaker, what is a world breaker? Why do you want to destroy the holy world? I'm very interested in where you come from. Don't ever think of abandoning this body and forming another body with the Undying Soul Seal. I've already located the location of the Undying Hall. Before you can form a new body, I can definitely destroy your Undying Soul Seal." Upon hearing Wuqi's words, Xianxia's body began to tremble. Clenching his jaws, he said, "It's useless. Even if you burn my bones and scatter my ashes, my immortal soul seal can still make me form another body out of thin air. If worst comes to worst, I'll just abandon my current body." Wuxia looked at Thousand Heads suspiciously. He coldly smiled and said, "You really don't know where you come from?" Thousand Heads roared and his long hair shot out, stabbing everywhere in the chaotic space. His long hair was hissing, crazily absorbing the chaotic energy in the surroundings, trying to replenish his body. But Wuxia laughed strangely again. With a wave of the Xianyuan sword, he cut off Qianshou's long hair and revealed his bald head. Right in front of Qianshou, Wuxia opened the ring with a mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing that allowed him to open all kinds of storage rings. Then, he scanned it with his divine will and whistled frivolously. "Yo, you have a lot of treasures, huh? How many worlds have you plundered? You do have a lot of treasures. But there doesn't seem to be any treasures of the Undying Realm." Empress White asked him to modify thousands of artifacts of the human race for her. With his character, how could he not take advantage of her? The Xianyuan sword was a sacred artifact of the human race, and when he modified it, he naturally condensed an identical one with primal purple energy. Now, Thousand Heads' face turned completely pale. "How did you find the Hall of Deathless?" he roared hoarsely. "That is a forbidden place that we can't even find ourselves. Who are you?" Without enough energy to replenish his body, his broken bones could not be repaired, and he temporarily lost the ability to move. The Hall of Deathless keeps our immortal soul seals. As long as the soul seals are not destroyed, we 13 world breakers are immortal. Before Thousand Heads could think of a way to deal with it, Wuxia had already cut off his limbs with a Xianyuan sword. Thousand Heads looked at Wuxia coldly and said, "The Undying Realm is destroyed, and everything is destroyed. How could anything from the Undying Realm be passed down? Undying and indestructible body. Interesting." Wuxia laughed. "But it seems you can't generate power out of thin air. Otherwise, you would not have been sealed by Pangu. Now, you are badly injured, and you need spirit chi to replenish yourself. There's no spirit chi around you. What can you do?" It was true. Even if Wuxia went to Hall of Deathless, he would not be able to destroy it. Thousand Heads' brain was a bit muddled. He had only thought of this now. Even though he was a world breaker, Thousand Heads was still a man. He had his own sense of beauty. Wuqi's face was like a flower, and it was very subversive. Thousand Heads stopped talking. He stared at Wuxia. After a while, he coldly said, "I am Thousand Heads. I destroyed the Undying Realm with 12 other world breakers. Do not ask questions about where we came from. Even we do not know when or why we appeared in the Undying Realm. When we woke up, we were in Hall of Deathless. Our mission was to destroy the Undying Realm and prevent the Undying Realm from reviving." Wuqi's slap was very direct and powerful. Now that his fleshly body was very strong, the slap had sent flesh flying out of Qiandu's cheek and nearly smashed his head. Therefore, Qiandu could not make a threatening vow. Wuqi squinted at Thousand Heads and said, "These pieces of trash cannot be from the Undying Realm, right?" Thousand Heads looked at Wuqi with anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "I swear, I will." Wuqi pulled out the Xianyuan sword. He slashed tens of thousands of times and cut Thousand Heads into pieces of meat. Then, he unleashed a blurry god thunder. He blew Thousand Heads' meat into mincemeat. He did not want to waste his power to seal Thousand Heads and throw him away. He just laughed at the sky and turned around to leave. Thousand Heads' face was twisted. He wanted to cry, but failed to shed any tears. While laughing strangely, he waved the Xianyuan sword and began to hack and slash at Thousand Heads as if he were cutting a melon or a fruit. Sitting in front of Thousand Heads with his legs crossed, Wuqi smilingly looked at Thousand Heads from head to toe, then took off the 3 dark golden, odd-shaped rings on his left forefinger, middle finger, and ring finger. The rings were shaped like venomous pythons, ugly and ferocious, but Wuqi could sense the power of space in them. Thousand Heads narrowed his eyes, stared at Wuqi with his reptilian eyes, and said, "Believe it or not, this is the truth. Ever since we woke up, we knew that we had to destroy the Undying Realm. That's all. But Hall of Deathless is a forbidden place for us too. Every time we were injured severely, we would regrow our bodies in Hall of Deathless, but we could never find out where it is." Thousand Heads roared, glaring at Wuqi and growling, "How dare you insult me?" Just now, in order to fend off the joint attack launched by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, Thousand Heads had consumed the last bit of his power. While Wuqi hacked at him, the terrifying killing intent on the Xianyuan sword kept accumulating in his body. Even though he had an immortal body, he still howled in pain, and his internal energy was constantly being worn away. However, he had no strength at all at the moment, and could not fight back even if he wanted to. Wuqi stared coldly at Xianxia and said, "Is this what you call an insult? Do you want to try other, more horrible insults?" Aye. He pretended to be surprised and cried out. Wuqi smiled and said, "You mean the 13 immortal soul seals stored in that palace? Look, I found your base. If I go there and destroy your immortal soul seals, can you still come back to life?" The Xianyuan sword struck out and cut off Thousand Heads' lower body. New hair grew on Thousand Heads' scalp, but as he had lost too much of his internal energy, the growth of his hair was very slow. Thousand Heads opened his mouth with great difficulty, trying to devour the surrounding chaotic energy, but Wuqi pushed the surrounding chaotic energy away with a great force, turning the place into a spherical vacuum with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles. Then, he turned his hand and shot out a Yuan Ling True Flame. The Yuan Ling True Flame that Wuqi had cultivated from hundreds of innate divine flames was incredibly powerful. Thousand Heads' long hair twisted and struggled in the white flame, letting out shrill howls. After spending the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Qianxia's long hair was refined into a vast, mottled, and bizarre aura. After pondering for a brief moment, he carefully absorbed the aura into his body. Countless pieces of flesh rushed together and slowly reformed in Thousand Heads' head. Thousand Heads sneered and said, "I've destroyed 71 small worlds along the way. If I absorb these things, I can recover a lot of my strength." He snorted coldly, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said, "I've told you everything I know. As for the information about the sacred realm, it's useless to tell you. Someone like you." As he spoke, Thousand Heads' face turned uglier and uglier. After his skillful modification, the killing aura of the Xianyuan sword was 10,000 times stronger than before. With one slash, it could kill almost all the living beings in the world. In terms of lethality alone, it was comparable to a chaotic spirit artifact, or even stronger. Wuxi's swordsmanship was not bad either. With a swing of the sword, Qianxia's limbs were severed at the same time. But, just like Buddha Garding had cut him at the waist, countless tiny black tendrils sprayed out of his severed limbs, and his broken body was repaired once again. Activating the mystic art of Scroll of Stealing, Wuxi slowly absorbed the enormous aura. The primal purple energy in his body began to surge violently, as if some subtle changes were happening to it. Wuxi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The aura he refined from Thousand Heads' long hair contained some mysterious chaos principles, far more mysterious than the great Tao of Panga World. Wuxi's bold attempt had given him a great advantage, and it seemed that the 36 runes were not incomprehensible. Slowly, Wuxi swung the sword and cut Thousand Heads in half. "You are immortal?" he said with a low laugh. "Very well, I'll cut you into 108,000 pieces. Then store each piece in a secret sealed pagoda and randomly throw these pieces around. Tell me, what are your chances of resurrection?" Nodding slowly, Wuxi asked, "Did you rob these things after you woke up?" Wuxi laughed. He put away the Xianyuan sword, walked slowly in front of Qiandu, and winked at him with a smile on his face. However, his current appearance was so ugly that it made people want to vomit. It was a face as beautiful as jade. Even a world breaker like Thousand Heads was stunned by Wuxi's face, and he almost threw up. Qianxiu gasped for air, but there was only the void around him. Even the rays of light from the chaos were blocked by his great divine ability. There was only a complete vacuum around him, a vacuum without a single speck of dust. He couldn't breathe at all. His body trembled violently, like a fish out of the water, but he could not even move. "Talk nicely, or I can't guarantee what kind of treatment you will receive." Wuxi looked at Thousand Heads coldly and said, "When you're under a low wall, you have to learn to lower your head. Do you understand? If you don't understand, I promise you will." Chapter 1042. Mianhu City, the border between Diyu's western region and the Shizhou dynasty. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, Mianhu City was the base of Yu's Xiong army, as well as the heart of the battlefield between Diyu and the Shizhou dynasty. If the Shizhou dynasty were to break through Mianhu City, the Nine Plains, the largest region in Diyu's western region, would be a piece of flat land. Originally, Diyu had laid out a dozen lines of defense in front of Mianhu City, but under the powerful offensive of the Shizhou dynasty, they had all collapsed. Now, all the pressure was on Mianhu City. If Gao had not led the main force of Yu's Xiong army to Mianhu City more than a year ago, the Shizhou dynasty would have long invaded the western region and directly threatened Yu's Xiong Plain. On the city wall, which had been temporarily reinforced with magic, Gao sat on a large chair, his upper body bared, overlooking the Shizhou dynasty soldiers who were attacking the city like a swarm of ants. Originally, the city wall was no more than 30 feet high, but after Gao personally led the army to reinforce Yu's Xiong army, the supreme oracles who accompanied the army raised it to a height of 1,000 feet and expanded it to a length and width of 100 miles. Its thickness was also more than 200 feet, and it was engraved with countless runes, making its defense extremely formidable. On top of that, the Yu's Xiong army, whose most ordinary soldiers were in the realm of Second Panga Heaven, was as powerful as a millstone, slowly grinding all the Shizhou dynasty soldiers who dared to attack the city. Even most of the fiend gods from the outer domains were defeated here. Except for a fiend god who attacked the city a few months ago, no one from the Shizhou dynasty could actually threaten Mianhu City. Even the great devil god, who had attacked the city, was killed by Wuxia's army with the help of the powerful city defense. The great fiend god's head was hanging on the flagpole behind Gao. It was a hideous face, with a few broken horns pointing weakly at the sky. He was a Tao-breaking fiend god, but he was killed by the Wuxia army, which showed how strong the army was. He took a deep breath, and the muscles on his upper body began to wriggle like snakes. His right chest and left shoulder were respectively pierced by a thumb-sized golden arrow. This kind of arrow was a magic arrow specially made by the Xianxia dynasty to deal with the strongest of the human race. The arrow contained a strong psychic power, a power that cursed the soul of the person who was hit by the arrow, never to be reincarnated. To powerful human beings with relatively weak souls, this kind of magic arrow was extremely lethal. Gao personally led his men to fight on the city wall, but they were ambushed by a divine archer hidden among the Xianxia soldiers. If not for the fact that he had fused with the soul of a divine dragon, which made his soul 1,000,000 times stronger than the ordinary DU generals, he would have been killed by now. Even with the protection of the beast's souls, Gao was badly wounded. The two magic arrows were very vicious, with wisps of psychic power tightly entangling his flesh. If he tried to pull them with brute force, he would surely pull out large pieces of his flesh, bones, and even internal organs. So, he could only use his own strength to slowly dissolve the psychic power in the arrows and force them out. He breathed out a scorching breath, then performed an incantation gesture with both hands in front of his dantian. Slowly, the incantation gesture changed, and the magic arrows in his flesh were forced out bit by bit. Suddenly, he asked, "What happened in the East Sea? Why did eldest brother die there?" The captains standing around Gao exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time. The situation in the East Sea was really complicated, and the will of the Wahuang clan played a huge role in it. Apart from Emperor Haozuan and a few Saint Emperors, no one knew the details. As for Jidai's death, it was because he suddenly attacked Wuxia and pretended to be the human emperor. It was obvious that Jidai was a man of sacrifice from the Celestial Court or the Buddhist League. This was a scandal to DU, so it was covered up. After all, several upheavals had taken place in DU, and it was not easy to calm the people down. If the world learned that Jidai was also a spy from the Celestial Court or the Buddhist League, it would be a heavy blow to the reputation and the people of DU. The East Sea and the Western region were very far apart, and it would take an ordinary gold immortal hundreds of years to travel from the East Sea to the Western region, even at the fastest speed. Now that DU was at war, all the teleportation formations were taken over by Liangzhu's emissaries, and the communication between the Western region and the East Sea was not smooth. On top of that, the higher-ups of Liangzhu had deliberately blocked the news, so Gao had no idea what was happening in the East Sea. Two crisp, tinkling noises rang out as the arrows were finally forced out of Gao's body. Then he took a deep breath. Wisps of purple energy rushed out of the wounds, and they healed quickly. King Donghai. Gao murmured with a gloomy face as he looked up at the celestial fiend gods who were attacking dozens of supreme towers. "Don't let me down, King Donghai," he said in a low voice. "If my eldest brother's death has something to do with you and the East Sea, you have to give me an explanation." Gao stamped his foot and snorted coldly. "Although there are times when I wish he could die, he is my eldest brother after all, and I can't let him die in your hands." Grinning coldly, Gao donned his armor and strode up to the battlements under the escort of his subordinates. Then he shouted at the Xianxia dynasty soldiers who were attacking the city. "What a bunch of useless fools! How many men have you lost in Mianhu City? 1,000,000? 2,000,000? You can't even take down a mere Mianhu City?" Gao and the generals around him laughed at the Xianxia dynasty soldiers. The morale of the Xianxia dynasty soldiers plummeted, and the attacking army slowly retreated to the rear. Today's siege was over. These days, the Xianxia dynasty's attacks had been so feeble, and no one knew what they were up to. Grinning coldly, Gao spun and descended the city wall. Naturally, there would be a deputy to take charge of the defense. Riding on his mount, Gao returned to the mayor's mansion. After taking off his armor and battle robe, he took a bath and changed into clean clothes, then was served wine and delicacies by maidservants. With a gloomy face, Gao ate as much as he could. Patting his muscular abdomen, he slowly rose to his feet and walked into the back hall. After a while, four men clad in armors who looked 70 to 80% similar to Gao came into the back hall and bowed in unison to Gao, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked the oldest, asked respectfully, "Father, why did you summon us?" Fiddling with a small dagger in his hand, Gao said lazily, "You've done a good job guarding the four gates these days. But lately, the Xianxia dynasty's offensive has weakened a lot. Clearly, they have something up their sleeves. The fate of you is in turmoil, so you must work hard. Don't slack off." These four men were all Gao's sons, and they were known as Tiger, Leopard, Jackal, and Wolf respectively. Gao had given them the title of Fierce Beast in vain. Each of them was valiant and good at fighting, and they were famous for their bravery and strength among King Xianxia's descendants. Now, Gao was in charge of Wuxia's army, and the four of them controlled more than 60% of the army's strength. Upon hearing Gao's words, the four of them cupped their fists and answered. At Gao's order, they took off their armors and sat down in the hall. Some maidservants brought them wine and meat, and the four of them ate heartily. These days, they had been guarding the four gates of Mianhu City, taking turns on the wall day and night. The Xianxia dynasty's army had been harassing them day and night, so they had to eat, drink, and defecate on the wall. So, they rarely had time to eat a meal like this. Gao looked at his four sons with a rare gentleness in his eyes. Casually throwing the dagger aside, he said in a cold voice, I asked you to send a messenger to ask about the East Sea to your father-in-law. Have you received any reply?" Jihu, the oldest of the four sons, raised his head and answered in a deep voice, "Father-in-law did, but he said that grandfather had strictly ordered me not to say anything related to the East Sea. So, I have no idea what happened in the East Sea." The other three sons shook their heads as well. Gao wanted to know what had happened in Donghai, but King Xianxia did not give him any clear information. Gao had tried to find out through his sons-in-laws, but in the end, it was all in vain. A little annoyed, Gao punched the ground and said with a cold snort, "What is father doing? Is there anything that I can't know?" The king of East Sea. King of East Sea. First, he established Yanhuang, then merged it with Diyu. Is he playing house? What does he want? Or what is he doing now? Wuxia, who was returning to Pangu World from the chaos, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and murmured something under his breath, then looked back at the place where he had plotted against Xianxia and chuckled evilly. Jihu dropped the bone in his hand and said carelessly, "Father, that king of East Sea is just a lucky boy. Why do you think so highly of him? He was just a pawn under father's command in those years, and he was just blessed with the title of king. Even if he was killed by grandfather and the others and seized the East Sea from him, so what?" Grinning coldly, Gao glared at Jihu and scolded, "Nonsense! Do you really think the king of East Sea is just a lucky boy? In just over a decade, he has risen from a commoner to the title of king. Do you think it is so easy to get the title of king into you? There are so many kings into you, and every one of them is the result of the hard work of generations or even dozens of generations. But this king of East Sea, a commoner, only took him a little over a decade to become a king, and he even obtained the sacred emperor's Kunwa sword. How could he be an ordinary man?" Stroking a jade pendant on his belt, Gao narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Father is just afraid that he has a powerful background. Diyu is in a precarious situation now, and it can't afford any more turbulence. One Taoist league and one Buddhist league are enough to overthrow Diyu. If something happens to the king of East Sea, TSK." With a wave of his hand, the wine jar in front of Ji, who flew into Gao's hand. He lifted it up and took a gulp, then murmured to himself, "This is really strange. Is there any inside story that even I am not allowed to know?" The matter of the Donghai Sea was concealed so tightly. Just a casual sentence of Donghai Sea on the official document was enough to cover it up. What is hidden in it? Gao's heart twitched violently as he said with a frown, "I have a bad feeling. Something big is going to happen." Jihu and his three brothers exchanged a glance, then bowed their heads disapprovingly and went back to eating and drinking. All of a sudden, hurried footsteps were heard as a general clad in golden armor burst into the back hall. "Your Highness, the Shizo dynasty's army has sent back a message." Chapter 1043. The golden-armored general who rushed into the back of the hall was over 5 meters tall, and his entire body reeked of blood. His expression was cold and solemn, and his eyes were as gloomy as those of a wild wolf that had eaten too many corpses. There was not a trace of emotion in his green eyes. Only when he saw Gao did his eyes flicker with a hint of fanaticism. Jihu and the other three looked up at the same time, then rose to their feet and bowed to the burly man whose face was covered with countless scars. Brother Ao. The burly man's name was Gao, Gao's adopted son, and he was about 100 years older than Jihu and the other three sons. He had followed Gao for more than 300 years and was the strongest general under his command. Gao was gifted with extraordinary strength, and his skin was as tough as steel, and he was immune to all poisons. When he was 7 years old, he was able to kill a poisonous flood dragon. When he was 13, he won the approval of a descendant of a divine beast, the black tortoise, and fused with its beast soul. Since then, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. At the age of 30, he stepped into the second Panga heaven, and at the age of 60, he broke through to the Hongmeng Panga heaven. Now, he was one of the top experts in Yu, and his cultivation base had broken through the limit of the third Panga heaven. Just like his name, Gao was Gao's most loyal and craziest mastiff. When Gao was away from home, he left all the military affairs and his fief to Gao. Gao was the only one who could make Gao feel at ease. Even some of Gao's secret forces, such as the Divine Stallion Battalion, were all under his control. Although Jihu and the others were Gao's sons, they were not as important as Gao. So, when they saw Gao barging in, they hastily rose to their feet and bowed. Looking at Gao, who was covered in blood, Gao asked in a cold voice, "What happened? Why are you covered in blood?" Gao looked down at the blood that had half congealed on his body, then casually wiped it on his armor, making the blood even more messy. "I went to meet up with our spies, but I found a few bald thieves following us, so I killed them," he said disapprovingly. Gao, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Followed? In other words, they have been exposed?" Jijua nodded and said, "I've already brought them back to Mienu City. We have enough spies in the Shizo dynasty army anyway, so it doesn't matter even if these few people are exposed." After pondering for a moment, Gao asked in a deep voice, "Is there any movement from the Shizo dynasty?" Rubbing his scarred face with his blood-stained hand, Jijua grinned and said, "I found the reason why the Shizo dynasty's army has been so weak these days. No one knows where the 7 old monks of the Buddhist League have gone, but they've all returned to the Spirit Vulture Mountain, severely injured." It's said that the head of the 7 Buddhist League's 7 ancestors, the guarding heart old monk, has his cultivation sealed by some kind of magical treasure, and now the other 6 old monks are busy helping him deal with that magical treasure. Gao's eyes flickered as he chuckled and said, "Oh, this was interesting. No wonder those bald donkeys have been half-hearted when they attacked the city recently, and weren't as crazy as they had been in the past. That's a good thing. What else?" Gao frowned and said in a deep voice, "One more thing. Your Highness, you have to be extra careful in the near future. The Shizo dynasty has set their eyes on your Highness. They are plotting against Yuxiong army. Jihu laughed and said, Plotting? What kind of plotting? Are they planning to wipe out Yuxiong army? Gao shook his head and said coldly, Not wipe them out, but take control of Yuxiong army. The rear hall fell into a dead silence. After a full 10 minutes, Gao sighed and said, Take control of Yuxiong army? What a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of being stuffed to death? Hee. What can I do to take control of Yuxiong army? Gao, is this information reliable? Gao nodded seriously, then told Gao the source of the information. The general of the Shizo dynasty who besieged Mianhu City was called Jade Flower Bodhisattva Rui, an outstanding disciple of the Joyous Clan. In recent years, the Joyous Clan had suffered a great loss, and even Amitabha Buddha was killed by a great dragon venerable who suddenly appeared in the Great Dragon Mountains. Therefore, Jade Flower Bodhisattva Rui was very likely to take over the position of one of the Buddhas of the Joyous Clan, which made his status even more important. As a disciple of the Joyous Clan, Jade Flower Bodhisattva Rui had the characteristics of a disciple of the Joyous Clan. Although he was away on expeditions, he was accompanied by 300 female disciples, who were in fact his cultivation vessels. Among them, the most favored female disciple was called Suet Fat Goddess, also known as Goddess of the Night, which was a compliment to her skin, which was as smooth and translucent as the finest mutton fat jade, and could even glow at night. These 300 female disciples all kept a large number of gigolos, and among the spies that Gao placed in the Jin dynasty's army, there were a few handsome young men. They caught the eye of the sheep-fat goddess, and now they were the freshest and most favored gigolos around the sheep-fat goddess. Blessed by Bodhisattva Rui, the mutton-fat goddess was in charge of dealing with the official documents and secret military intelligence of Bodhisattva Rui. Back in her own tent, the mutton-fat goddess couldn't help but talk about some important military affairs with these men, and the top-secret documents she carried with her couldn't escape from the hands of these professional spies, who were sent by Gao. Why is it so messy? Gao could not help but grimace as he listened to Gao's report. And to you, keeping a woman in the army during a war was a capital offense, and it could even implicate one's own family. As for the fact that the woman he kept was openly keeping a gigolos, Gao was amazed. This Bodhisattva Rui was really open-minded, worthy of being the proud disciple of the Joyous Clan. However, a man like him could make do with being a Buddhist cultivator, but could he really lead an army to war? Jihu and his brothers also grimaced and shook their heads at the same time. Gao flicked his fingers lightly. He no longer doubted the source of the intelligence Gao brought back. Although the source was a little bizarre, with the messy state of the Shizo dynasty army, anything could happen. But his heart was heavy. Instead of trying to wipe out Yuxiong army, they were trying to take control of it. There was a big difference between the two. In other words, among the higher-ups of Yuxiong army, at least someone at the level of Sijun was a spy of the Shizo dynasty. Otherwise, how could they take control of Yuxiong army? Gao could figure out the reason why the Shizo dynasty suddenly made such a decision. With the 7 Buddhist patriarchs wounded, it was clear that the Buddhist League was impatient. They wanted to settle the overall situation on Panga continent as soon as possible, and then focus on other things. It was not a small matter to injure the Buddhist patriarchs. If the Buddhist League could really take control of Yuxiong army, Mianhu City would immediately become the bridgehead for the Shizo dynasty to attack Diyu. Beyond Mianhu City was the 9 Great Plains of the Western region. Beyond the 9 Great Plains was Yuxiong Plain, which was populated and rich in natural resources. With Yuxiong army as the vanguard, it would be more than enough to sweep across the western frontier and push into Yuxiong Plain. At that time, the Shizo dynasty could form a joint attack against the Yu from the east, south, and west. The eastern frontier of the Yu and the East Sea would hold back the Shizo dynasty's forces, and the southern frontier was also occupied by Great Wu, which had popped up out of nowhere, which prevented the Shizo dynasty from concentrating its full strength. But if something happened to Yuxiong army in the western frontier, it would immediately become a raging torrent. The Shizo dynasty's base was in the western frontier, and countless Shizo dynasty's troops could rush directly into the hinterland of the Yu and launch the deadliest attack onto you. No wonder the Shizo dynasty's attack is so weak these days. It's not only because of the news that the Buddhist patriarchs are wounded, but also because they want to make me lower my guard. Gao laughed and said, Gao, it's fortunate that we have you, or we would be in a passive position when they launch their attack. After pondering for a moment, Gao said in a deep voice, I want all the men of Divine Mastiff Battalion to keep a close watch on all the generals of Yuxiong Army. If they make any suspicious moves, kill them on the spot. Gao, you're in charge of this. The four of you will help Gao. Gao nodded. Then Jihu and his three brothers shouted out together. Gao glanced at the faces of Gao and his four sons, then narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he suddenly thought of King Xianxia and King Lishan, who had tried to assassinate Emperor Haozuan in the imperial palace of Liangzhu. His heart twitched violently. Gao was his adopted child, and he had adopted him by his side by a chance encounter. It was impossible for someone to do anything to him in that kind of situation. But what was inside the flesh of his four own children when he peeled open their flesh? Was it the supreme golden body of the Buddhist League, or the tranquil immortal body of the Tao League? Would his son, who was so respectful and submissive to him, stab him in the back in the next moment? Without Gao's warning, if he were tired of the weak and powerless attacks of the Shizo dynasty these days, would he be able to react in time if Jihu or the other three sons stabbed him in the back? Would that stab leave him a chance to survive? Gao shuddered. He suddenly felt that the cotton robe he was wearing was very thin, and he did not feel safe at all. The Buddhist League was not plotting to wipe out Yuxiong Army, but to take control of it. Back in the days when Liangzhu was in turmoil, Yuxiong Army was in big trouble. Nearly half of the soldiers were killed for participating in the rebellion, and thousands of powerful clans were involved in it. Who could guarantee that there were no Buddhist League or Tao League members hiding in the army now? Who could guarantee that the military minister and the left and right military ministers of the Yuxiong Army, the front, the back, the left, the right, and the center of the army, didn't have any surviving members who hadn't been killed back then? Who could guarantee that the generals in charge of the army were loyal to the Yu? Clearing his throat, Gao gently waved his hand. Gao, Jihu, and the others bowed to him and strode out of the back hall. Gao jumped his feet at once. With a gloomy face, he paced back and forth in the back hall for a while, then transformed into a plume of dark smoke and came to a hall in the backyard. He entered the palace and casually threw a punch. The fist force whistled and blasted at an ancient bronze mirror floating in the middle of the palace. A pale green light poured out of the mirror, and before long, King Yangshan's image appeared in it. Gao, what's the urgent matter that requires you to use this secret artifact? King Yangshan looked in surprise at Gao, whose face was unsightly. Gao told King Yangshan about the military intelligence Gao had just received, and then told King Yangshan about his biggest worry. King Yangshan's face flickered as he remembered Ji Dai, who had been ordered by the human emperor to kill Wuxia. What do you want? King Yangshan's face turned livid. What's going on in the East Sea? If possible, I want the king of East Sea to help me. With a wry smile, Gao looked at his father in the mirror and said, compared with my own son, I'd rather believe in the king of East Sea. King Yangshan could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 1044. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the chaos about 1 million miles away from Panga World, Wuxia sat cross-legged on a 10,000 feet tall, chaotic spirit mountain, drinking wine brewed from the spring in Yuanling Dark Realm and squinting at a vortex of energy thousands of miles in diameter in the chaos ahead. This swiftly spinning natural power whirlpool seemed to be an ordinary one among countless violent natural power whirlpools in the chaos. But as a chaos monster in his previous life, Wuxia couldn't be clearer about all kinds of strange things happening in this natural power whirlpool. A five-colored light had been spurting out of this whirlpool, and a strong life force had been gathering in it. In the core of this whirlpool, there should be a mother body, and a chaos creature was hatching. Back then, in Wuxi's previous life, Yuan Ling was born in Yuan Ling's nether realm like this. Therefore, Wuxia had long been familiar with the special power vibration when a chaos creature was born. He took care of Xianxia and was on his way back to Pangu World when he suddenly sensed this strong life force. Therefore, he took a detour and came here to see what was going on. In Wuxi's previous life, that was the peak period of the birth of chaos monsters. No one knew how many years had passed in the chaos, and there was no concept of time. However, within the time that Yuan Ling blinked his eyes, hundreds of chaos monsters would be born. Ever since Pangu created the world, perhaps the existence of Pangu World had affected the entire chaos, but it was no longer as prosperous as before. According to the Wahuang clan, only 2 to 3 chaos creatures would be born in the chaos every 3 to 5 eons, and these newborn chaos creatures were extremely weak, far less powerful than before. He grabbed a handful of dried fruits, broke them open, and threw them into his mouth. Then, he smiled and murmured to himself, "Let's see what this is. TSK. AO, Buzin already has a child, so I'm too embarrassed to take him as my mount. You must be handsome, so that I won't let you down after waiting for over half a month." Before his voice faded away, the 1,000 miles wide vortex of spiritual energy collapsed with a loud rumble. A shrill, long roar came from the core of the vortex. As soon as the roar entered Wuxi's ears, he felt that his soul trembled, and his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls nearly flew out of his 7 apertures. Wuxia was taken aback. With his current cultivation base, and the strength of his divine soul had firmly reached the level of Tao fusing realm. It was just that his magic power had not kept up, and he had not truly fused with the heavenly Tao of Pangu World. However, he was already one of the most powerful beings in Pangu World, even in the entire chaos. Nevertheless, this newborn chaos creature nearly took his soul away with a roar. What kind of cruel creature was this? However, there was no malice in that long roar. Instead, it carried the ignorant and naive aura of a newborn cub. It was just roaring out instinctively, but its roar was born with a special power that could take away people's souls, and this power was incomparably strong. Clicking his tongue in surprise, Wuxia released the sky-covering flag and wrapped his entire body up. Layers of starlight stirred up and separated the chaos airstreams, then flashed across the air and reached the core of the disintegrating vortex. A 300-mile-wide, translucent black eggshell had already been broken into hundreds of pieces. A 500-mile-long, scorpion-like creature with 9 long, pitch-black tails coiled in the eggshell and glowed brightly as if it were carved from diamonds, devouring the eggshell bit by bit. This should be a scorpion, right? In addition to his 9 long tails, he also had 4 huge pincers, which were busy picking up eggshells and stuffing them into his mouth. When he saw Wuxia, his 9 tails, each measuring more than 300 miles long, immediately began to dance and aim their sharp hooks at Wuxi's body, with a little bit of black, sticky venom oozing out of the hooks. Wuxia glanced at the newborn with his divine sense. Although it had put on a ferocious look, the aura emanating from its body was one of extreme fear. It was like a newborn cub, full of fear towards Wuxia. Slightly changing his mind, Wuxia released a gentle stream of spirit power to cover this giant creature. He thought of old hens holding their nests, old dogs nursing their breasts, and the spirit powers of all kinds of creatures who had been reproducing. He simulated these spiritual fluctuations and teleported this big guy in one go. The huge black scorpion let out a few grunts, then carefully approached Wuxia with its 9 tails and gently rubbed against his body. What a great strength! Even with just a slight rub, Wuxia found it a little difficult to withstand this creature's tremendous strength. This creature was not only born with a whistling sound that could captivate one's soul, but also possessed a terrifying strength. Apart from the slightly weaker spirit power, which was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary primordial immortal, its divine soul was strong enough to fight against a Tao-breaking expert in all other aspects. Even Yuan Ling in Wuxi's previous life was not as strong as this creature, who possessed such a strength at birth. In just a few bites, it had eaten up all its eggshell, which was dripping with water and a little soft, but had quickly become extremely strong. He happily waved his 4 huge pincers and 9 long tails, stirring up a large number of afterimages in the void and shattering dozens of large chaotic stars in the vicinity. Complacently, the giant creature came before Wuxi, reached out its pincers, and gave Wuxi a friendly slap. Then it smashed Wuxi with its pincers. Even though he was protected by the heaven-veiling flag of chaos, Wuxi was still thrown hundreds of miles away. This creature was too big and too strong. Rolling his eyes, Wuxi smilingly took out a few spirit herbs that could nourish one's energy and strengthen one's fleshly body, then held them in his palm and said, "Little fellow, do you want these good things? If you do, you'll have to shrink your body and follow me. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you good wine and meat." The big fellow was taken aback. Abruptly, he came before Wuxi, opened his mouth, which had a complicated structure, and gave off a ferocious aura, and took a deep breath at the few spirit pills. These spirit pills were concocted by Wuxi with the spirit liquid extracted from the pre-world divine tree in Yuan Ling's netherrealm. They had a strong aroma and a strong effect, and were of great help to Wuxi now, not to mention this newborn creature. The 500 miles long scorpion's enormous body gradually shrunk to 50 feet long, and its long tail was 30 feet long. Swaying its body proudly, its 9 tails coiled around Wuxi's body, that it opened its mouth parts and swallowed the few spirit pills. A strong sense of power spread out from its body, while a joyful and friendly divine sense was quickly sent to Wuxi. Wuxi chuckled. Carefully, he released his divine sense and left his mark on the scorpion's simple and ignorant divine soul. Chaotic creatures were at their weakest when they were just born. As long as one wanted to, one could easily subdue them. But, given 3 to 5 months to familiarize themselves with the environment around them, no one would be able to subdue these unruly chaos fiend gods, no matter how strong one's cultivation base was. What a fortune! TSK, you were right on the edge of Panga World, but no one found you. Sitting down on the scorpion's broad, heavy, and extremely stable back, Wuxi patted its shell and cried out, "From now on, you'll be called 9 Tails." It sounds like a fox, but you have 9 tails, don't you? 9 tails, open the way, and when we return to Panga Continent, I'll make sure you have a good life. 9 Tails proudly wielded his giant pincers. While savoring the pleasure brought to him by the few spirit pills just now, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning and rushed towards Panga World. This guy was incomparably violent. Along the way, no matter what kind of chaos power whirlpools or other terrifying chaos powers were in front of him, or all kinds of mountains and stars, he had been moving in a straight line, heading straight to Pangu World. Anything that stood in his way was easily crushed by him. The few spirit pills he had just taken were gradually playing a powerful role. His translucent body gradually became thicker and thicker, and the aura emanating from his body became more and more solid. His color changed from light black to darker and darker, but his body remained translucent. Rushing into Panga World in such a domineering manner, 9 Tails raised his giant pincers and roared towards the sky. A group of chaos fiend gods appeared out of nowhere. With a roar from 9 Tails, thousands of fiend gods were scared out of their wits. 9 Tails excitedly pounced on this group of strange-looking fiend gods, raised her big pincers, and stuffed them into her mouth. Predator! The corner of Wuxi's eye twitched violently. He could not believe that 9 Tails was a chaos fiend god, known for his ferocity and brutality. Even among Chaos Fiend gods, he was notorious. This time, he had struck it rich. While he was happily enjoying Ninetales devouring the bodies of those unlucky Chaos Fiend gods, a jade ring in Wuxi's sleeve suddenly vibrated violently. After a moment of hesitation, Wuxi took out the jade ring carved with the image of a tiger treading on 1,000 mountains. This jade ring was given to him by King Xianxia when he first met him, allowing him to contact King Xianxia at any time. With Wuxi's identity and status at that time, it was undoubtedly an honor to be able to contact King Xianxia's jade ring at any time, a privilege given to him by King Xianxia. But all this time, Wuxi had relied on his own strength and adaptability, and had never used this jade ring. Later, the world changed too fast, and King Xianxia suddenly stood on the opposite side of Wuxi, so he never looked for King Xianxia again. But now, it was King Xianxia who was looking for Wuxi. After a moment of silence, Wuxi pointed his finger at the jade ring. A plume of thick smoke rose from the jade ring, and King Xianxia's figure appeared in the smoke. King of East Sea. King Xianxia's face was very haggard. He looked at Wuxi and said in a deep voice, "I've been waiting for you for a month." Wuxi smiled bitterly. A month? He had been wandering in the chaotic world for more than a year, first tracking down the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, then dealing with Thousand Head, and finally returning to Panga World, where he had wasted half a month with Ninetales. Something must have happened for King Xianxia to use the jade ring to look for him for a month. Sighing, Wuxi nodded and said, "What do you have to say, Your Highness?" King Xianxia looked at Wuxi with a complicated expression. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "If it's about official business, there's nothing to say." Frowning, King Xianxia said, "If it's about personal business, Mianhu City and Liangzhu have been cut off for a month. Gao is leading the Yuxiong army to fight against the Shizo dynasty. Over the past month, the Shizo dynasty suddenly sent a very powerful man to seal off all contact between Mianhu City and the outside world. Gao was trapped in Mianhu City." Wuxi suddenly remembered the first time he met Gao. He remembered the ups and downs he had gone through with Gao. After a moment of silence, his enormous divine sense quickly swept across the western border of the Yu. Chapter 1045. While Wuxi was rushing back to Panga World, great changes had taken place in Panga World. The core experts of Dao League took action at the same time and wiped out all the Fiend Celestials in the 33 heavens in just 3 to 5 days. Almost all the core experts of the 33 heavens, such as the sect leaders of the 33 heavens, had a supreme treasure of primordial with them, and their true disciples each had a spiritual treasure of chaos. As for the other high-ranking disciples, almost all of them had a primordial immortal weapon or an innate spirit weapon to kill their enemies. The Dao sect had forcefully used their magnificent equipment to completely defeat those foreign fiend celestials who were so poor that they did not even have a pair of pants. Then, with a set of extremely powerful supreme treasure of primordial, the 12 heavenly cauldron divine beads, as the core, Dao League set up a heavenly cauldron formation in the 33 heavens, making it impregnable. After that, the sect masters of the Dao sect personally took action and led a group of elite disciples to sweep through the starry sky. They took back a small portion of the outer starry sky and rescued a group of Dao sect immortals who were trapped in the outer starry sky. At the same time, the Buddhist League also used up all their resources. The secluded relic venerables, ancient Buddhas, holy spirits, and venerable kings were all mobilized. Their numbers were no less than Dao Leagues. All kinds of supreme treasures of primordial and chaos treasures were also produced, making the fiend celestials of the outer domains wail and flee. The Gurdrakata mountain was easily conquered. In Yuanling's era, millions of chaos fiend celestials were born with 1 or 2 or 3 treasures. The weaker ones were innate spirit weapons, while the better ones were chaos treasures or even supreme treasures of primordial. Later, the chaos fiend celestials fell one after another. When Panga World was created, only the Wahuang clan, the 7 Buddhas, the 9 Taoists, and the 18 saints were left. Most of the fallen Chaos Fiend Celestial's natal artifacts were destroyed in the battles, but a small number were collected by the almighty experts who had survived to this day. In particular, the 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists, who had plotted the fall of many Fiend Celestials and even joined forces to kill them, were extremely wealthy. For example, Wuxia was still working hard to collect the power of merit to refine the weapons of merit to arm his disciples, while the 7 Buddhas and 9 Tao Patriarchs could arm their disciples with all kinds of extremely powerful magic treasures. This was the difference in their foundation. Therefore, once the Buddhists and Taoists attacked with full force, the Fiend Celestials of the other realms who relied on their bodies and innate divine powers to fight were in for a bloody loss. Although they had caused great damage to the Buddhist sects and Taoist sects, it was not enough to threaten their peak powers. The Tao League did not make any moves after subduing the 33 heavens. But after the Buddhist League subdued the Great Vulture Mountain, they immediately sent 9 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, and a large number of kings, bodhisattvas, heavenly kings, almighties, and arhats to Panga continent, sealing off Mianhu City. The so-called World Exalted One was the existence with the highest status and the strongest cultivation base in the Buddhist sect other than the Gautama Buddha. All of them were Gautama Buddha's direct disciples. They had obtained the true teachings from Gautama Buddha and then imparted them to other direct disciples. Basically, they had the status of Dharma imparting elders in Buddhism. The so-called World Exalted Ones were those who had the mighty power to control a world and create a boundless universe. They were revered by all living beings in the world, and that was why they were called World Exalted Ones. Many worlds have been created in the Great Vulture Mountain, and these World Exalted Ones were the masters of those tranquil lands of Buddhism. They had a lofty status in the Buddhist League, and their cultivation bases had reached the high-end realm of Tao breaking. The 9 World Exalted Ones came to the outskirts of Mianhu City. They did not strike, but joined hands with other ancient Buddhas and Buddhas to construct a Vajra revolving formation, blocking all the messengers sent to Mianhu City from Liangzhu. The teleportation formations between Mianhu City and Liangzhu were also disturbed by their great power, so that no one could enter or leave the city. Now, 6 sacred emperors were 300,000 miles east of Mianhu City with the Yu, many supreme oracles and revered elders of the secret palace, doing their best to fight against the Vajra revolving formation. But with the 9 World Exalted Ones suppressing the formation with supreme artifacts of primal, how could the 6 sacred emperors break their formation? Mianhu City was besieged, but the army of the Xianxia dynasty did not attack the city. The situation had become extremely strange. King Xianxia knew that the Xianxia dynasty was, to put it bluntly, the Buddhist League that was plotting against the whole Yuxiong army. If those soldiers of Yuxiong army, whose cultivation bases were at least in the realm of Second Panga Heaven, submitted to the Buddhist League, the enormous power of faith they would provide to the Buddhist League would be an extremely terrifying thing. With the power of faith provided by these believers with powerful cultivation bases and abundant energy essence, the Buddhist League would be able to elevate at least dozens of ancient Buddhas to the level of World Exalted Ones. With that, the overall strength of the Buddhist League would skyrocket, and both the Tao League and the Yu would be at a disadvantage. More importantly, if the whole Yuxiong army betrayed the Yu and joined the Buddhist League, it would be a fatal blow to the morale of the Yu's army and people. That was why King Yangshan came to the Yu in such a hurry and asked Wuxia to help. Although King Yangshan did not know Wuxia's background, a man who could negotiate with the Huahuang clan and make a deal with him, and who could make the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan give him Kunwu swords, could not be an ordinary figure. What King Yangshan was worried about now was the safety of Gao and Yuxiong army. As long as they were safe, he would not hesitate to ask Wuxia for help. Just as Wuxia's divine sense swept across Panga continent, Gao was drowning his sorrows in wine in the great hall of the city lord mansion. The army of the Xianxia dynasty did not attack the city, which was a good thing. But the fact that Mianhu's city was cut off from the outside world was a bad sign. With the power of the Yu, the fact that all means of communication were cut off at the same time proved that the enemy's strength had completely suppressed the forces in Liangzhu. Otherwise, such a thing would never have happened. This proved that even the top experts of De Yu could not break through the enemy's blockade and infiltrate Mianhu city. What kind of terrifying expert would be able to do this? At least, Gao knew that 6 Saint Emperors were now in Liangzhu, and all of them had the cultivation bases of peak-level Tao-breaking experts. Since none of them could enter Mianhu city to deliver the message, the Buddhist League must have sent experts of Tao-breaking realm who were stronger or more numerous than them. Gao picked up the wine cup and took a sip, then threw it to the ground and walked out of the great hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Standing on the steps outside the great hall, Gao glanced at the cloudy sky and sighed heavily. Then he walked back into the great hall with his hands clasped behind his back, grabbed the wine jar, and took a gulp of the strong wine. The Buddhist League was after Yu Xiong army. This army was not only large in number and formidable in combat strength, but more importantly, it was the symbol of the Yu. Before the 2 great upheavals in Liangzhu, Yu Xiong army was the imperial army of the Yu. Once Yu Xiong army was subdued by the Buddhist League, it was easy to imagine how great the impact on the Yu would be. Perhaps the army would be utterly defeated, and the Yu would be completely wiped out by the Shizhou dynasty. Gao strode into the great hall. With a gloomy face, he cupped his fist at Gao and said, "Your Highness, the situation is not good." Sitting straight behind the table, Gao looked coldly at Gao and asked in a deep voice, "What's not good?" Gao gnashed his teeth and said, "Today, I brought my men and captured 7 bald donkeys in the city. They were spreading lies to deceive the people in the city. I tortured them, but no matter what I did, their bodies were not harmed at all." The corner of Gao's eye twitched. He pondered for a moment, and as he was about to give the order to behead the captured monks, Jihu and his 3 younger brothers hurried into the hall. "Father," cried Jihu breathlessly, "the morale of the soldiers under my command is not stable. Some people in the camp are spreading rumors that the Yu has lost his virtue and Shizhou dynasty is now the human emperor. A month ago, these rumors were spread by only 3 to 5 people in the camp, and I've already beheaded them all. But now, almost all the soldiers in the camp are saying the same thing. Father, what should we do about it?" Upon hearing Jihu's words, Gao was so angry that he smashed the wine cup on Jihu's head and bellowed, "You bastards! The morale of the soldiers is not stable. Why are you here instead of calming them down?" Gnashing his teeth, Gao knew that the assassins of Buddhist League were about to arrive. It had been a month since Mianhu city was cut off from the outside world. Whatever tricks Buddhist League had up their sleeves, they should have used up by now. Judging by the fact that such rumors were spreading in Yu Xiong army's camp, things were not looking good. The sky was dark. Dozens of huge candles as thick as an arm were lit in the hall, glinting brightly. Shadows could be seen jumping violently on the walls of the hall. Gao looked coldly at his 4 sons and asked, "Why are you here instead of calming the morale of the soldiers?" Jihu and the others exchanged a glance, then suddenly dropped to their knees at the same time. "Father," said Jibao in a deep voice, "the communication between Liangzhu and Mianhu city has been cut off for a month, which shows that Liangzhu is powerless. Father, please." With a flash, Gao came in front of Gao. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He snapped at Jihu and the others who were kneeling on the ground. Jihu looked up at Gao and sneered. "We'll discuss it with Father ourselves. What right do you, a bastard, have to speak here?" Jihu rose to his feet, ignoring Gao, who was standing in front of him, and said in a cold voice, "Father, the Buddhist League must subdue Yu Xiong army. Every soldier in Yu Xiong army has the cultivation base of second Panga heaven. Although their divine power is weak, their strength is amazing. As long as they give up the cultivation techniques of the human race and cultivate the divine power of the Buddhist League, within 3 to 5 years, they will become an invincible army of golden bodhisattvas." "You Gao glared at Ji-Hu and snapped through clenched teeth. Are you born bald donkeys of the Buddhist League? Or did you only submit to the Buddhist League after birth? Ji-Hu and Ji-Bao laughed at the same time. Since your highness has asked, I, Monk Jingyi, offer my greetings, said Ji-Hu in a deep voice. I am Monk Jingyuan, said Ji-Bao with a smile. Ji Chao and Ji Lang laughed as well. They took a step forward and stood beside Ji-Hu and Ji-Bao, then suddenly struck out at the same time. Ji-Hu and Ji-Bao had their full attention on Gao, so they didn't manage to react in time, and their heads were chopped off by Gao's axe. Ji Chao and Ji Lang sneered and threw out a talisman, crushing Ji-Hu and Ji-Bao's heads into pieces. Gao's 4 sons were fighting among themselves, and in just a blink of an eye, 2 of them had died. Gao and Gao were stunned. Chapter 1046. 300,000 miles east of Mianhu City, 9 revered Buddhas were sitting cross-legged on lotus thrones in the void according to the positions of the 9 palaces. Behind them were 36 ancient Buddhas whose bodies were green and 36 Buddhas whose bodies were golden. Next to the ancient Buddhas and the Buddhas, thousands of bodhisattvas revealed their golden bodies and sat cross-legged on the lotus thrones, while countless arhats, vajras, heavenly kings, jidis, and other deities of the Buddhist League stood at attention. All the almighty experts of the Buddhist League were performing the Vajra Mudra with their hands and silently reciting the unbreakable Vajra mantra. A golden wheel of light, tens of thousands of miles in diameter, had surrounded them, and above it sat a Vajra, clad in a lotus leaf skirt and with his upper body glinting in a golden light. This Vajra was about 100,000 miles tall, and its entire body emanated an immeasurable amount of light that illuminated the void. Wherever the light reached, time and space froze, all spirit energies in the void were frozen, and all tangible and intangible existences were imprisoned. Flocks of birds froze in midair, unable to move, countless beasts froze in woods, and all the fishes, shrimps, crabs, and loaches in the water were frozen as well. Flowers, grass, and trees were motionless, and even the pale green wind between them was frozen. Apart from the twitching lips of the almighty experts of the Buddhist League, everything in this void was completely frozen. With the sword of Qin Emperor in his hand, Yingzheng was hacking and slashing at the void from tens of thousands of miles away. Every time he swung his sword, a magnificent black dragon-shaped energy would come whistling out. The invincible sword chi whizzed over. Once it fell into this part of the void, it suddenly shattered and disintegrated without any warning. The scene was like a piece of tofu smashing into a steel wall at an extremely high speed, shattering into pieces without leaving a single dregs behind. Yin Dan and the other 4 saint emperors, together with countless experts of the Yu, stood on a cloud platform, staring at the Vajra wheel formation in front of them with eyes burning with fury. The formation did not have any offensive power, and its only effect was absolute defense. It was based on the indestructibility of the Buddhist League and combined the tremendous willpower of the 9 reincarnations, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, countless bodhisattvas, arhats, and other Buddhist deities, together with the countless believers in their Buddhist kingdoms, and transformed it into the power of Vajra to seal the void with the mystic art of the Buddhist League. The defense of the formation could even withstand the attack of a Tao fusing expert, and once it was completed, almost no one in the world could break it. Not only that, but it also used a supreme treasure of primal, Vajra Muni, could also form the core of the formation, but it also doubled its defense. No one could break it unless 4 or 5 Tao fusing experts joined too. Of reincarnations, Yingzheng was venting the anger in his heart crazily, but no matter how he attacked, the formation remained unmoved. Beneath the 9 revered Buddhas, countless almighty experts of the Buddhist League were looking coldly at Yingzheng's futile and crazy attacks. Their lips curved into an enigmatic, mocking smile. Even if you are the reincarnation of the sacred Emperor Xianxia, even if you have the overall strength of a peak-stage Tao-breaking expert, you are just a mortal. Can you, a mortal, fight against gods and Buddhas? All the almighty experts of Buddhist League, including those weaker Vajras and Arhats, looked down at Ying condescendingly. Mortal, what right do you have to fight against gods and Buddhas? A loud whistle rang out. A supreme oracle with a violent temperament roared furiously and cast out his supreme tower. The 100-mile-tall supreme tower spun rapidly, slamming into the Vajra revolving formation with a gust of chilly wind and ghost flame. A deafening rumble rang out, and the supreme tower was blown to pieces. Sticky black liquid gushed out of the supreme oracle's 7 apertures at the same time, and he slumped weakly onto the cloud platform. The supreme tower had turned into ashes, but it did not even touch the true body of the Vajra revolving formation. Yin Dan, Chu Ping, and the others stared at the freakish formation in exasperation, but there was nothing they could do. They had no idea what had happened to Mianhu City, but they were stuck here, unable to move. Moreover, some almighty experts of Buddhist League had cast a spell that could reverse the void, so anyone who tried to approach Mianhu City from the outside world would be sent directly to the front of the formation. They had sent out hundreds of reinforcements to take a detour to Mianhu City, but in the end, they all returned to the vicinity of the cloud platform. Yuxiong army is in danger, murmured Wei Wuji gloomily. He clasped his hands behind his back and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles made cracking noises. After this calamity, the human race will destroy the Buddhist League, he said in a gloomy voice. The few sacred emperors, including Chu Ping, who had the best temper, nodded with a gloomy face. After this calamity, if the Huahuang clan's calculation worked out, and the human race could control their own destiny, the Buddhist League would be completely destroyed. But the most important task now was to break the Vajra revolving formation and rescue Mianhu City. Only heaven knew what was happening in Mianhu City now. Had Gao been killed by the traitor of Yuxiong army? Or had Yuxiong army fallen into the hands of Buddhist League? In the minds of Yin Dan and the others, they would rather destroy Yuxiong army themselves than let it fall into the hands of Buddhist League. If Yuxiong army, with its huge number and formidable cultivation base, fell into the hands of Buddhist League, it would have a strong impact on the morale of the Yu's army and the people. They would rather destroy Yuxiong army and falsely say that they were completely wiped out in the war with Buddhist League than let them surrender to Buddhist League. If we still can't break this formation in 3 days, I will. Destroy the area 1 million miles around Mianhu City, and let all the bald donkeys in that area be buried with Yuxiong army, said Yin Dan, gritting his teeth and grinning coldly as he slowly clasped his hand behind his back and said, they should never have come to Panga continent. Now that they are here, they should be prepared to die. Ying Zheng, who was hacking wildly with his sword, put away the sword of Qin Emperor and flew back to the cloud platform. He snorted coldly and said, we should strike now. Wipe out all the living beings within 1 million miles around Mianhu City. Or wipe out all the living beings in the entire territory of Shizo Dynasty at the same time. Even if there are some casualties, isn't the strongest function of a human race to have babies? The 5 Saint Emperors gave Ying Zheng a look, their eyes flickering at the same time. If we really want to use that method, we'll just have to wait for a few more leaders of Buddhist League and Tao League to come here, said Tian, one in a gloomy voice. If only 3 to 5 people from Buddhist League and Daozu can come to Panga continent, we can't wipe them out, but we'll have to suppress them as well. While the Saint Emperors were venting their anger, the void next to them suddenly swirled, and a black 9-tailed scorpion, about 1,000 feet long and bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, appeared in a sorry state near the cloud platform. Wuxia lay sprawled on the back of the huge black scorpion, cursing words like bald donkeys. Yin Dan and the others were taken aback, and then they were overjoyed. The Buddhist League had deployed a void-reversing formation around Mianhu City, which would not prevent the intrusion of divine sense. Therefore, Wuxia could easily see what was happening in the city. He happened to see Gao's two sons behead two of his brothers with axes. With his heart burning with anger, Wuxia exercised a divine ability and hurried to the vicinity of Mianhu City. With his overall strength of a half-step Dao fusing expert, Wuxia had consumed 90% of his magic power in just a moment, and he had teleported from the edge of Panga World to a place 1,000,000 miles above Mianhu City. After swallowing a few spirit pills to restore his magic power, he rode the nine tails and sped toward Mianhu City. However, in his haste, he failed to discover the existence of the void-reversing formation. When he was less than 300,000 miles from the city, he was suddenly surrounded by darkness. When he woke up, he found himself in front of the Vajra revolving formation. Shaking his head, Wuxia climbed up from the back of the nine tails, looking a little embarrassed. The nine tails, whose mind was also in a mess just now, let out a furious roar. He widened his eyes and let out a long howl at the Vajra revolving formation. A soul-stirring evil howl whistled through the air, but it hit the formation and bounced back. With a loud crash, tens of thousands of the U elites on the cloud platform rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Their souls were swept out of their bodies by the howl. The supreme oracles brought here by Yin Dan and the others shrieked in fear. Hastily, they cast a mystic technique and forced the souls of these tens of thousands of elite warriors back into their fleshly bodies. Then they poured some secret medicines into their mouths and hurriedly merged their souls with their fleshly bodies. Only then did they avoid a great loss for no reason. "Wuxia," snapped Yin Dan. "What are you doing?" Wuxia shook his head and frowned as he looked at Yin Dan. He stamped his foot against the ground to signal the nine tails to calm down, then flew up to the cloud platform and bowed to the 6 Saint Emperors one by one. He had no choice. Princess Zhang Lu had made Wuxia marry 90,000 women from 6 dynasties, and all 6 Saint Emperors were his fathers-in-law. No matter how strong Wuxia's cultivation base would be in the future, he would have to humble himself in front of these 6 Saint Emperors. After a quick conversation, Wuxia understood what had happened, and he could not help but feel conflicted. The Vajra revolving formation was almost a cheat-like formation. Among all the great formations of Buddhist League, the Vajra revolving formation required the most manpower, and its power was the most monotonous. When 9 peak-level Dao breaking experts put aside their skin and focused on defense, it was a real headache. Even though Wuxia had obtained the blueprint of the Vajra revolving formation from Buddha Fudu, he could do nothing about it. It could even be said that the Vajra revolving formation was a rare, flawless formation in Panga World. It did not use any technique or change. All the power in the formation was gathered for defense. It was simple and pure, which made it very difficult to deal with, especially when the formation core was guarded by a supreme treasure of primal like Vajramuni. It made the formation even more invulnerable. With a gloomy face, Wuxia told the 6 Saint Emperors what he had seen with his divine sense, which made their faces turn even more unsightly. Although they did not know what had happened to Gao's son, now that 2 heads had been chopped off, would Gao's head be the next one to be chopped off? Damn baldies! Ingzhang's eyes turned a horrible blood-red color. Grinning hideously, he said, "Let's do it. No matter how heavy the casualties are, let's kill these bald donkeys first." Hee. With a flip of his palm, a fist-sized pitch-black pearl appeared in Ingzhang's palm. It emanated a suffocating aura that made Wuxia's heart twitch and made him break out in a cold sweat. It was as if death was right before his eyes. Wuxia gave Ingzhang a look with difficulty. His instinct told him that the pearl had the power to severely wound a Dao fusing expert. What the hell was this thing? Chapter 1047. What the hell is this? Wuxia was taken aback by the pearl taken out by Ingzhang. Staring at the black pearl, the corner of Wuxia's eyes twitched. This was a freak. How could something like this exist in this world? A thing that could severely injure a Dao fusing expert? Moreover, It seemed to be a single-use item, which meant that it was some kind of specially refined Yin thunder. But even an almighty expert of the Tao fusing realm could not possibly refine something like this, could he? Wuxia almost went crazy. Which almighty expert of the Tao fusing realm would be so bored as to refine such a dangerous item? Once this pearl exploded, it would probably blow up almost half of Pangu continent. The muscles on Ing Zhang's face twitched, making him look very ferocious. Standing next to him, Yin Dan drew a rune and sealed off the energy ripples emanating from the pearl. With a gloomy face, he too took out a pearl that looked exactly the same. Yin Dan gritted his teeth and said, "This is Pangu continent, and this is the Oblivion Thunder, refined with the destructive force brought by the great Saint Pangu when he created the world. It can annihilate everything when it strikes." Who refined this thing? Wuxia was really going crazy. This thing was too dangerous. Wuxia instinctively sensed that if he was accidentally struck by this thing, he would definitely be blown to pieces and his soul would vanish. Even if he protected himself with a supreme artifact of primal, he might not be able to withstand the power of this Oblivion Thunder. This was simply a cheating device that shouldn't exist in this world. Someone collected the destructive force brought by the great Saint Pangu when he created the world and refined it into the prototype of the Oblivion Thunder. Then, Her Majesty used the Myriad Spirit Cauldron to remove 90% of its violent aura. It took her countless eons to finally form it. Chu Ping also pulled out a pearl and played with it in his hand. He blinked his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "Who do you think could collect this thing when the great Saint Pangu created the world?" Wuxia understood. When the great Saint Pangu created the world, with that tremendous power which Chaos Fiend God dared to approach, Pangu was the only one who could collect the power of destruction back then, and he was the only one who could create the prototype thunder. Since the Wahuan clan controlled the All-Spirits Cauldron, which was the original spirit treasure of Pangu world, it wasn't strange for her to have the thunder. Perhaps Wahuan clan was the guardian of the entire Pangu world, chosen by Pangu. Otherwise, why would she take part in the creation of human beings, design the Tao and Buddhism, and even take out the thunder? Clearly, this was a trump card prepared by Pangu for Wahuan clan. If Ji Hao had hundreds of these, he could simply throw them to the 33 skies and Vulture Mountain, and the entire Pangu world would be peaceful. Other than the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists, the rest of the Taoists and monks were all dead. Wuxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked with a gloomy face, "How many of these things are there?" The 6 Saint Emperors glanced at each other. Tianwen narrowed his eyes and said softly, "It's not a lot, but it's not a little either. There are at least 100 of them. However, the power of the thunder is too great. Once it is used without limit, a small half of Pangu world will be destroyed, and the hard work of countless eons will be wasted." Wuxi's face turned even more unsightly. There were at least 100 of them? That was to say, there were probably more? How many other strange and dreadful things did the Wahuan clan have? Fortunately, the Wahuan clan was not a hysterical woman. Otherwise, Wuxia could not imagine what would happen to the Tao and Buddhist League right now. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Wuxia snatched the thunder from the hands of Chu Ping and the other 2 Saint Emperors, then shoved them into the small world inside his body. Ing Zheng and the other 2 Saint Emperors were taken aback, then grabbed Wuxia and said anxiously, "Give them back now. What are you doing with them?" Just now, Wuxia had used a technique from the Scroll of Stealing. Although the 6 Saint Emperors had the same cultivation base as him, they did not see how he snatched the 3 thunderballs away. Wuxia just smiled. He slapped his chest and said, "If I help you break the Vajra revolving formation, I'll take these 3 thunderballs as my pay. Give me some time, and if I can't break the formation, I'll give them back to you." With the first thread of innate thievery energy coiling around the 3 thunderballs, Wuxia was frantically analyzing what they were. If he could devour and digest them, Wuxia would be able to form the thunderballs with the primal purple energy in the future. If he could form hundreds or thousands of such powerful weapons, who would Wuxia be afraid of? But he had to be very careful when he was devouring them. If he was careless, the thunder might explode, and he would die without a burial place. Zheng and the other saint emperors who grabbed Wuqi were stunned, then said in unison, "A gentleman's word." Clapping his hands, Wuqi laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Don't worry, I'm still trustworthy. Give me some time. If I can't break the Vajra revolving formation, I'll immediately return the 3 submerged thunders to you." Zheng and the other 2 saint emperors immediately loosened their grip and cried out in a deep voice, "Be quick! We don't know what has happened in Mianhu City." Narrowing his eyes, Wuqi flew out of the cloud platform and gave a loud whistle, summoning Nine Tails, who was baring his teeth in midair and charging fiercely at the Vajra revolving formation. Sitting cross-legged on the back of Nine Tails, the man and the beast slowly flew toward the Vajra revolving formation. Darkeen celestial tower flew up from the top of Wuqi's head. A vast amount of starlight swirled down and turned into a huge starlight vortex that covered an area of 1,000 miles. Within this area, Wuqi sped up the flow of time 1,000,000 times with all his might, but he had no other choice. He had no choice but to speed up, for he did not have enough time to break the formation. He had to do it as soon as possible so that he could save Gao. After all, they were friends. Wuqi could sit back and watch Gao be sacrificed on the battlefield, but he should never die in the hands of his own son. Whether it was the Buddhist League or the Tao League, it was too despicable for them to kill Gao's son. As the starlight vortex slowly approached the Vajra revolving formation, countless almighty experts of the Buddhist League turned to look at Wuqi at the same time. The 9 revered Buddhas laughed at the same time. Another fool who overestimated his own strength. Not even the 7 Buddhist patriarchs could break the Vajra revolving formation alone. It was true that Wuqi had an amazing cultivation base, even stronger than the 9 revered Buddhas, but how could he possibly break the formation? Together with all the almighty experts of the Buddhist League, the 9 revered Buddhas chanted the Vajra mantra in a low voice. The humming sound of the mantra turned into a deafening roar of a heavenly dragon that shook the heaven and earth. The avatar hovering above the formation became more and more solid. It was glowing with a golden light as if it was cast from pure gold, and a swastika was spinning slowly between its brows. In the center of the swastika was a white relic about the size of a human head, which was none other than the supreme treasure of Primal World, Vajra Muni. The closer Wuqi and Jiawei got to the Vajra revolving formation, the slower they moved. When they were only 100 miles away from the formation, Wuqi felt like a fly soaked in glue, struggling to move even with all his strength. Fortunately, the 9-tailed was extremely strong. His shell looked smooth and round, but in fact, there was a trace of sharpness on its surface. The air that was sealed around the great formation sliced across his shell, making a rustling noise that sounded like meat being cut by a sharp knife. It took Wuqi and Jiawei 6 hours to cover the last distance of less than 100 miles. Now they were outside the Vajra revolving formation, and less than 3 feet in front of them was the golden light wheel that protected the almighty experts of the Buddhist League. With great difficulty, Wuqi stretched out his hand and punched the light wheel. The light wheel did not budge at all, and Wuqi could only feel an explosive counterforce coming whistling towards him, going through his arm and smashing into his internal organs. A deafening rumble rang out from within Wuqi's body as the counterforce shook his internal organs. His heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were ringing at the same time like a great bell. A tremendous sound wave spread out from his body, turning into white shock waves that one could see with naked eyes and sweeping across the surroundings. The 9 revered ones in the core of the formation looked at Wuqi in surprise. The counterforce of that blow was enough to shatter an ordinary Tao-breaking realm zenith heaven golden immortal. Judging from the loud noise coming from inside Wuqi's body, it was obvious that the counterforce had shaken his internal organs. However, Wuxia didn't seem to be injured at all. This was simply impossible. This person is unfathomable. Disciples, do not be careless. The First Era sovereign warned in a low voice. Many great figures of the Buddhist sects and Chi looked at Wuxia, but soon they could no longer see Wuxi's figure. The torrent of silver starlight turned into a huge whirlpool, slowly spinning around Wuxia. The power of the stars and the power of the formation clashed against each other, producing a loud rumbling sound. The dazzling fiery light flickered rapidly, and Wuxi's entire body was wrapped in all kinds of flashes. The Nine World Venerables used their Buddhist eyes to spy on Wuxia, but they couldn't see what Wuxia was doing. Activating million times time acceleration, Wuxi's recently recovered magic power rapidly flowed away. Time flew by, but the Vajra Revolution Array wanted to freeze both time and space. Wuxia accelerated time, and the array froze time. Two opposing forces clashed against each other, and suddenly a ripple appeared on the golden wheel. Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and the great figures of the Buddhist sects inside the array were shocked. Their chanting voices suddenly rose by a notch. Shaking the Vajra revolving formation with the strength of a single person was something that had happened before, but that was only when a few Buddhist ancestors were practicing the formation. The Nine World Venerables chanted the name of Buddha in unison, and the power of the array immediately rose by 30%. Time acceleration, time freezing. Wuxia could make time flow 1,000,000 times faster, but at this moment, the speed of time within 1,000 miles around him was decreasing rapidly. 1,000,000 times, 900,000 times, 800,000 times. In just a short quarter of an hour in the outside world, the speed of time within 1,000 miles around Wuxia had decreased to less than 1,000 times. Wuxia pressed both of his hands on the Vajra Revolution Array, transforming the small amount of grand mist purple energy in his body into the first strand of innate thieving energy, which kept seeping into the golden wheel. Wherever his hands touched the wheel, the golden wheel vibrated violently. Faintly, one could see wisps of golden Buddhist light flowing into Wuxi's body. His magic power, which had been greatly consumed, was rapidly recovering. Wuxi's divine sense had merged with the thieving energy, carefully seeping into the array inch by inch. Gradually, the time around Wuxia accelerated, and his divine sense had already touched the core of the array, the Vajra Muni. Chapter 1048. In the main hall of the mayor's mansion in Mianhu City, Gao stared coldly at Ji Chao and Ji Lang, who had just killed his two elder brothers. Their heads rolled on the ground, and the blood gushing out from their necks was golden in color, emitting a faint scent of sandalwood, and even an ancient aura that came from a book made of linden leaves that had been lying on the ground for thousands of years. This was the unique aura of the blood of a hermit Buddhist cultivator. Clearly, Jihu and Jibao were the reincarnations of Buddhist cultivators. For a long time in the past, the Buddhist League had controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation through the netherworld. By paying a high enough price, the almighty monks of the Buddhist League could be reincarnated as members of the Yu imperial clan or even members of the noble clans. At first, these reincarnated people did not have good control over their cultivation base, so they were often killed right after they were reincarnated. Later on, the secret palace of the Yu discovered a secret technique that could detect whether a baby was a reincarnation of a Buddhist disciple through the energy reaction and all kinds of strange signs in their body when they were reincarnated. But later on, the Buddhist League made great progress in the technique of reincarnation. When the souls of those eminent monks were reincarnated, all their antecedents were erased, and the power they had accumulated through thousands of reincarnations was stored in the reincarnation. When they grew up, they only needed to be cleansed by the Buddha's light of guidance, and they would immediately awaken the wisdom of their previous lives. The Buddha's power that they had accumulated for thousands of lives would instantly be injected into their bodies, and they could even attract the golden body of Buddha that they had condensed in their previous lives, allowing them to obtain great divine abilities and great power in the shortest time possible. That was what happened to Ji, Hu, and Ji Lang. They had been by Gao's side for decades, and everyone thought they were reincarnated naturally. But today, it seemed that they were indeed disciples of the Buddhist League, and they had been cleansed by the Buddha light, regaining the wisdom and power of their previous lives. This strong golden blood carried such a strange fragrance. These two guys who claimed to be Buddhist monks should have a higher cultivation base than ordinary Buddhist bodhisattvas. They might even have half a foot into the realm of Buddha. Gao stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground, as if he was seeing Ji Chao and Ji Lang for the first time. He trembled for a while, then pointed his finger at Ji Chao and Ji Lang and growled in a low voice, "What are you?" He had killed Ji Hu and Ji Bao, who were almost at the level of Buddha, with a single swing of his axe, without giving them any chance to perish together, and had easily destroyed their souls. How could Ji Chao and Ji Lang be ordinary people? Looking at their methods and the dense immortal energy around them, one could easily imagine their origins. Ji Che grinned and slightly shook his body. His tall and sturdy body became much slimmer, and his clothes turned into a watercolored Taoist robe. Looking at Gao, Ji Chao, whose face had become handsome and ethereal, chuckled and said, "Gao, King Wei Shan. Greetings, Wuyo." Ji Chai pursed his lips into a teasing smile, then shook his head, sighed, and said, "Prince, I have been pretending to be your son for 3 whole years. This is not a good feeling at all. If your Highness cannot make the wisest decision, don't blame me for teaching your Highness a lesson before I send you on your way." Ji Lang sneered as well. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a stout Taoist clad in a red Taoist robe. Shaking his head, he looked at Gao and said with a smile, "I, Tianji, have been pretending to be your Highness' son for 1 year and 6 months. When I address you as father, it is very intimate. Your Highness, do you understand?" Gao smiled and shook his head gently. How could he not understand? Taoist Wuyo and Taoist Tianji were pretending to be Gao's sons by using the art of possession. Those who could cast such a spell without being detected by the supreme oracles must be primordial immortals of Tao League and almighty experts who specialized in soul-related mystic arts. Only they had the means to silently devour the souls and original spirits of 2 people. At the same time, their every move and every word did not reveal any flaws, and they could 100% pretend to be someone who had been possessed by them. This method was even worse than that of the Buddhism League, and it was even more impossible to guard against. The Buddhism League had a mystic art to detect the reincarnation of a person, and it could occasionally find out a few unlucky fellows who did not conceal their origins well. But possession relied on the power of a soul 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary person to devour the soul of the possessed person, then destroy the person's soul and replace him. This was simply impossible to guard against. For the upper echelons of the Yu who practiced the cultivation techniques of the human race, except for the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials and the Secret Palace, and those high-ranking warriors who were protected by the divine souls of powerful divine beasts, no one else could resist the art of possession. Furthermore, these primordial immortals did not practice the magic of the 5 elements or the mystic arts of earth, water, fire, or wind, but the divine abilities and mystic arts of the soul. Therefore, they did not even need their own bodies, as they could casually pick a fleshly body to unleash their strongest power. That was how Wuyo and Tianji worked. One had been by Gao's side for 3 years, and the other for 1 year and 6 months, but even Gao, their father and the closest person to them, did not notice anything unusual about them. Even Ji Hu and Ji Bao did not notice anything unusual about them, which was why they were beheaded by Wuyo and Tianji today. Gao clasped his hands behind his back and murmured in a low voice, "So, my 4 sons are all gone?" Wuyo sighed softly and looked at Gao with a little pity. Indeed, Your Highness, why were you born in the clan of Du? If Your Highness were a coward and incompetent man, you could still have a house full of beautiful wives and children. But, Your Highness, you have such means and strength. You can't blame us for that. Gao nodded at Wuyo and said coldly, What you have done is too despicable. You have disregarded the natural order of the world, and you will get what you deserve. Wuyo laughed again and said, What do you mean by what you have said, Your Highness? The punishment of the heavenly Tao? But we are all protected by the boundless virtues, so why would the heavenly Tao punish us? Besides, they are the reincarnations of 4 bald donkeys from the Buddhist League, pretending to be Your Highness's sons. They have nothing to do with us. All we did was devour the souls of 2 bald donkeys. Nothing else. Gao panted heavily as he took 2 steps back and looked warily at Wuyo and Tianji. Gao did not give an order, so he did not move. It was not easy to deal with people like Wuyo and Tianji, and no one would attack them rashly. Gao exchanged a look with Wuyo and Tianji. After a long while, Wuyo said in a low voice, Your Highness, please give the order to kill all the Buddhist rebels in Yuxiong army, and then submit to Tao League. Right here in Minhu City, right here, Tao League founded the Ling dynasty, and Zhang Tangjiao, a member of the imperial clan of the Ling dynasty, is the emperor of the Ling dynasty. He let out a strange laugh and said in a gloomy voice, It is only a day's journey from here to Calm-Heart City of the Shizhou dynasty, and Yuxiong army can raze the city to the ground with just 1 charge. If Your Highness can help us accomplish this great feat, in the future, Your Highness will be the divine king of all the Tai Huang Zhengtian tribes in the 33 heavens on the list of investiture of the gods. In other words, Your Highness will be the lord of the Huang Zhengtian tribes in the future. The lord of the Huang Zhengtian tribes? Gao laughed, rocking back and forth as he cried out, My 4 sons are exchanged for an illusory title of heavenly king? Hee, are you trying to be the lord of the 33 heavens? Wuyo and Tianji paid no attention to Gao's words. Tianji laughed and said, Of course, we already have a candidate for the position of Lord of the 33 heavens, and, before he could finish, Gao's face had turned deathly pale. Do you? There is someone else colluding with you? Wuyo and Tianji exchanged a glance. Then Wuyo said with a smile, Your Highness is indeed wise. You can see many things from the titles we Tao League have set up. It's true that you and a few other kings have accepted the rewards from Tao League, and their status is no lower than Your Highness. Their status was no lower than Gao's? Was it referring to their current titles into you, or their future positions in the Celestial Court? If it was only their future positions in the Celestial Court, it would not matter. But if it meant that their current positions into you were no lower than Gao's, what did that mean? Among the kings of the Yu's council, there were some who were colluding with Tao League. These traitors who couldn't be killed, couldn't be completely killed. Gao clenched his fists tightly and said through clenched teeth, Are you Tao League fools or fools? The Buddhist League has set up a formation to cut off all the passages in and out of Minhu City. So what if you Tao League have subdued Yuxiong army? Do you think you can lead Yuxiong army to attack Calming-Heart City from here? Wuyo and Tianji exchanged a smile again. With a treacherous smile on his face, Wuyo said in a low voice, Why does Your Highness need to worry about the Vajra revolving formation? It's true that the formation is powerful, but in our opinion, it's just a piece of cake. As long as Your Highness can help us subdue Yuxiong army, Your Highness can just wait for the immortal blessings in the future. Gao glanced at Wuyo, then at Tianji. Suddenly, he snapped, pulled out a 3-feet-long machete carved from black jade from his waist, and swung it down at Wuyo's head. The machete was engraved with dozens of ghost skulls of various sizes. As the machete cut through the air, these ghost skulls bared their teeth and wailed as if they were alive. The shrill cries made both Wuyo and Tianji tremble. This was the soul blade crafted by Du, a weapon that could restrain the immortal souls of immortals. As Gao made his move, Gao let out a furious howl and swung his sword at Tianji's neck. Gao burst into laughter and said, "Good Gao, let's join hands and kill these bastards. Avenge your four brothers." A loud boom rang out. Wuyo and Tianji did not move, but Gao was knocked flying away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Gao, who had just swung his sword at Tianji, stabbed it into the ground and slowly shook his left fist. It was he who had pulled back his sword at the last moment and punched Gao with all his strength. Gently shaking his neck, Gao walked slowly to Gao, who lay motionless on the ground for a long time, then gave Gao's head a heavy kick. "You ungrateful fool. I've been pretending to be your filial son and grandson for hundreds of years, and now I have to reap some rewards." Gao kept kicking Gao's chest and abdomen, breaking his ribs one by one. Gao stared at Gao in disbelief, completely stunned. Chapter 1049. The Great Spirit Vulture Mountain was known to the world as the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. It was formed by 7 great mountains, each of which was the mother body of one of the Buddhas in the chaos. These 7 mountains were the most powerful prime magical treasures of the 7 Buddhas, and they formed the foundation of the Buddhist League. However, few people knew that at the end of the 7 great mountains, in the boundless void, there was a mysterious withered heart cave. Although it was called a cave abode, it was actually 10 times larger than the 7 great mountains of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain combined. It was basically a small world that was independent of Panga World. The quality of the natural energy here was only slightly inferior to that on Panga Continent. But because only a few almighty experts of the Buddhist League were qualified to cultivate in the Withered Heart Cave, the total amount of natural energy accumulated in the cave was very impressive. Not to mention that this place was filled with clear springs and golden lotuses. Not to mention that this place was filled with verdant hills and limpid waters. And not to mention that this place was filled with all sorts of wondrous plants such as the Langshan jade tree that only occasionally appeared on the Kunlun Mountain. Just the 7 seven-story Buddhist pagodas that stood towering at the core of the Withered Heart Cave emitted a primordial and lofty aura. Looking at the material of the pagodas, they were clearly refined from white bones. The 7 pagodas were refined from the bones of each of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, forming this 7 Buddha heart-locking formation, which was used to suppress the Withered Heart Cave. The 7 pagodas were crafted with their own bones. Such a huge investment had made the Withered Heart Cave the safest place for the Buddhist League. At least, since the creation of Panga World, even the 9 Daozu did not know that the Buddhist League had such a secret base. Surrounding the 7 pagodas were 63 so-called revered ones of the Buddhist League, who possessed the cultivation base of Tao-breaking realm. No one knew about these 63 revered ones. Even the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, did not know that there were 63 almighty experts of the Buddhist League hiding in the Withered Heart Cave. 63 world venerables formed a lotus-like, devil-suppressing formation with the pagoda as the core. Faint chanting of Buddhist scriptures spread in all directions, causing the entire Withered Heart Cave to tremble along with their chanting. The blood was as viscous as ink. When it landed on the ground, it was still wriggling like a poisonous snake. It was obvious that the evil power of 1,000 heads had invaded his body. The other 6 Buddhist ancestors casually raised their hands, and a beam of Buddhist light, wrapped in golden Buddhist flames, sprinkled down, burning the blood arrow cleanly. With a wry smile, Buddha Guarding Heart took out a few secret Buddhist pills and ate them. Then he asked in a low voice, "How's the situation in Mianhu City?" Buddha Guarding Heart smiled faintly and said, "The Vajra formation has been laid out, with Vajra Amitabha as its core. No one can break it unless those few shameless ones strike in person. We've already planted so many people in the city. As long as that King Wei Shan, Gao, submits to us, the entire Yuxiong army will be in our hands." Guarding Heart smiled contentedly and breathed a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, his weak divine sense swept toward the direction of Mianhu City on Panga continent, and his unsightly face suddenly turned deathly pale. Guardian Heart angrily slammed his palm on the ground and shouted, "Where's attendant Golden Mist?" A fragrant breeze drifted by, and then a handsome young man, standing 6 feet tall, with a body as white as ivory and a pair of eyes shining like golden stars, strode out of the breeze, holding a pestle measuring 12 feet long with both hands. Attendant Jinlong bowed slightly to Guarding Heart and cried out in a deep voice, "Buddha, I Jinlong am here. May I know what is your decree?" Buddha Guarding Heart said nothing. He pointed a finger in the direction of Mianhu City on Panga continent, then opened his mouth and spat out a relic about the size of a thumb, glinting so brightly that no one could look at it directly. Inside of it, there seemed to be countless worlds hidden in the relic. Buddha Guarding Heart gave a soft snort as he handed the relic, which he had spent a great deal of time condensing, to attendant Jinlong. The other 6 Buddhist ancestors also sent their divine sense in the direction of Mianhu City, and what they saw made their faces flicker at the same time. These days, they had been busy helping Buddha Guarding Heart heal, and they had no time to spend on trivial matters in the outside world. But all of a sudden, such a big problem had happened. 2 of the 4 Buddhist League cultivators they had planted around Gao had been possessed by primordial immortals who specialized in cultivating the mystic arts of souls from the Tao League. How shameless! The 6 Buddhist ancestors growled in unison. If it had not been for the ambush set up by Huahuang clan in advance, and the fact that Tao-fusing experts were strictly prohibited from participating in the investiture of gods, they would have attacked the Daoyuotian cultivators. This was simply too shameless. Did they think it was easy for the Tao League to plant 4 spies through the Tao of Transmigration? How could the Tao League be so unreasonable as to possess the bodies of these spies? This was too unskillful. The 6 Buddhist ancestors stared at attendant Jinlong with bright eyes. This was the first time he had received so much attention from so many Buddhist ancestors, and he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Hastily, he took the natal relic condensed by Buddha Guarding Heart, then transformed into a gust of fragrant wind and sped toward Panga continent. Attendant Jinlong knew what Buddha Guarding Heart meant. With this natal relic, he could fuse it into the Vajra Amitabha formation outside Mianhu City, transforming the defensive formation into a huge barrier. Within the coverage of this barrier, all Taoist magic and immortal magic could not be used, and the power of the divine abilities of the Buddhist League would be increased by more than 100 times. With this, even if the Tao League had countless men lying in ambush in Mianhu City, they would have no choice but to surrender and let the disciples of the Buddhist League kill them at will. Wuxia's army was related to the Buddhist League's great plan of conquering the Yu. How could they allow this army to fall into the hands of the Tao League? Along the way, attendant Jinlong rushed to Panga continent in a hurry. But before he arrived at Mianhu City, a great change had taken place. Inside the city, Taoist Wuyo and Taoist Tianji burst into laughter. Taoist Wuyo nodded and said, "Your Highness, we have plenty of time to discuss some issues. As for those bald monks outside the city, they're not worth mentioning." Gao, "Oh no. Eldest senior brother Godly Hunter, please use more strength. He will not yield if you don't use some strength." Gao's pupils constricted. He barely managed to raise his arms to block the fierce kick from Godly Hunter, who had possessed Gao for hundreds of years. A crack rang out, and Gao's arms were broken. He grunted as Godly Hunter's foot landed on his chest, causing him to spray a mouthful of blood into the distance. Laughing out loud, Taoist Divine Hunter squatted down and slapped Gao again and again. Taoist God Hunter's slap was so strong that even with Gao's cultivation base, there was no way he could withstand it. Soon his cheeks were swollen, and the skin on his cheeks cracked. Blood sprayed into the air along with the slaps. "Father, Gao, King Weishan, you bitch," said Godly Hunter in a ferocious voice. Clutching Gao's neck with both hands, he said in a cold voice, "If you don't cooperate with us, then you will die." A strange smile appeared on Gao's face as he stared at the sky outside the door and said coldly, "You have killed the spy planted by the Buddhist League around me. You have sabotaged the Buddhist League's plan to subdue Yuxiong army. There is a Buddhist League formation outside that has sealed off the void. You have nowhere to run." Taoist Tianji laughed. With a flick of his finger, he threw out a talisman. A green talisman, no more than 3 inches long, shot out into the sky and exploded into a blinding green light, condensing into a huge green lotus that swayed left and right in the wind. The green lotus radiated a dazzling green light that could be seen from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Wuxia's divine sense had just penetrated the core of the Vajra formation and was carefully seeping into the Vajra Muni. Under Wuxia's divine sense, the true face of the Vajra formation, which was almost a cheat in defense, was revealed to him. With the Vajra Muni as its core, the Buddhist energy of the 9 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, and the power of countless bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, and heavenly kings, all combined into a golden Muni pearl that hovered in the sky. The 9 revered ones surrounded the Vajra Muni in the 9 palaces formation. In the middle of them, a beam of white light shot out from the top of the head of one of the revered ones, which carried a white lotus, and the Vajra Muni hovered in the middle of its pistil. The Buddhist energy of all the Buddhist League's sacred beings had been refined and purified by the Vajra Muni. In order to break the formation, one must destroy the Vajra Muni pearl and all the sacred beings guarding the formation at the same time. This was something that even the few Buddhist patriarchs could not do, let alone the others. Carefully exploring the formation with his divine sense, Wuxia racked his brains, trying to find a way to cause some trouble to the formation. Inside the golden Vajra Muni pearl was a vast and boundless void. All the sacred Buddhist energy of the Buddhist League had transformed into a huge golden whirlpool in this round space, constantly fusing into the core of the Vajra Muni pearl. The core was like a black hole, absorbing and spitting out an immeasurable amount of Buddhist energy, transforming it into a strange and extremely hard energy that filled the entire formation. Wuxia was like a tiny sesame seed at the edge of a vast ocean, staring blankly at the boundless raging tide of Buddhist energy. His power alone could not pose any threat to this flawless vortex of Buddhist energy. Although his cultivation base had reached the level of Tao fusing realm, his magic power and cultivation base were even weaker than an ancient one of the revered ones of the Buddhist League. After all, how many years had Wuxia been cultivating in this life? There was no way he could compete with these almighty experts of the Buddhist League, who had cultivated for several hundreds of thousands of eons. After staring blankly at the raging tide of Buddhist energy for a long time, Wuxia gritted his teeth and was about to use the technique in Scroll of Stealing to forcibly extract the Buddhist energy and transform it into his own magic power. But the raging tide of Buddhist energy was too huge. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, he was like a little mouse trying to eat a mountain, and if he was not careful, he might be crushed by the mountain. Just as Wuxia was about to make his move, the green talisman soared into the sky, and the huge green lotus drifted in the sky. Among the 9 revered ones of the Buddhist League, sitting cross-legged in the Vajra Muni pearl, 3 of them suddenly laughed at the same time and said, "Excellent, excellent. The truth has finally come to light." The golden bodies of the 3 revered ones disintegrated, and dozens of white natal relics, each the size of a rice bucket, soared into the sky. They emitted a blinding light, then turned into a faint rain of light that drifted down from the sky. The natal relics vanished in a puff of smoke, and 3 immortal souls shrouded in purple mist and golden light slowly emerged from the rain of light. 3 enormous purple jade talismans, each 360 miles long, shot out from the bodies of the 3 immortal souls, smashing onto the Vajra Muni pearl amidst countless electric arcs. Suddenly, the vortex of Buddhist energy inside the Vajra Muni pearl became stagnant, and then it flowed backward with a boom. Wild with joy, Wuxia immediately sent all his divine will into the vortex of Buddhist energy. Chapter 1050. Sect leader Miao Yuan cried out in astonishment. Are you saying that there are Buddhists in Palace of Dao Yuan? The Buddhist League had sent out 9 world venerables to arrange the Great Vajra Amitabha formation, but 3 of them had suddenly disintegrated their golden bodies and self-destructed their natal relics. From the disintegrated golden bodies and relics, 3 Taoist immortal souls came out. Moreover, they had launched a suicidal attack, abandoning the enormous immortal energy contained in their immortal souls and reversing the formation's core, turning the whole formation into a mess. In Palace of Dao Yuan, the 9 Daozu exchanged a glance and smiled. Purple-browed Daozu slowly rose to his feet and pointed at a Taoist, who was sitting not far away from him, clad in a purple robe with golden edges and a large golden 8 trigrams embroidered on his chest. This Taoist also had the cultivation base of Dao Breaking Realm. He was the famous sect leader Miao Yuan, among the sect leaders of the 33 Heavens of Dao League. His immortal magic was extremely powerful, and his artifact crafting technique was known as the best in Dao League. Now, they had simply abandoned their golden bodies and relics, which they had acquired through countless years of arduous cultivation in the Buddhist League. As Yuan Ling had been sucked into the list of deification, there was no need to keep this list a secret anymore. After Yuan Ling was sucked into the list of deification, Purple-browed Taoist stood up and pulled out Taoist Miao Yuan. He had the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Taking a deep breath, Purple-browed Taoist sighed faintly and said, after countless eons of arduous cultivation, they have also become revered ones, holding a high position and great power in the Buddhist League. Fortunately, they still have a filial heart. After so many years, they haven't forgotten us, the few masters and seniors who taught them. The sect leader pointed his finger out, and a 3-inch-long immortal weapon, which looked as if it were made of crystal, silently pierced through Taoist Miao Yuan's forehead, destroyed his immortal body, and pierced through the core of his immortal soul. Taoist Miao Yuan gave Taoist Long Eyebrow a cold smile and said, "What are you talking about, Daozu? We only seek victory, regardless of the means. Isn't this what the few Daozu always say? If the 3-world venerables Universal Era, Huasher, and Yuanshi weren't from Daozu, how would you know my identity? How many spies could there be in the Dao sect who could become a true disciple of Daozu? Getting rid of one of them was no less than cutting off an arm of a few Buddhas. It was equivalent to getting rid of a big problem for the Dao sect." Zimei Daozu explained the cause and effect of the matter. 3 spiritual lights flashed in the list of deification. The 3 powerful figures of Haotian Taoism, who had just disturbed the Vajra Amitabha formation and destroyed the arrangement of Buddhism, also told their fellow disciples how they got the list from a list of deification. In addition, Taoist Miao Yuan had obediently put on his kasaya and revealed his bald head. The many mighty figures of the Dao sects in the primordial Dao Palace sighed softly. The world venerables of Buddhism were equivalent to the great sect masters of the 33 Heavens of Dao sect. There were actually 3 world venerables who were spies of Dao sect. This shocking scene was naturally seen by all the mighty figures of Dao sect in the primordial Dao Palace. Hearing Taoist Purple Eyebrow's question, Sect Master Miao Yuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "I saw it. I really didn't expect that the Daozu's supernatural power was so great that they were unpredictable. Even among the world venerables of Buddhism, there are fellow Taoists hidden." This list was a top secret in Buddhism. Except for the 7 Buddhas, only a few of the Buddha's loyal confidants knew the details. Recently, Buddhism suffered the calamity of the fiend god from the outer domain. The great vulture mountain was in a mess, and the 7 Buddhas were in seclusion in the withered heart cave to heal their injuries. Buddhism was without a leader and the three-world venerables were lucky enough to get this list. The Daozu glanced at each other and sighed at the same time. Daoist Miao Yuan smiled, looked at Daoist Purple Eyebrow, nodded, and said, Daozu, today I will call you Uncle Master for the last time. Dao sect is powerful, but Buddhism is destined to be the master of this world. You have fallen into the Buddha's trap and lost. Dao sect, why don't you submit to Buddhism and join forces? In the future, there will be many benefits for you, Daozu. Staring at sect master Miao Yuan, Purple Eyebrow nodded and said, yes. Just now, the three fellow Taoists who sacrificed countless eons of cultivation to destroy the formation in the Vajra Amitabha formation are the senior brothers of all the disciples here. Long before you joined Dao sect, they were ordered to sneak into Buddhism. Daoist Purple Eyebrow and the other Daozu could not help but burst out laughing. Even green-browed Daozu, who was in the worst mood, could not help but burst out laughing. Sitting next to Daoist Long Eyebrow, green-browed Daozu closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then his face, which was as round and fair as an ancient moon, became as lifeless as an ancient well, without any change in his expression. Sect Master Miao Yuan was one of green-browed Daozu's true disciples. Shaking his head gently, green-browed Daozu said coolly, kill his immortal body and immortal soul, and leave his Yuan Ling to enter the list of deification. Since he advocates for Buddhism so much, spare his life, and let us see how Buddhism declines. In the future, when the Celestial Court is conferred the title of deification, we will confer him a lowly position, so that he will regret what he did today. The 9 Daozu sighed in unison, shaking their heads at the same time. Daoist Long Eyebrow said coldly, the Wahuang clan is indeed vicious, but compared to those few bald thieves, they are even more despicable. Spitting loudly, Daoist Long Eyebrow cursed in a low voice. They are not even as good as a woman. These few bald thieves are really despicable. Sect Master Miao Yuan remained silent, staring at Daoist Purple Eyebrow. But, as soon as Ming Guang appeared, the 7 sect masters in front of him cried out at the same time, and a large cloud rose from the top of their heads. Purple, golden, cyan, white, and red lotuses with 5 colors burst out from a cloud. With the combined power of the 7 of them, together with the various powerful restrictive spells in the Palace of Tao Origin, they forcibly sealed the enormous immortal energy that was about to explode inside Daoist Miao Yuan's body. Daoist Purple Eyebrow sighed softly, then straightened his waist and cried out, quickly subdue the Yuxiong army in Mianhu City and announce this to the whole realm of the Yu. Tell them that the human emperor of the Yu is tyrannical, and that Yuxiong army has submitted to the new emperor, Liu Bang, and will certainly plead for the human race and create another glorious era. The thousands of almighty experts in the Palace of Tao Origin received the order in unison, and hundreds of them immediately walked out of the palace. Those who could sit quietly in the Palace of Tao Origin were the top almighty experts of the Tao League. The 33 heavens of the Celestial Court were guarded by 3 great sect masters of Tao breaking realm every day. Together with their subordinate sects and the many experts in their sects, the thousands of people in the Palace of Tao Origin had at least the cultivation base of Tao reasoning realm. With their overall strength, it was easy for them to spy on everything on Panga continent with their divine sense. That was why they had all seen the unusual change outside Mianhu City just now. After a long silence, Daoist Miao Yuan's purple gold Daoist robe quietly tore apart, and amidst a flickering golden light, a pale golden kasaya draped over his body. The bun on his head fell off silently, revealing a big bald head. He put his palms together and bowed to Daoist Purple Eyebrow, then recited the name of Buddha and sighed in a low voice, Daozu, I'm Gu Yuan. It's easy to explain. It's just that when Daozu were crafting the investiture of the gods, I added some ferocious soul stones into it. Sect Master Miao Yuan was the main assistant of the 9 Daozu in refining the investiture of the gods. Had it not been for his profound ability in artifact crafting and his endless wonderful ideas, the 9 Daozu might not have been able to successfully refine the investiture of the gods. Even if the result was a defective product, it was, after all, the investiture of the gods, and it was working now, wasn't it? Green-eyebrow Daozu gritted his teeth and said, "Instead of being the sect master of the Tao League, you chose to be a traitor. Then, I'll let you be ordered by the divine Lord of Universe in the future and be the lowliest official for the rest of your life." Taoist Purple Eyebrow fixed his eyes on sect Master Miao Yuan as well. The atmosphere in the palace of Tao Origin became extremely strange, suffocating like a graveyard at night. After a full 2 hours, Taoist Purple Eyebrow sighed softly and said, "Miao Yuan, you played a great role in refining the investiture of the gods. It's your credit that you were able to refine the investiture of the gods into what it is today, so that your master and all your uncle masters could only suppress the investiture of the gods with their souls, right? How did you do it?" When the 3 revered Buddhas, who had just destroyed their Dharmakaya and natal relics, exhausted all the power of their immortal souls to reverse the Vajra Amitabha formation, they had used a secret art of the Tao League to send back some of the secret information they had learned. Among them were the names of several core spies of the Tao League, including Sect Master Miao Yuan. With a soft sigh, the 7 sect masters in purple robes, Chi-Chi stood up and stood in front of Taoist Miao Yuan. One of the sect masters said in a deep voice, "How can a mere demon monk Gui Yuan be worthy of Daozu's personal attack? Aren't you overestimating him too much? Demon monk Gui Yuan, surrender and listen to Daozu's punishment." Taoist Purple Eyebrow laughed and nodded. "Yes, my 9 brothers and I have been competing with those 7 bald thieves for countless years, and we have also placed many trusted disciples in each other's disciples. Whether it is us or the 7 bald thieves, we have done everything possible to strictly examine our first disciples, true disciples, and inner disciples. But there are always fish that slip through the net." Taoist Purple Eyebrow sighed, shook his head, and said, "Just now, outside the city of Miao, the Vajra Amitabha formation of the Buddhist League was broken. You have all seen it." With a long sigh, Yuan Ling flew out of Taoist Miao Yuan's body. The investiture of the gods released a strong golden light that enveloped Yuan Ling and swallowed him into the investiture of the gods. Sect Master Miao Yuan rose to his feet in confusion. He cupped his fist and bowed to Taoist Purple Eyebrow, then asked respectfully, "What can I do for you, eldest uncle?" Taoist Miao Yuan gave a long laugh. A bright light burst out of his body, and he was ready to self-detonate. His heart was as clear as a mirror. In front of the 9 Tao ancestors, he had no chance to escape at all, not to mention a life-and-death struggle with the other almighty figures of Tao sect. The best choice he could make now was to self-detonate, so that he would not be captured alive and suffer the humiliation for no reason. Outside the 33 heavens, in the supreme Daoyuotian realm, Taoist Miao Yuan smiled, narrowed his eyes at Taoist Purple Eyebrow, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said, "These ferocious soul stones are born in the chaos, and they are formed by the immeasurable power of fierce souls. It took the 5 Buddhist patriarchs 3 eons to find enough ferocious soul stones from the chaos. They concealed the ferocious aura within them with the power of Buddhism, then disguised them as the celestial divine gold, an essential material for crafting the investiture of the gods, and fused them into the investiture of the gods. That is why the investiture of the gods has so many strange problems." Chapter 1051. The 3 World Masters, the World Masters, the World Masters, and the World Masters launched their attacks simultaneously, throwing the Vajra Amitabha formation into a great mess. Inside the Vajra Amitabha, the enormous whirlpool of Buddha power was clean and stable. Every single bit of Buddha power was moving according to the path of the formation, without any mistake. The 9 world masters were guarding the core of the formation, which was enough to ensure the perfect operation of the formation. However, the result of the 3 world masters destroying their spirit relic in golden bodies, risking their lives to unleash all of their powers, was like 3 enormous piles of cow dung suddenly being dragged into a clear stream by a stampeding herd of wild buffaloes. In the stream, which was about 10 feet wide and a foot deep, 3 lumps of cow dung, the size of a rice bucket, emerged. The originally crystal clear stream was immediately polluted into a mess, and the originally clear water also became messy. Tiny streams of Buddhist power collided and rubbed against each other, and the stable and constant vortex of Buddhist power inside, the Vajram Muni, collapsed on the spot. Along with a shrill howl, the 6 world masters, who had been concentrating on controlling the operation of the formation, spurted out colorful, sticky blood and spirit fire from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Their skins cracked inch by inch, and blood splashed all over the sky. The 36 world masters, 36 ancient Buddhas, and countless bodhisattvas, vajras, and arhats had all sent their powers into the Vajra Amitabha through their bodies. Now that the formation was in a mess, 90% of the tremendous Buddha power rushed into their bodies and exploded like thunderbolts. The 6 world masters were severely injured on the spot. They fell from the clouds, barely breathing. Except for the strongest world master, the other 5 had all fainted. Inside the formation, countless Chi-Chi world masters vomited blood. The counterforce of the formation was as great as a full power strike launched by them, and all of them were severely injured. After all, in the Vajra Amitabha formation, none of them had the concept of self-defense. In their eyes, the formation could never be broken. All of their powers were used to maintain the operation of the formation, and none of them had the time to protect themselves. The Buddha world masters in the Vajra Amitabha formation were indestructible, but also extremely fragile. As long as the formation was fine, no one in Pangu world could hurt them. However, once there was a flaw in the grand formation, everyone would suffer the backlash of their own Buddhist power, and everyone would be heavily injured at the same time. They were beaten by their own power until they were on the verge of death. 99% of them did not even have the strength to move their pinky. Wuxia, whose divine sense had seeped into the Vajra Muni, laughed in ecstasy. His enormous divine sense wrapped around the Vajra Muni, and his hands formed seals one after another. The Yuan Ling true flame fused with his divine sense and transformed into a white divine rune that blasted into the core of the Vajra Muni. Countless seals transformed into a huge palm that enveloped the purple halo at the core of the Vajra Muni. The mystic techniques in Scroll of Stealing were marvelous. The giant hand did not disturb Vajra Muni's nascent spirit, who was shrouded in the purple halo. Instead, it pierced through the protection of the purple halo like quicksilver, piercing through the countless innate defensive runes, bringing with it the white divine runes formed from Yuan Ling True Flame and his divine sense, as well as Yuan Ling True Flame, as it came right before Vajra Muni's nascent spirit. The Vajra Muni was one of the most important treasures of the Buddhist path. It was the core treasure of the Buddhist path's Vajra Muni formation. With the Vajra Muni, there would be the Vajra Muni formation. Without this treasure, the Buddhist sect would lose the Buddhist sect formation that was known as the #1 defensive formation in the world. Therefore, Mouth-Guarding Buddha had left a clone of Yuan Ling in the Vajra Muni formation. This clone of Yuan Ling had the overall strength equivalent to an almighty expert at the peak of Tao-breaking realm. As soon as the white divine runes transformed from Yuan Ling's true flame and the clone of Wuxia approached Yuan Ling, the clone of Mouth-Guarding Buddha, who was sitting cross-legged above Yuan Ling, suddenly opened his eyes. The space inside the Vajra Muni temple suddenly expanded, while the clone of Yuan Ling's true flame expanded rapidly. In front of Wuxia's clone of Wuxia, he transformed into a golden statue of Buddha with 8 heads and 6 arms, standing hundreds of feet tall and entirely purple-green in color. Fellow Taoist, please step back. The Buddhist sect will form a good relationship with you. Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha stared at the white divine runes transformed from Wuxi's clone, then solemnly chanted the name of Buddha and made a promise. Wuxi let out a long laugh. A dense black mist rushed out of his clone, within which countless starlight swirled. The dense starlight mixed with the black mist and instantly wrapped around Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha. The heaven-veiling flag of chaos was fully activated. Wuxi flew in front of Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha and imprinted the white divine runes on the forehead of the golden Buddha. Body-splitting bandit's palm imprint. Wuxi cried out. The body-splitting bandit's palm imprint, which was specially used to deal with all kinds of Yuanling and nascent divinity clones of mouth-guarding Buddha, transformed into layers of shockwaves with a very high frequency and smashdown. Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha had just been wrapped up by the heaven-veiling flag of chaos, and before he could deal with Wuxi, the body-splitting bandit's palm imprint had severely wounded his clone of Yuanling. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the purple-green golden Buddha statue. Mouth-guarding Buddha roared furiously, and more than 50% of the energy essence of Yuanling's clone vanished abruptly. Meanwhile, Wuxi's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha had become twice as strong. Suddenly, mouth-guarding Buddha's eyes snapped open, and he cried out in a hoarse voice, "Evildoer! Why you? You! Scroll of stealing. This is the heaven-veiling flag of chaos swept out in all directions, completely cutting off the connection between Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha and the outside world." Wuxi let out a long laugh and said, "I'll just collect some interest. Mouth-guarding Buddha, or perhaps I should call you fellow Taoist Lao AI. In the past, you exchanged 3 casting pills with me, with some precious treasures, and with the power of my pills, you were able to get rid of your original hairy body." Yuanling's clone of mouth-guarding Buddha was clearly struck dumb. Scroll of stealing? Wasn't the evildoer who cultivated the scroll of stealing killed by all the celestial fiends in the universe a long time ago? Why did he appear again now? As for the matter of the 3 casting pills, how long ago was that? It was so long ago that mouth-guarding Buddha himself had forgotten about it. He had even placed the name of Lao AI in the deepest part of his soul, and it had been a very long time since even his 6 like-minded senior and junior brothers mentioned the name. Who did he get those 3 cast body-shaping elixirs from? There were countless chaos fiend gods who were good at killing and arson, but there seemed to be only one who was good at alchemy. But that person should have been killed by them in the ancient sacred palace. Why was he here? Staring at Wuxi in astonishment, mouth-guarding Buddha asked hesitantly, "Fellow Taoist Yuanling?" Wuxi sneered. He produced the Book of Life and Death and the Soul-Hooking Brush, 2 supreme treasures of primal, at the same time. The Book of Life and Death unleashed a beam of bright light and fixed its eyes on Yuanling's clone, while the Soul-Hooking Brush made a light hook at his body. Both the Book of Life and Death and the Soul-Hooking Brush had an absolute restraining effect on all spirit bodies. Mouth-guarding Buddha let out a miserable howl, and Yuanling's clone, which was badly injured, was shattered into countless fist-sized purple-green liquid droplets that flew all over the sky. Wuxi opened his mouth and sucked all the liquid droplets into his mouth. This was equivalent to the full cultivation base of a peak-stage Tao-breaking expert. Wuxi felt a hot current surging through his body, and his strength instantly doubled. Yuanling's clone was exposed in front of Wuxi. Wuxi laughed wildly, and the white divine characters transformed from his clone, smashed into Yuanling's clone. In the blink of an eye, he had gained preliminary control over the Diamond Muni. This Diamond Muni was a supreme treasure that mouth-guarding Buddha had refined with his heart's blood. Now that his clone had been killed by Wuxi, Wuxi had obtained all the techniques to control the Diamond Muni from his clone's memory. Complacently, he copied Yuanling's clone, drew a hand seal, pointed at the void, and said, "Quick!" The chaotic Diamond Muni array suddenly froze. The 6 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, and countless bodhisattvas, vajras, and arhats who were falling from the sky suddenly trembled. Even though Buddhist cultivators valued cultivating their minds the most, at this moment, they could not help but show a trace of panic and despair. They looked up in shock at the Diamond Muni, who was shining brightly, and called out the name of Buddha in unison. The chaotic Buddhist power inside the Diamond Muni slowly rotated in the opposite direction. In addition to the Diamond Muni, the sky-veiling flag of origin wrapped in the boundless star power formed a starry array inside the Diamond Muni. The starlight stream transformed into a huge whirlpool, which worked with the Diamond Muni to mobilize the Buddhist power left in the Diamond Muni by the other Buddhist cultivators. All the power rotated rapidly, and the Diamond Muni turned into a huge black hole, crazily sucking in all the injured Buddhist cultivators. The huge Arhat in the sky, which was on the verge of disintegration, gradually compressed and collapsed. A faint black mist spread in all directions, and the bodies of the Buddhist cultivators flew uncontrollably toward the Diamond Muni. Their Buddhist power was still tangled together, and everyone's power was sucking and tearing each other apart. In their injured state, they could not resist the violent attraction of the Diamond Muni. After being purified by the Diamond Muni, the enormous Buddhist power was transformed into a pure energy that was injected into Wuxi's body and was smoothly absorbed by him. 6 revered Buddhas, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, countless bodhisattvas, and other Buddhist cultivators, all of them had cultivated for countless eons. Even those bodhisattvas of the level of Gold Immortal, although their cultivation base was not worth mentioning, the magic power they possessed could be called boundless. Wuxia happily plundered all the cultivation base of these Buddhist cultivators, while the ferocious and violent Ninetails stood guard beside Wuxia, wagging its huge head. A few arhats who were slightly injured tried to attack Wuxia with their Buddhist treasures, but were knocked flying far away by the Ninetails' pincers. Gradually, the 6 revered Buddhas were sucked into the Diamond Muni, while the other Buddhist cultivators were also sucked into the Diamond Muni like dumplings. With a smile on his face, Wuxia stabilized the Diamond Muni formation again. He reversed the direction of the formation and turned it from facing outside to facing inside. Unless those Buddhist cultivators who were sealed in the Diamond Muni could break through the formation formed by all their Buddhist power in one fell swoop, they would never be able to escape. But how difficult would it be to break through the Diamond Muni formation? It was something that even Buddha could not do, let alone them. The reversed Diamond Muni formation slowly rotated. All the Buddhist cultivators' magic power was constantly extracted and purified, and then gradually transferred to Wuxia. Wuxia felt the magic power in his body was gradually replenished, like a starving giant who had just received an abundance of food. His body was gradually filled with strength. A fragrant breeze came from the sky. The golden mist attendant who arrived late roared angrily out of humiliation. He raised his scepter and smashed it down at Wuxi's head. Chapter 1052. Golden Mist attendant flew into a rage and smashed down with his pestle. He was only 10 minutes late. He was one of the 7 Buddhist ancestors' personal attendants, the Golden Mist attendant who was famous for his various divine abilities. His heavenly feet divine ability was the best in Buddhism. It only took him an hour to rush from Gridrakota Mountain to Mianhu City. This speed was even faster than the Buddhist venerables. However, with this speed, what did he see when he arrived? He saw the Diamond Muni formation reverse. Except for the 3 traders, all the Buddhist saints in the formation were sucked into the Diamond Muni primordial treasure. The impenetrable defensive formation had turned into a cage, trapping all the Buddhist deities within it. This was a formation that even the Buddha ancestor could not break. In other words, unless they killed Wuxia and took back the Diamond Muni formation, the 6 Buddhist venerables, 36 ancient Buddhas, and 36 Buddhas would never be able to escape. All of this was because attendant Golden Mist had arrived 10 minutes late. As long as he was a little faster, just a little faster, as long as he threw Buddha's natal relic into the Vajramuni formation, no one would be able to break it. How dare you, evil creature! Die! Golden Mist attendant roared. He, who was famous for his divine abilities, gave up all his divine abilities and used all his divine energy to smash the pestle at Wuxi's head. He didn't want to kill Wuxi easily with divine abilities. He wanted to use the demon's subduing pestle to beat him in a minced meat inch by inch. Looking coldly at Golden Mist attendant, Wuxi's magic power surged like the tide. With every passing second, his magic power skyrocketed. The Buddhist venerables, ancient Buddhas, and countless bodhisattvas, vajras, and arhats inside the Diamond Muni formation were howling. They were seriously injured and couldn't control their Buddhist power. The magic power they had cultivated for eons was being extracted by the reverse formation, purified by the Diamond Muni formation, and injected into Wuxi's body. Compared to Wuxi, who used thievery energy to devour heaven and earth's spiritual energy to increase his cultivation base, this kind of plundering extraction was tens of thousands of times faster than his own cultivation. At this moment, Wuxi felt as though he was omnipotent. It was as though he could tear a hole in the world with a single punch. Under the impetus of the endless pure energy, Wuxi's soul was slowly moving towards a mysterious and unpredictable realm. Vaguely, he grasped the core track of the great Tao of Pangu world and saw something that ordinary people couldn't understand. As long as he could integrate his Yuan Ling with these mysterious and unfathomable trajectories, he would officially progress to the Tao integration stage. Especially at this moment, there were countless Buddhists providing him with Dharma power. Once he stepped into the Tao fusing realm, his Dharma power cultivation would not be much weaker than those old monsters. At least the Dharma power cultivation that the 6 revered ones and so many ancient Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats offered to Wuxi would definitely be several times stronger than that of the Huahuang clan. Chuckling coldly, Wuxi casually raised his right hand. He did not use any supreme artifact of primal, but simply raised his right hand. He did not use any dermic powers or divine powers. With a smile on his face, he used his palms to receive the demon-subduing pestle that Golden Mist attendant had struck at him with all his might. A loud boom rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. Wuxi's fair palm, which looked like it was carved out of jade, did not move at all. On the other hand, the attendant of Gold Mist howled miserably, waving both his arms and legs as he was knocked flying away by the tremendous counterforce. The scepter was bent 90 degrees, and countless cracks covered its body. The webs between the thumb and forefinger of the Gold Mist servant were torn, and the cracks extended from his hands to his elbows. Golden blood kept gushing out, and countless cracks could be seen on the pale golden bones in his arms as well. A few golden thunderbolts flashed rapidly in Wuxi's palm, but they only flickered for a while before vanishing without a trace. These thunderbolts came from the devil-subduing Buddhist seal, personally sealed on the scepter by the Buddha himself. It had the great power to kill all evil and evil. However, the devil-subduing divine thunder unleashed from the Buddhist seal, personally sealed by the Buddha, did not even leave a scratch on the skin of Wuxi's palm. The Gold Mist servant stared in horror at Wuxi, who was acting as if nothing had happened, and muttered to himself, "What a tough body." Inside the Withered Heart Cave on Mount Gridrakata, the 7 Buddhist ancestors, Chi-Chi, who were watching the commotion with full attention, gasped. As their personal attendant, Attendant Golden Mist was one of the most powerful figures in the Buddhist League. The evil subduing pestle in his hand was forged by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs using innate materials collected from the chaos with their natal true flames. Its power was not weaker than any ordinary chaos spiritual artifact. Could Wuxi destroy a chaos spirit artifact with his bare palm? Even the Buddhist seal, personally blessed by the Buddha, had no effect on him. How strong was this guy's fleshly body? The 7 Buddhist ancestors cultivated both nature and life, and they believed their fleshly bodies were extremely strong. But they knew that if they were to fight a chaos spirit artifact head-on, they would most likely be the ones injured. Where did this freak come from? How could he bend a chaos spirit artifact scepter with his bare palm? Wuxia looked coldly at the dumbfounded gold mist servant and sneered. His divine soul began to stir, and he was about to approach the indescribably mysterious and unfathomable heavenly Tao. Just as Wuxia was about to separate Yuan Ling and merge with the heavenly Tao's core, an inexplicable palpitation stopped him in his tracks. The first wisp of innate thieving energy that had merged with him pulsed gently, as if it had a different understanding of his Tao fusing. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia gave up the urge to fuse with the Tao at this time. It was not only because of the warning from the thieving energy, but also because Wuxia knew that if he fused with the Tao now, according to the agreement between the Huahuang clan and the other Tao fusing experts, he could no longer fight in this great God-confirmed tribulation. Wouldn't he be giving up a great opportunity for no reason? Since the Daozu and the Buddhist ancestors could not fight, why not bully their disciples and grand-disciples for more benefits? There was still a huge gap between Wuxia and the Daozu and the Buddhist ancestors in terms of magic power and cultivation base. But if he added the magic power and cultivation base of dozens of world venerables and sect masters, as well as the cultivation base of some Buddhist League and Taoist League almighty experts, he would not be too far off. Instead of fusing with the Tao now, he might as well wait until his foundation was stronger. He smiled and nodded at attendant Jinlan. A plume of black smoke shot out from the top of Wuqi's head, and the sky-veiling flag of chaos let out a whistling sound that swept across the heaven and earth. Dozens of black whirlwinds wrapped around attendant Jinlan and pulled him toward the Vajra Muni, who hovered above Wuqi's head and glowed brightly. Attendant Jinlan was indeed a powerful figure famous for his various divine powers in the Buddhist League. When he was pulled by the sky-veiling flag of chaos, his body turned into thousands of golden beams and a large cloud of fragrant smoke that scattered in all directions. He had actually broken through the sky-veiling flag of chaos and escaped into the void. Good. Wuxia gave a loud laugh, then casually pointed the soul-hooking brush at the void. The attendant gave a muffled snort as the myriad of beams of golden light once again gathered together. His eyes were spinning as he fell to the ground. The Book of Life and Death and the soul-hooking brush were specialized in attacking all kinds of spirit bodies. Attendant Jinlan's soul was nearly blown out of his body by the soul-hooking brush. At the moment, he could only barely stabilize his mind to prevent his soul from being taken away. How could he have the strength to resist Wuxia? With a flick of the sky-veiling flag of chaos, attendant Jinlan drifted into the Vajra Muni. At the same time, his profound cultivation base was drawn out by the reversed formation, flying into Wuqi's body and becoming a part of Wuqi's mighty primal purple energy. A furious bellow rang out from Mount Gridrakata's withered heart cave. Immediately after that, countless auspicious clouds rose from all over the mountain. Countless pagodas, lotus flowers, Bodhi trees, forests of 7 treasures, and many other auspicious objects of the Buddhist League flew all over the sky, protecting the vast army of Buddhist League as they hurried toward Panga continent. The 7 Buddhist ancestors were truly infuriated. They were truly enraged. For a long time, Wuxia, the king of Isi of the Yu, was just a nobody in their eyes, and they never thought that Wuxia was qualified to participate in the Godhood Conferment. But Wuxia had shattered attendant Jinlan's staff with a palm strike, and he had also shown that he had 4 supreme treasures of primal: the sky-veiling flag of chaos, the Vajra Muni, the Book of Life and Death, and the soul-hooking brush. With such prowess and wealth, he was strong enough to stir up trouble. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs felt that they had misjudged him, and their anger was even more infuriating than when attendant Jinlan was forcibly taken away by Wuxia. On top of that, all the schemes of the Buddhist League in Mianhu City had come to nothing. In their anger, they simply sent out the army of the Buddhist League to fight recklessly. In the face of absolute power, all the schemes were nothing. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs thought that after so many years of keeping a low profile and accumulating strength, the Buddhist League was now strong enough to do something. 300,000 miles west of Mianhu City, after Wuqi took attendant Jinlan into the Vajram Muni, Yingzheng and the other 5 saint emperors burst into laughter. Nearly 1,000 supreme towers unleashed dark, evil energy and flame at the same time, protecting the reinforcements as they rushed toward Mianhu City. Wei Wuji, the violent man, even snapped from the cloud, Taoist Tianji, Taoist Wuyo, and that little godly show, if you dare to touch a finger of King Wei Shan, I swear I'll wipe out your descendants, slaughter your entire clan, and wipe out all the living beings in the world who are related to you. The deafening roar shook the earth and shook the mountains near and far. Presumably, Taoist Tianji and his companions in Mianhu City, as well as Gao, must have heard the roar as well. Wu Qi, too, flew up to Nine Tails' back, waved the pole of sky-veiling flag of chaos, and smashed it hard at the beast's head. Nine Tails threw his head back and roared, then flew toward Mianhu City, shaking his head and wagging his tail. Behind Wu Qi were countless reinforcements of the Yu, escorted by nearly 1,000 supreme towers. Among these reinforcements were not only the newly formed Flying Bear Army from Liangzhu, but also the Celestial Army under the command of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the Yin Emperor Shinon. The army galloped forward. When they were less than 100 miles away from Mianhu City, a distance that Wu Qi and his companions could cover with just a twist of their bodies, a bright light suddenly shone in the sky, and a vast mist rose into the air. Countless Taoists, feather warriors, Xuanzhen cultivators, and hermits, clad in robes of different lengths, colorful crane cloaks, and all kinds of strange ornaments and treasures, stood in front of Wu Qi and his companions with a smile on their faces. A long cry rang out as a middle-aged Taoist, clad in a moon-white Taoist robe and a black crane cloak, flew forward on a cloud, his body shrouded in a layer of watery light, and the top of his head releasing specks of golden light that turned into countless golden lotuses and drifted in all directions. Then he cupped his fist and bowed to Wu Qi and his companions. "Benefactors, please turn back. You're not allowed to go to Mianhu City." Chapter 1053. Upon hearing Taoist Ming Ying's words, Yin Revered no longer bothered to save his face. With a wave of his hand, the few revered ones behind him, as well as the many ancient Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas, spread their palms open at the same time. Lotus flowers bloomed in their palms, and within each lotus was a Buddhist kingdom. Countless fully armed Buddhist armies, such as Vajras, strongmen, heavenly kings, and Jidis, marched out in neat rows, quickly forming a battle formation in the surroundings. Holy Mother Empress Hua, do you think what I'm doing will work? Taoist Ming Ying was taken aback by Wu Qi's brazen attack. He had never seen someone like Wu Qi before. Both Buddhist League and Tao League paid particular attention to the relationship of karma and retribution. Ao Buzin had offended Taoist Ming Ying, and, as the master of Ao Buzin, Wu Qi should pick up the karma and step aside obediently today, instead of making things difficult for Taoist Ming Ying. But Wu Qi actually attacked him? How could he be so unreasonable? The leader of the group was a 36 feet tall, revered ones of the Buddhist League. He did not even spare a glance at Wu Qi. Instead, he gave Taoist Ming Ying a sidelong glance and said with a cold grin, "Taoist Ming Ying, I don't want to ruin the harmony between our two clans. Step aside. His Majesty Emperor Wugo of Shizo Dynasty wants to return to the capital city of Shizo Dynasty through Mianhu City." Wu Qi patted the nine-tails beneath him and said cunningly, "My mount is this nine-tailed scorpion, and as for Ao Buzin." "Ha ha, He has something to do with the EC. The bronze dagger axe changed its target and locked onto the revered one's chest. Grinning coldly, Taoist Ming Ying said, "There are thousands of great Daos in the world, and any one of them can lead you back to Calm Heart City. But today, this Mianhu city belongs to Tao League." Every prime disciple had a cultivation base of at least the first tier of Tao-breaking realm, and some, like Taoist Chicheng, had an excellent innate talent and almost had one of his feet stepped into the realm of Tao fusing. That was why the Taoist in front of him gave Wuxia such a strong sense of threat. He really had the ability to threaten Wuxia's life. With Taoist Ming Ying standing in their way, they could not even spare Wuxia and his companions, let alone the many holy saints of Buddhist League who were approaching menacingly with a murderous aura. Great! Let's have a fight between your two clans. Which clan survives in the end? Apart from GAO, everyone else in Yuxiong army belongs to that clan. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia cupped his hands towards the Taoist and asked, "May I know your name?" Wuxia smiled. Clearly, he had seized the opportunity when the three revered ones were stirring up trouble to reverse the Vajra Muni formation, subduing countless Buddhist saints in one fell swoop. This move had deterred the almighty experts of Tao League, led by Taoist Ming Ying. That was why they seized the opportunity of what A.O. Buzin had done in the past to trap Wuxia, telling him to ignore what was happening here. At this critical juncture, a fragrant breeze lingered in the sky, and auspicious mists rose into the air. Escorted by countless celestial fiends from outer domains, countless holy saints of Buddhist League were flying whistling through the air. Amidst these holy saints of Buddhist League was the emperor of the Xianxia dynasty, Emperor Wugo. These holy saints of Buddhist League, who usually wore kind and benevolent countenances, had turned into ferocious fiends today. How could they not be angry when the Vajra Muni formation was destroyed and the Vajra Muni temple was taken away? For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely stiff. The tough attitude of the Buddhist League was beyond everyone's expectation, and Taoist Ming Ying did not know how to deal with it. Even though Wuxia had made great progress in his cultivation base, he instinctively felt threatened when facing this Taoist who was clad in a white Taoist robe and a black crane cloak. I reckon this Taoist is the first disciple of some Daozu, right? Wuxia knew the rules of the Tao League. The so-called first disciple was actually equivalent to the elders of technique imparting in ordinary immortal sects, and this was the kind of person who passed on his or her skills on behalf of his or her master. Taoist Ming Ying twitched his lips and quickly changed the topic. King of East Sea, is A.O. Buzin the king of East Sea's Mount? Taoist Ming Ying smiled. He gave the 6 saint emperors standing behind Wuxia a glance, then nodded and said, "In that case, we really need to discuss this matter with the king of East Sea. A.O. Buzin has abducted the mounts of me and the other fellow Taoists, and this karma has to fall on the king of East Sea. Either the king of East Sea returns our mounts, or the king of East Sea can turn around and head eastward and leave this matter alone." The white-clothed Taoist smiled faintly. He gave Wuxia a glance, then nodded and said, "I'm Taoist Ming Ying from Mount Wujin. I've long heard of the reputation of the king of East Sea, and now that I've met you today, you are indeed better than the reputation." The Vajra Muni formation of the Buddhist League was single-handedly destroyed by the king of East Sea. Taoist Ming Ying remained silent. Wisps of immortal light kept flashing on his palm, which was gripping the bronze dagger axe. Obviously, he was injecting all his immortal energy into it. He stared coldly at Wuxia, while 3 sharp tips of the dagger axe kept emitting a cold green gleam, making his brows and beard turn green. Sure enough, one's overall strength decided everything. If not for Wuxia's trick just now, how could these almighty experts of the Tao League negotiate with him so calmly? It was as deep as the ocean, unfathomable. All of a sudden, Wuxia burst into laughter. He clapped his hands and said, "Excellent. 6 saint emperors, let's have a fight." Whoever survives in the end, apart from GAO, will have all the soldiers of Yuxiong army belong to the winner. What do you say? Hundreds of grains of sand were shattered by the heaven-pacifying sword. A sword beam flashed, and in a hurry, Taoist Mingying tilted his body to one side, allowing the sword beam to brush past his body. Suddenly, the black crane cloak he was wearing disintegrated, and countless black crane feathers rushed out in all directions, forming into a huge Taiji diagram in front of him. The sword light swept across the 8 trigrams pattern formed by the feathers. Thousands of crane feathers were cut off by the sword light, slowly falling to the ground. When these almighty experts of the Buddhist League cast aside all their scruples and exposed the military force they had accumulated over the years, the 6 saint emperors' faces flickered. As far as their eyes could see, the sky was filled with soldiers summoned from the Buddhist kingdoms by the almighty experts of the Buddhist League. Even the weakest bodhisattva of the Buddhist League could gather 800 Buddhist kingdoms, and each Buddhist kingdom had at least 100 million believers. As long as 1 in a million of these believers could be converted into a Buddhist League army, one could imagine how large an army these Buddhist League almighty beings could gather once they let loose. About the time of 3 breaths, Wuhuang clan's soft voice was heard coming from the void. The blood centipede sword flashed across the sky, slicing dozens of grains of sand in half. But these grains of sand were frighteningly heavy and extremely tough. After slicing through dozens of them, the sword's light dimmed abruptly, and hundreds of grains of sand came smashing at it at high speed, causing clanging noises to ring out of the sword and shooting out beams of flame. At the same time, Wuxia laughed aloud and said, "That was A.O. Buzin's doing. What does it have to do with me? If Taoist Mingying is dissatisfied with him, you can capture him alive and skin him alive. Don't blame the karma he caused on me." Wuxia shook his head hastily and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Taoist Mingying. It was clearly the few Daozu who broke the Vajramuni formation, and it has nothing to do with me. I just took advantage of the situation, and the culprit is still your Dao League. Whoever pooped the shit should clean it up himself. Don't put the shit on others." "How dare you?" Taoist Mingying suffered a great loss. His immortal body was nearly sliced into 2 by the heaven-pacifying sword. If not for the fact that his crane cloak was also a rare treasure, perhaps he would have been killed by Wuxia. Flying into a rage out of humiliation, Taoist Mingying pulled out a pale green bronze dagger axe from under his sleeve. He weighed it in his right hand, then pointed the 6-feet-long dagger axe at Wuxia. He snorted coldly and unleashed a large sheet of dark mist from the sky-veiling flag of chaos to cover his body, while the Vajramuni sprayed out a yellow, bell-shaped light barrier that wrapped around Wuxia. Wuxia smiled at Taoist Mingying and said, "This treasure seems to be pretty good, but can it really break the Vajramuni formation? Although I can only borrow 70% of its power through the Vajramuni, do you think you can break it?" In the entire Dao League, there were only 27 prime disciples among the 9 Daozu, while there were several hundred true disciples. Apart from Taoist Chicheng, who was planted by the Wuhuang clan, the other 26 prime disciples had a very high status in the Dao League, and all the other true disciples addressed them as Shifu. The almighty experts from both Dao League and Buddhist League were taken aback, and then they heard Wuxia throw his head back and cry out loud. With the book of life and death in his left hand and the soul-hooking brush in his right, Wuxia clenched his jaws and injected all his power into the 2 supreme treasures. 2 subtle auras locked onto Taoist Mingying's immortal soul. Once Wuxia activated the 2 treasures, he would be able to launch a deadly attack on Taoist Mingying's immortal soul. While shouting, Taoist Mingying sprayed out a clump of dense purple mist. A faint and refreshing purple mist pervaded the air, covering an area of several tens of acres in circumference. Inside of it, countless thumb-sized, translucent, bluish-purple grains of sand could be seen flying in all directions. Each grain of sand weighed as much as a star, and when they flew in the air, they produced loud, muffled noises that sounded like thunderclaps. Occasionally, when a few grains of sand collided with each other, a deafening boom would immediately erupt and sparks would splash in all directions. Waving his hand, Wuxia called back the heaven-pacifying sword, then looked at Taoist Ming Ying and sneered. "Since you want to risk your life, I'll do it." Gao was in Yinhu City, and Wuxia would never let someone he considered as a friend be bullied and killed like this. Wuqi's expression flickered. The bronze dagger axe looked inconspicuous, but the energy aura it emanated was extremely fierce, as if it contained an aura that could tear and destroy everything. Even with Wuqi's eyesight, he could not see through the origin of this bronze dagger axe. Perhaps it was an extraordinary artifact bred in the chaos, and possessed a lethality beyond Wuqi's expectation. "King of East Sea, this sword strike of yours has sown enmity between you and me. Don't blame me for whatever karma you face in the future," cried Taoist Ming Ying angrily. Almost all of them had inherited the complete cultivation technique of a certain Daozu, and would selectively teach a part of it to those true disciples with suitable aptitudes. For example, a certain true disciple would be suitable to cultivate the Thunder Immortal technique, while some would be suitable to cultivate the Ice Immortal technique. Some would be suitable to refine flying swords to kill and set fires, and some would be suitable to concoct pills to save lives and cure illnesses. But Wuxia was not a man who could be so easily limited by the so-called karma. Upon hearing Taoist Ming Ying's words, he wasted no time and spat out the blood centipede sword, an innate spirit artifact condensed from the primal purple energy. Then it slashed down towards Taoist Ming Ying's head amidst a foot-thick blood-red beam of light. In his previous life, the heaven-pacifying sword, a chaotic spirit treasure crafted by Wuxia, had shrunk to the size of a finger and was thrust out amidst the blood-red beam of light. Clang! The blood centipede sword was shattered by the sandstorm, exploding into a clump of faint primal purple energy that drifted and drifted in all directions. Wuxia opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking the primal purple energy back into his mouth. He let out a soft cry and breathed out a mouthful of prime energy. Abruptly, the heaven-pacifying sword returned to its original form, then thrust towards Taoist Ming Ying with a dim and inconspicuous sword beam. Chapter 1054. The three parties met in Yinhu City and fought fiercely for the sake of Yuxiong army. The Yu was in a precarious situation, and the Shizo dynasty was aggressive. On the contrary, Great Wu, which was located in the southern region, was quiet and peaceful at the moment, like a paradise. Taking advantage of the war between the Yu, the Shizo dynasty, and the fallen Ling dynasty, Great Wu had stealthily occupied many territories and acquired countless people. Now, Great Wu's territory was about 30% of the Yu's. Although its overall national strength was far inferior to the Yu's, in terms of military strength alone, Great Wu's military strength was impressive. In particular, Reverend Xianxia had used his mighty divine ability to move countless mountains from all over Panga continent to surround Great Wu's territory. He had even spent a great deal of magic power to deploy countless defensive formations and other defensive mechanisms on these mountains, leaving only one road leading to the north. The passage was tens of miles wide and about 10,000 miles long, with nearly 100 checkpoints of various sizes densely packed in the winding passage. The whole of Great Wu had been turned into a curled-up hedgehog by Reverend Xianxia, making it impossible for anyone to find where to start. Moreover, Giguzi had deployed the art of Qimendunjia everywhere, and MOD had led countless disciples of Mo's sect to build powerful war puppets. Although Great Wu had been quietly developing in the southern region, once its strength exploded, it was enough to cause a great disturbance on Panga continent. Just as Wuxia was provoking the Buddhist League and the Tao League to fight, a small army appeared outside Great Wu's northernmost military town, the Uncontending City. Uncontending City was the name given by Reverend Xianxia, the current Great Wu's Grand Celestial Master. It represented that Great Wu had no intention of fighting with other powers and only wanted to live quietly in a corner. However, there were millions of soldiers stationed in the city, and no less than 100,000 war puppets of various colors. Only Reverend Shojua himself knew whether the name, uncontending, was worthy of its name. Liu Bang, clad in a long black robe, stood in front of the city gate that was thousands of feet tall and smiled. Proud of his success, he waved his hand and said lightly, "Go and ask them to open the gate. Tell them I'm here to visit Wu Tianming, the Emperor of Great Wu, at the order of the Celestial Emperor." Standing next to Liu Bang were his confidants, Zhang Liang, Xiao He, Han Xian, and Fan Kuai, and behind them were the famous 28 Celestial Lords of the Celestial Court. There were 84,000 Celestial Lords of the universe, and these 28 Celestial Lords ranked among the top among them. Their actual combat strength was also in the top 100, and their cultivation base had reached the level of Gold Immortal. Once they used their natal star power to strengthen themselves, their strength was enough to fight against Tao-breaking experts. Zhang Liang arrived at Wuzheng City in a blur and announced Liu Bang's name and the purpose of his visit. The general on the wall immediately sent the news back to Great Wu's imperial capital. In just 10 minutes, the sound of cannons could be heard coming from inside the city. The gate of Wuzheng City was thrown open, and a column of soldiers in bright armor and full of vigor marched out, forming 2 rows in front of the gate like Chi-Chi. 12 beautiful girls slowly pushed a roll of red felt out of the city gate. The scarlet cashmere felt stretched all the way to Liu Bang's feet from the city gate. Looking through the open triple gate, one could see a column of soldiers standing solemnly along the street, and the scarlet cashmere felt stretched all the way from the gate to the depths of the city. A general in full armor, even his face covered by a ferocious bronze mask, walked slowly out of Wuzheng City. He cupped his fist and bowed to Liu Bang, then cried out in a deep voice, "Please enter the city, King of Han. I prepared a chariot and guards to escort King of Han all the way to the imperial capital to meet His Majesty." The general's aura was strange. He seemed to have practiced some superficial divine abilities and magic, but there was not much energy fluctuation in his body. He was tall and gave off a strong aura of flesh and blood. Clearly, he was practicing a body-tempering technique. The strange thing was that the cultivation technique he practiced seemed to have the aura of the human race's true body of heaven and earth scripture, but also had a strong demon aura. All in all, the general's aura made people uneasy, and it made it impossible to figure out his background. The only thing they could be sure of was that this man's cultivation base was not weak. Whether he was practicing a body-tempering technique or an ordinary magic or divine ability, he was probably at the same level as a primordial immortal. Although he was only the weakest primordial immortal who had just stepped into the realm of primordial, it was still frightening. A mere Great Wu was not a target that the Tao League and Buddhist League could cultivate with all their might. Yet, there was a primordial immortal among the generals guarding the first military town. Who exactly was supporting Great Wu? Sensing the mysterious aura of the general, Fan Kuai took a step sideways without batting an eyelid and stood in front of Liu Bang. Noticing Fan Kuai's action, the general could not help but laugh strangely. "I've heard a lot about King of Han. Why are you so timid?" "Hee hee. I've been ordered to invite you to the imperial capital to meet His Majesty. Do you think I'll harm you? You people are so damn paranoid." "If I really want to harm you, I would have given the order to round you up and chop you up." Impatiently, he lifted the ferocious bronze mask on his face, revealing a furry, pale green wolf face. The general, who stood over 10 feet tall and emanated a strange and powerful aura, was a wolf demon. With his cultivation base, he could transform into a human, but he still retained the appearance of a wild wolf. At this moment, he was baring his teeth and grinning at Liu Bang, with saliva dripping from between his teeth, which made him look very frightening. Not to mention Liu Bang, even Fan Kuai and Han Xian were shocked. They hurriedly shielded Liu Bang behind them, their faces extremely unsightly. Strange laughter rang out from the top of the wall as a few Great Wu generals, also clad in full armor and bronze masks, lifted their masks at the same time, revealing the furry, ferocious faces of wild beasts. There were wild boars, hyenas, sheep, marmosets, and 8 generals, all of whom were demons. The dozen generals beside them, who were also laughing, also took off their masks. These generals looked like ordinary mortals, but when they saw them putting their arms around the fairy general's shoulders, Liu Bang and the others could not help but be stunned. How could demons and humans get along so well in Great Wu? Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside Fan Kuai and Han Exine, who were standing in front of him, then cupped his fist and bowed to the wolf demon with a smile. I've made a fool of myself. I never thought Great Wu would be like this. Well, may I ask what your position is in Wuzhou City? The wolf demon licked his nose, held his head high, and said with a cold grin, I'm Lang Qingfeng, and I'm the Lord Commander of Wuzhou City. I'm in charge of all the military towns and checkpoints within 1,000 miles of the city. Don't talk nonsense, King of Han. You're a guest who came to visit, and it's not appropriate for a guest to keep His Majesty waiting. Liu Bang nodded with a smile. With a hint of surprise that he could not hide, he led his entourage into Wuzhou City. A chariot pulled by 9 black dragons was already waiting in the city. Liu Bang boarded the chariot, surrounded by 3,000 guards and soldiers, and the procession headed for Great Wu's capital in a mighty procession. Liu Bang was overjoyed. He did not expect that humans and demons could get along so well in Great Wu. It was a pleasant surprise. If the wisdom of the human race and the formidable combat prowess of the demon race could be combined into one, the power would be extremely terrifying. For example, if Great Yu could be friendly to the demons in its territory, Great Yu's national strength would be more than doubled. Sitting in the chariot, Liu Bang murmured to himself in a low voice, If I can persuade Great Wu's emperor to cooperate with me in my great plan, then great things can be achieved. Han Exine smiled coldly and said in a low voice, Wu Tianming has to agree whether he wants to or not. Since Daozu has appointed His Majesty to replace Zhang Tingyun as the future human emperor, then he, Wu Tianming, has to obediently offer Great Wu to His Majesty. Otherwise, Liu Bang turned his head to look at the 28 celestial lords of the constellations, who were standing near the chariot and looking curiously at the scenery in Great Wu's territory. A smug smile came over his face. If Wu Tianming did not agree to his request, then he would simply kill him. How delightful it was to kill him, seize his foundation, and use Great Wu's national strength to achieve great things. As for Great Wu, it was said that a very powerful Reverend Shozhua was their grand celestial master. But so what? He was at most an itinerant cultivator of the Tao-breaking realm. Would he dare to fight against the will of the entire Tao League? When he met Reverend Shozhua, he would have to carefully distinguish which school of immortal magic he cultivated. All the immortal magic in the world came from the sect masters of the Tao League, and when the time came, he would directly ask the ancestral master of his lineage to come forward. Would Reverend Shozhua dare to betray his ancestral master? If Wu Tianming cooperated with him and offered Great Wu's land, people, an army for him to command, then when the great thing was done, he would be conferred a good divine title. Great Wu was just a small, unknown kingdom in outer heavenly realms. As for his emperor, it would be a good deal for him to be conferred the title of General Land or General Mountain God of Panga Continent, right? While Liu Bang was scheming, in the imperial palace of Great Wu's capital, a lobbyist was persuading Wu Tianming and Reverend Shozhua, Giguzi, and MOD, who were sitting next to him. Wu Tianming, who had had too much fun with the imperial concubines last night, yawned on the throne, while Reverend Shozhua sat motionless on the hassock like a clay sculpture. Giguzi's mind was wandering, and he was gesticulating in the air with a finger. MOD, on the other hand, tilted his head and looked out of the great hall, his deep, unfocused eyes looking somewhere. The lobbyist standing in the middle of the great hall clad in a pale golden monk's robe and a red kasaya, was telling Wu Tianming and the others about the benefits they could get if Great Wu merged with the Shizhou dynasty and cooperated with the Shizhou dynasty to completely defeat the Yu. The monk, who had a fair, square face and looked trustworthy, promised Wu Tianming that once the Shizhou dynasty replaced the Yu and Emperor Wugo became the human emperor, Wu Tianming would be one of the new sacred emperors of the human race, and he would be able to achieve the supreme Great Tao with virtue. As for Great Wu's Grand Celestial Master, Reverend Shouzhua, and the two imperial advisors, Giguzi and Imo Di, all of them could become Buddhas. The few Buddhist patriarchs could even pass on their mantle, so that the three celestial masters and the imperial advisors would have the opportunity to fuse with the Tao. Just as the monk was talking extravagantly, Liu Bang's convoy arrived. The sound of footsteps rang out as a few eunuchs led Liu Bang and his company into the Great Hall and bumped into the monk. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.